Left 4 Dead juga teh naon anjing.
Bodoh anjing si eta nanyakeun teh tadi ya opat D2 anjing.
Ya opat D2 nah.
Eta si Ija.
Bodoh
Pencetusnya si
anjing.
Eta
Left 4
anjing.
Dead 2 mah geus nyobaan anjir.
Cek aja piraku can pernah ngasaan L4D2.
Mesin kan
aduh,
disingkat apa anjir.
Si Ija anjing pencetusnya.
grafiknya juga tai tapi met
Baheula mah alus.
aing sarua.
Aya sih nu rame ti L4 D2 na nu Back 4 Blood cok. Tahu rame anjing.
Mana deh?
Back 4 Blood.
Bad, not bad, black.
Back.
Oh back. Mana cek
Back 4 Blood. Back 4 Blood.
Baik.
back 4.
Non main kartu
Oh
gitu.
iya, anjir 800.000.
Henteu sih Zombie Escape juga Left 4 Dead deui ngan leuwih alus grafiknya
Oh iya,
leuwih rame.
grafiknya lebih mantap. Ayatnya
Ini co-op.
Kayak diskon wae anjir Back 4 Blood
Diskonnya gede.
gede cok. 80-an wae anjir. Ngomong kayak pas di summer sale.
10.000
Aing
menang
ngira
mah.
DLC-na. Euy,
10.000 menang mah.
aing
25 lepas lah.
25 lah bae lah.
25 lepas sok.
Lima lelang iya goblok.
25.500 lah bae lah.
23 lah.
Si anjir full price-nya kapal yang mulai diskonannya san.
Full price-nya iya 740.
740 we. Kurang sama
Cing 700.000 diskon.
Aing nanya kan kasih Ija, ja, kayak rekomendasi game horror tuh. Iya weh, cenah main iya, main School 666 cenah. Oh iya, ambung main co-op ah, dek nu bisa storyline cenah. Iya weh L4D2.
80% 74 800.
Berapa?
74 800.
Heeh.
Dihandap cepet lah lumayan.
Aing searching L4D2 teh naon? Anjing Left 4 Dead tolol.
Lah
Masih
kalau
Indo
main
deh.
mah aya dua nana.
Fortnite mama beli 20.000. Berat euy, tuh. Minimal Ryzen 7 1800.
Anjing udah
Gra-
jujur tuh berapa
Grafiknya
ratus.
RX 9700.
Aing main di medium tapi halus kieu nya.
Anu geus pernah main ieu The Last of Us.
Last of Us can berat anjing Last of Us mah.
Rame gak sih?
Rame-rame.
Aing teh masih bingung aja. The Last of Us teh kan udah dari dulunya gamenya dari zaman aing SMP kayaknya. Sama yang sekarang teh bedana naon sih?
Bebek jeung
Yang
kuda.
remake hungkul.
Jadi dituluikeun caritana.
Emang oh ya
Paduana.
Tuluikeun deui.
cerita lanjut.
Grafikna diedankeun anjing.
Ieu
Kan
naon
booming kamari.
TRK versus TR.
Booming pisan nu kahiji. Terus lanjutkeun ke ayeuna. Dan ternyata booming oge.
Heeh, tapi filmnya
anjir endingna cok nu kaduana kampret lah.
filmnya dibully.
Anjing filmna najis pisan loba GG LGBT-na.
Lain masalah
Mau di game lagi sarua anjir.
masalah
Oh, gitu.
itu masalah lagi sarua
Aing karek
Lebih-
ngareskeun nu kahiji.
lebih ke arah dibully ya sama aktorna aktrisna
Sabi
Alien.
anjing numerankeun si Elina cok.
si Elina iya anjing tiga penguin banget
Bengkak teuing cok.
asli anjing itu dibully pisan ya kajian cosplay gitu nu jadi iya cenah ini cosplay si Elin mirip ya.
Bapak-bapakna saya ngaranna teh.
Si Jo. Menjadi si Jo jeung sasi ngaranna.
Oh, for that 90.000 ternyata ya lumayan mahal.
Mr. Scoreboard tah asa.
Eta naon sih main bola teh sport keur diskon met.
Ya,
Ya sport.
baheula mah FIFA ini menjadi EA aja.
Oh teh balana pipa.
Ayeuna mah jadi FC isi FIFA lain EA. EA mah emang developernya sih. Ngaranna ganti dari FIFA jadi FC.
Aslina.
Asli. Kan aing produserna.
Cablak anjing.
Oh gitu ya Met ya.
Benar, Pak Beo.
Anjing WWZ VR gelo.
Mohon iya. Call of Duty Black Ops 3 mahal kene.
Tong berharap anjing Activision mah diskonnya searempet anjing.
891.000 anjir. Black Ops 3 teh dari aing zaman SMP kocak.
Cem boro-boro nu game-game iya goblok game anyar game-game baheulana nu diskonnya mahal kene anjing 200 ribuan kene.
5 ge turun ka 300.
Iya na. Namun multiplayer mah. Ya kecuali Elder
Itu
Ring.
nage geus burik. Bala halus. Nah, Black Ops teh.
Nah game K2 PRX jeung Fanatik kan
Ah nyok itu. Yuk.
aman. Aman deh. Emang kenapa deh?
Prek yang fanatik. Cing Battlefield
Acan
2042.
12 menit deui.
Ah iya TRK naon TRK jeung TST?
Streamer jeung streamer.
Oh iya heula nya non pan
Sia mah meni deuleu geura makana baca
pan Valoran
bahasa Inggris tuh.
Pale.
TRK TST naon sok artina.
Gila sih,
TRKT
Matt emang mending main game Chaos Meta Delta
TR
Battlefield 2042 anjing.
Naon
Battlefield. TRKT iya isa streamer kondang.
tolol
Lawan naon? Lawan naon cenah?
TST
TST.
streamer TikTok.
Lawan streamer TikTok. Nomor nama streamer kondang ngerasa.
Anjing berat cok Battlefield 2042.
Oh, eta emang
Ku akan kembali pada tubuh ini.
Anjing Battlefield 5 28.000. Ih,
Ku nikmati rindu yang datang membunuhku.
28.000. Sistem development mana? Wah tahu anjing laptop aing mau kuatnya. Medal of Honor gocap anjing beli ah. Medal of Honor gocap bro. Gak beli guys. Betul asupan game perang campaign anjing.
Apa boleh sudah di
Gak beli guys. Gak beli.
ya udah ditunggu aja guys.
Lama cok. Ngaret.
Showmatch baru kita bisa omongin ya.
Oh Sinapski heueuh.
Ya nanggung kalau ya.
Ya,
Apa gua pasin lagi kalau enggak? Coba dulu aja. Coba ya, coba. Emang berisik sini. Ntar ya kita cek kamera dulu ya Yu ya.
korek.
Oke, gua ini ya ke ini ya. Masih aman sih. Ya ini gua nah nih aman kok aman. Udah ya, aman ya. Siapa? Ciko. Nah, kok gak kelihatan lu? Harus lu lihat baju lu hitam, nakonya hitam juga, gak kelihatan dia tuh. Karena Ciko ada gak? Ciko ada gak? Ciko ada gak?
Oh, tim tarik jeung tim toas Asia TRK TST teh.
Uyu mirip Tens. Oh, pucuk dulu ya kata lu deh. Uyu kayak Tens katanya. Kemarin KD-nya ya,
Anjing
sekarang
mantap
kayak
jiwa
Tens.
jadi mantap Jawa.
Jawa.
Nah, menarik ke
Kita
TST
beli
ya. Tapi
game,
ini lagi
guys.
showmatch dulu guys. Habis showmatch, nanti baru kita nonton pertandingan Paperex.
Mana goblok.
Emang jadwalnya gitu. Uyu mirip Alfire. Semuanya aja. Kan kalian
Oke. Recording, bro.
Leo Maria. Semuanya aja udah semua.
Ini ada
Udah mulai. Ini udah mulai.
card.
Saya tuh pakai IM boy.
Pusreng dulu pusreng.
Jangan di channel ini. Udah kesana tuh. Reportnya kesini. Ah iya.
Anjing 4 giga doang cok. Yang Nokia ini.
DM. Ricky Wandon.
Yang dimakan cewek di gamenya langsung diaktif.
Grab it.
For remembrance atau untuk yang kita
Grab it.
ketahui sejauh ini soal baru Valoran. Pertama, kita tahu kalau map baru Valoran ini akan terlihat seperti sebuah kastil yang dikelilingi dengan kristal-kristal ungu. Map ini terletak
Kata Iron Standby dah anjing.
negara Prancis. Kita tahu ini dari koordinat yang kita dapatkan di email Astra di Valoran patch 10.11. Menelusuri koordinat ini akan menunjukkan kita ke sebuah dataran dekat dengan kastil Mont Saint Michel. Tempat ini sudah ditis oleh Valoran di visual image mereka. Tempat ini diketahui dikuasai oleh organisasi Atlas, organisasi dari Omega, yang saat hari terakhir kita bisa melihat potongan kecil layout map yang akan keluar ini. Khususnya bagaimana bentuk site di map ini terlihat dari bentuk highlight kotak yang terlihat di minimap, mirip dengan bentuk site yang biasa kita lihat di minimap. Sepertinya pada salah satu site akan ada tempat yang dinamai Tower. Dari salah satu teaser di sosial media mereka juga, kita mengetahui kalau tempat ini rupanya adalah sebuah refinery atau tempat kilang, sepertinya dekat penambangan sesuatu.
Kalau lu perhatikan, di sini ada sebuah toko bola yang dipercaya merupakan Mr. X Cristiano Ronaldo, yang memang nomor ikoniknya adalah angka 7. Gak cuma itu, map world itu settingnya adalah di Portugal, yang juga merupakan negara asal dari Cristiano Ronaldo. Kalau lu di sini ada sebuah toko, kalian yang tersesat kembali ke Paperex. You guys, go! Gue golongan darah gue Paperex. Ya, mantap. Dia gitu. Bukan ini. Ini mau dikoper aja. Coba tuh. Repo memberikan 20 gift membership anjing. Mulai mau dibeli gue anjir. 20 gift anjir. Lu mau beli gue harus 2000 sih minimal. Lu naik supply lagi kentut. Oke. Ini something best clip 2025. Let's go. Kembali. user volume kita jadi 0%. Nah, jadi gue nggak bisa denger dia. Gak bisa denger gue ini. Dia ngomong apa? Gak tahu gue, gak tahu. Bodoh. Report. Jangan di channel ini. Reportnya kesana. Indonesia ini sampai kayak gitu anjir. Mereka gaming, mereka nggak gaming. Capek gak lu? Dapat dia 3 menit kan? Bau. Adrenaline, moving to book is changed.
Keren teng. Special edition and your AI coded copy. A living clue is waiting you. Yes, me. I got a whole room and plug it like a deep sea. From horse ticket for the cross. Ooh, what a rock with Jenny. Keep her heart down your son, that city. I think I really like.
Keep shading, it's a top to impede who is framing it. I've slayed it, and I prayed it. It's guilty challenge. I'm obsessed with Jenny. Think I'm really like haters that don't really like you. Cause I can never ever be Jenny. Jenny. It's Jenny. Now starting like you. I'm obsessed like you.
Lab met lab.
Live now, nah sih.
Oh, nonton mana met?
Hah? Oke weh.
Mau nonton PRX yang penatik.
Can main anjir.
Pan smet
Nah, kan
heula
lab heula euy.
Siap dulu ya, Bill. Stream kan, Bill?
aing ke live stream.
Kita ke lab di YouTube.
Ini kira laguan keneh. Ikut darah lah.
Ih map anyar met anjing. Siga dedas ya met. Met siga dedas di CS.
Sare ieu mobil kuat aing.
Eh, kumaha tuh Padika? Si met kemana anjing?
match tim Tarik versus tim Toast. Dimana kalau tadi ada sempat pembahasan dari Jamal, ini kayaknya dari tim Toast banyak banget tuh pro playernya. Ada Tens, ada Mel ya kan. Tapi kita jangan lupa bahwa Kaide sekarang udah off stream tapi udah jadi pro player.
Benar.
Main di Game Changers.
Dan
Mungkin
dia
ini
di coaching langsung sama
Tensnya. Tapi untuk kali ini mereka akan berhadapan nih.
Iya.
Justin, and again, the other side was also indoors, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So it feels like it's kind of leading us to a new way to use utility and
Yeah.
approach it, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think yeah, what you called out A site being completely.
Shit, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think yeah, what you called out A site being completely interior is like one of those ways in the map design that we can go and like say, hey, you can still use utility as an attacker, but it has to be very intentional. You know, you can't just send like across the map lineups. It has to be either through doorways or through windows in and around the site, and that's just one of the many ways to try and tackle the feeling that you can actually hold the site.
I'm so glad it's going now.
Yeah.
Let's see an essentially wall-ish sort of
How
setup
many
here.
walls are like this?
Yeah, so I think that is maybe the only one you can get decent value from.
But the window on top, it's sort of like more, I guess, similar setup.
Exactly.
You just set piece out
Yeah.
and try and punish those.
So exactly, yeah. So if you see that Omen has been doing that for a couple of rounds in a row, it's like, hey, let's throw a dart, let's throw a Dizzy, let's counter this Omen.
But it works both ways.
It works both
obviously.
ways, yes.
And it feels like there's quite a bit of verticality too, right? Which I love seeing,
Yeah,
right?
once you get to the sites, it's
there's layers to it.
Yeah, so I think A is a little bit more flat as you're seeing here, a little bit just more of like slight elevation, but B site does have a bit more elevation. There's that tower position, there is the hut in the center of the site, and then there is like the railings and the staircases.
And
Yeah.
I guess we're seeing some really good examples here of kind of what you were alluding to about kind of opportunities in terms of setting things up. There seems to be more kind of confined spaces ahead of the sites to
Yeah.
allow for engagements on both sides
Exactly.
for attackers
Yes.
and defenders,
Yes.
and it's kind of util oriented. There's lots of kind of corners to clear,
Yeah.
but it's not just kind of a clean lane
Yeah,
up to side.
yeah. So we want you to kind of stage your utility, right? So it's like, hey, we need something to clear main. We need something to like as you're an attacker and you're going up towards the site. There's things that you want to clear, and so we want that utility bleed happening before you get onto the site. So it's like, hey, we want to try to save our dart for site because that's a really big piece. Let's try to see what we can do to like save it for the rest.
Ooh, and we are seeing the agent select here.
Right, an interesting approach.
Don't know if they're going to commit to that, but in
Well,
your
who
mind,
gets it though?
Your roulette.
That's true. That's true. But in your mind, is there comps that you've played, obviously internally testing, that you felt worked quite well here? Like,
what's the go-to?
What's the go-to?
Yeah, so our gameplay analysis team really helps us figure out those comps, and so I think the comps that they found were the best. Kind of was like an Ascent Plus. So it's like Vice, Omen, Jet, Gecko, and Soba.
Okay.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I do see a Phoenix, though, and I'd kind of like to see that too. Because those flashes feel nice around those, like,
Yeah, again,
boxes
even
and,
some of the
you know,
use of the
right
wall.
angles.
Yeah, the use of the wall in the trailer as well makes it really. And again, with kind of that leapfrog approach where Phoenix kind of doesn't have a first wave, he can scale up really effectively. So maybe we can hope.
I don't, yeah,
I'm still seeing a Reina hover.
Look,
so...
I'm just seeing the 10s lock Jet, so there's no pulling punches.
Well, actually, yeah, we've got the Jet and the Gecko again swapping out instead of a Soba. We've got the Fade, so we feeling like Toast is almost on meta here.
Yeah, I think Tarek's doing some cooking for sure with the Reyna Sage, so I think it should be an interesting matchup.
Okay.
Look, Mel's on Omen, I'm locked in.
Well,
I'm a
I guess
believer.
from comp alone, then if you had to pick.
Yeah, who's confident?
Who's taking this?
I mean, if they've got the meta comp on the Toast side, I think they might be able to eke out some nice clean rounds. But you never know. Maybe they got some Grim Walls in their pocket on the Tarek side.
Yeah, true. Now, are you seeing this lean a little more attack or defense in your mind from your testing? Obviously, that changes when the players and the pros get their hands on it. But did it feel either sided to you, or is it pretty even so far?
I think it's mostly like up to the actual team performance. You know, it's like we give defenders these extra options on site, but you know, if you can't control mid, the sites will fall apart.
And it feels very centered around that mid long line of sight, right? This is Oppa's Paradise. I'm imagining Chamber. I'm seeing all these things.
It's just interesting, something he's talking about. I'm interested to see actually if these fights do occur kind of ahead of sight, how easy it's going to be to anchor. Because again, we have examples, especially currently now in the meta of, well, just coming out of Tejo, where it comes down to your Sentinel, your kind of last line of defense really that holds onto the side. So I'm really interested to see how that pans out.
Yeah, so I think a common, I guess, setup is like a 1-2-2. So your hard anchor on B, 2 people mid and 2 people on A.
Okay. We'll see who's done their homework.
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks like you have the
here
hard
we
anchor
go.
on B right here.
This is beautiful stuff to dive in on. We are going to be seeing. Oh my God! Look.
Wow.
These reveals already.
Who's got the lineup?
Yo, no, honestly,
Like, what?
who's been cracking this?
Well,
wild.
Mel said
Yeah.
they've been scrimming for
True,
months.
true. Sorry, Shopify Rebellion. Just somewhere new. And it's just a brawl on the side. Tarek instantly diffed by 10s. No shock there. But still, the fight continues. Kaide next in the feed. And it's just going to be 10s posted up. He said he ain't pulling punches. He said he's going to be fighting this out. And it's all down to Sid City now. Brutally difficult to try and play this back in up against the 3 here.
Again, a good glimpse here of how the site's actually laid out here, but Sid City. They just try and take it again. The wall goes up, but that's it, cracks. Blocked by the archway there.
I like these kind of like close choke points almost. You still got access to be able to play into it, but it does definitely herd you forward. A difficult situation. Kaide!
Opening up.
6 start, dude.
A 3K on the pistol for... and yeah, really interesting some of the things. Talk to us about this site in particular, because it looks quite confined. There's lots of possibilities. Actually,
That's a lineup.
That's
right?
a lineup.
They've been
Off
sweating.
rip.
They've been sweating.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, I mean, something that maybe the Toast team could have done a little bit better is actually split more like left and right. It looks like they all 5-1 elbow, where you saw that they were getting some friction coming into the site because they were all so clumped. I think you can think of it a little bit like Sunset A, where it's like, hey, you can make the decision. Oh, is that a timeout
There's
already?
no way this is a tech
Did we
force.
just get techers?
Have we just been teched?
We can't be teched like this. You can't.
Welcome to the Pan Pop
Welcome!
cast.
Well, we get to talk about the map though, right? Now
Yeah.
we can actually slow down a bit. Because again, it was quite all in, but I love the fact we're already seeing the value of that Fade utility straight over the top. The reveal was excellent, then you can kind of hit those rotates, you get that information off the middle.
Because actually the ping was so close to where the barrier dropped, so I guess that one of the things that you were hitting on is kind of how deep, I guess how far forward for the defenders these engagements can come. Is that sort of typical of how you'd see an early round start, particularly for an aggressive take forwards?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think defenders should feel like they have some decent options to like kind of fight forward. I think with the way that it's laid out, you know, you can like sort of line up a Fade Eye, you can line up an Omen Paranoia or a Breach Stun, stuff like that, and really try to take the early space. But again, it's kind of a gamble where it's like, if you're going to be putting a lot more pressure on like a main, you're leaving mid susceptible to a potential like late lurk or someone being deposited in there from smoke. Yeah.
So I'm just looking at now on the minimap, the mid splits can be...
What do you really like?
There's so many options.
That is really like.
So nice. Again, we're staring at the map, you're staring at the players. Unlucky for you. But yeah, it does feel like mid is just so critical at this point. Because otherwise you are kind of not necessarily funneled, but it's such an encouragement to hit those splits.
But also, like you were talking about the long sightlines and stuff, actually there's lots of spots for an operator to tuck in as well.
Yeah.
It's not like an ascent mid where there's kind of like, you know, one or two walls for the defenders. So yeah, interesting if we get any action in there.
Actually, it's interesting that you bring up Ascent because I think while we were playing, we actually found like there was like an M1, M2, M3 smoke setup that you can do. Like smoke on stairs is like your M1, smoke in top arch, M2, and then all the way at the top window is M3. So you can kind of, as an attacker, you can have options of what you want to choose. Like, hey, let's smoke M1, let's split A. Smoke M2, let's take mid control and kind of just sit around and see where defenders are going.
And I like this as well, almost playing off site here.
Mapnya Cigadas 2.
Kind of, you know, the dark coming through towards
Lumayan.
relinquishing the space. I'm gonna have to play it back through, potentially seeing Harry's team take the long road. And there's some of those kind of cubbies, right, trying to be played out by Toast, kind of like exploring what could be held.
Nya modelnya mirip Jas 2.
Oh, jika ada Dash 2 aja yang
As you said,
Yeah.
need that
Mapnya
utility
Cigadas 2, tempatnya Cigadas 2.
box naga karar itu
well and
anjing.
truly needed.
Oh, ini plagiat bro,
This
plagiat.
map, at least from in my experience, is like a lot of initiators setting up their duelists, like clearing the space and saying like, hey, we're good to go. Go get frags. It's like they're trying to work mid.
First time we're actually seeing I guess a group in mid.
Yeah, here's the M3 smoke.
My goat Mel's got this all day, don't you worry.
Let's say Mel's tucked right now. She's ready to spring the trap.
Just you wait, just you wait, just you wait. See? Oh,
Oh, that's not funny.
observers, why do you know?
It's a Prius moment.
Classic.
Oh, wow.
Kaide, relax.
Kaide has been scrimming.
That, honestly, Kaide looks locked in. This is 5 Alive. Toast is shaking. He's shaking. The nerves getting the better of him. Does anyone come this way at all? Let's see. Come on, Toast, you got this. Be brave. I don't think it's good.
Good for one, even? What do you reckon?
I think he's got one.
No.
I believe in
Kaide
it's
clears it.
Kaide's knifing, bro. Kaide.
Oh! Yeah,
Go, Kaide, go! Oh! I believed. I was all on board.
I mean, we're round
Oh, lawan sih?
5 kills. I'm here for it.
Really,
Siu.
very nice.
Huh?
So, 2 rounds towards
Saya teteh klasik naon
This is
eh.
kind of playing out, I don't say as you expected. It is a
Anyar
little
Ghost
bit-
naon?
People go-
Yeah.
Oh,
Cameron badal
Oh
anyar.
no, don't leave him hanging. Nice.
Thank
Even
God.
the crowd was
The
nervous.
synergy's just not there yet for
It's
Team
not there
Toast.
yet. Gotta work it out. I'm putting it on Mel mostly.
Okay.
You know, high expectations. And oh,
I'm glad. Yeah, we put that in the replay package. Yeah.
remaining.
Damn, Kaide, take it easy.
Kaide's actually cooking. 5-1. Okay, buy round coming out for Toast boys. We got to see them lock this down a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of default. You know, you have Vice lurking over towards A, and I think that's the Astra work, or...
I like this layering.
Yeah.
Like you can again, you can kind of have someone on site, a little close like Toast is, and then playing that verticality from that Gecko, right? This is
kind of playing
that
almost
judge.
like off their contact almost.
Are we
Dua
doing a
side
jumpy
tapi nanya.
judge from down here? Why do I feel like that's a real possibility? Tarek
Jika
already
ada
removes that
spisan,
layering
anjing,
element
mau
of the
kena.
player up towards that top side. Toast, nice little camera here.
They don't clear him. Not cleared.
Oh my god, Toast lock in. Those hands from shaking. Jump up! And he's giving me flashbacks!
He got him!
Quickly, I can't believe it! Tarek goes down! Oh, you love to see that. That's filthy. Ooh.
Tens opens up the A side though.
Oh, no! I can't.
Diabolical.
That's nasty. I mean, to be fair, Tens is being out-fragged by Kaide.
Yeah,
so I think
yeah.
it's not
Keep it,
a-
keep it.
That's true.
You have to.
It's mental warfare. Toast is unmoved. Toast is...
This is a great smoke.
Oh my god. Oh my god, no! I'm getting flashbacks! I mean, are we calling that corner Toast right now? I think it might
We can point it now.
I think it might have to happen.
I guess
dear.
a good example though, the difference here, because on A, you kind of have to clear this almost horseshoe wall that is it's obviously spammable or wallbangable with the recon coming through, but here, it's almost like the site opens up once you come through this archway, and I guess unless you're splitting through the other side, that choke point could be nasty for Util.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where the mid splits would have to come in, right? It's like you, with all the extra positioning that defenders can take, you really want to take a mid split and pinch them and force them to take uncomfortable fights.
I mean, look, if that Algorn had just looked down, it would have been different. Bit
Nah,
of
marah
trickery
kebab.
mid, Ten's only going to get one this time, but again, that Algorn was
Shorty,
right there.
I
If
see
he
that.
had that cubby, it would have been cleared, so there are outplay
Baik lah,
options.
masih ada tuh udah
It's getting more
taunting lah.
scrappy towards B. This choke point is going to be brutal.
Oh, dah.
This time, it does go down. You're not going to get Kaide twice like
Kamu
that.
kena si Ten ge jago
It's really
anjing.
take towards side. Again, I love this scaling up
Emang
towards
jago
Great
ya,
Gecko
sih.
flash as well.
Emang kayak kabogohan Tens.
Mel, my goat.
Swept through, will need an ace.
No.
Tapi jagonya baru-baru sih tak.
No, Mel, please, please.
Anjing diulin goblok.
Josh is running, man. Josh is trying to get there. Oh dear. Mel, I need you to really focus here, bro. I really need you to focus.
Tas ieu sangar
So
teh.
far, has there anything caught your
Kayak
eye there
ini.
doing that you guys had in your play test, or is it kind of playing
Yeah,
out somewhat as you
Kayak ini.
expected? Is it kind of along the same lines?
Yeah, I think it's playing a little bit as we expect. You know, I mean, this.
I mean, maybe not this.
Yeah, maybe not
How much of that have you played
Maybe
this?
not
Yeah.
that.
But yeah, I think it's like
Musuh
kind of
si
what we're seeing,
Ten saja
again,
kabogohan.
it's a normal attack map, three lanes. You know, there's going to be evolution more so on the strategy rather.
Tuh,
than,
Harbor kok di buff
anything else.
nih.
Di bab
Yeah,
jadi
here's
kumaha.
some nice aggression actually.
Ya jadi jelema nu masuk ke smoke-na jadi pengurangan darah.
Goblok.
Asli,
Emang
smoke bule.
Kayak Piper gitu.
Nya,
Ten's diffed
Tapi
again.
mun keluar nambahan deui
Famous
gitu.
round one.
cai isina.
Three players. Mel's
Nah, jika Piper gitu, mun keluar di smoke-na, karek nambahan deui darahna tekan decoy gitu.
I'm believing in this, like it's going to help it happen. It's not. As it stands, it's good work coming out from Tarek's side, and again, like punishing this, keeping these like late positions down middle seems so valuable, right? This is perfect examples of how much control you get by keeping that space. I mean, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Split in a way, Ascent in a way. You're getting those moments where it's like so key to keep that map control for rotate.
Yeah, I think Split is a great example where it's if you can control mid as an attacker, you really hamper the defender rotation, and you cut that. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's yeah. Devious. Well, I'm curious actually if we do see anybody hop onto it. Well, who else but Ten?
Tyson's not
I was
happy
going to
about
say
what I did to him.
whoever's going to pick up the operator first.
Show me the money. There we go. Again, these are the sort of lines of sight. You're already seeing that util kind of trying to facilitate a push-up. I like what Mel's doing off the back of this too, right? But Tarek on the other side's been gunning today.
I really like this play. Just nice defaulting kind of around mid.
I guess you're talking about what the default kind of, or I guess the formation looks like is the 1-2-2, right? You were talking about 2 towards mid and then 2 towards A side, or
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, there's that mid pressure, right? There's layers to this. You don't get that full freedom. Nice lockdown here, actually. This is stunning stuff. For now, though, you're looking at the remnants of the team that was kind of splitting through towards B main. And it's going to be difficult with Toast. Oh no, apparently it's
Ay,
easy.
maaf na kayak dirimu.
I overestimated you drastically. So down to the spike having to be picked up here. But Vinny and Josh, or deadly duo.
TP to safety as well, so we'll actually see a full 2v2 in the post here.
So this is kind of like what we're talking about with
Divide
the
to go out.
Yeah. Yeah, with the layered defenses here, Mel is able to kind of, the retake is very easy now for the defenders because they're not taking any forward positioning in the elbow or in heaven. So now you're going to see, yeah, it'll start to kind of fall apart for the attackers because they didn't take that extra space.
And Josh completely out of it. And you're right, it does kind of force the hand a little bit if you want safety.
Exactly. So I think, yeah, if you're an attacker and you take the side, you might want to go and maybe greed a little bit more for that elbow space, kind of like stop the rotation a little bit earlier, like in this area here. Because if you don't, as an attacker, you're just going to be like fish in a barrel. You're going to get shot from a lot of different angles.
I guess, just quickly, what's the pathing for the attackers to get up to heaven? It's around the...
It's around, so you have to go through elbow first.
Si Mel itu pro player.
So it's almost something you're looking towards, either clearing ahead of the plant, or I guess
Sok
outside.
yeah.
Usually where your anchor's going to slip into, much like Split again, coming back into elbow behind and maybe towards stairs. But
yeah. I think also it's like, hey, if like your duelist wants to path into heaven on the way to site, like hey, if there's like a waylay or even Noman too, like TP'd into heaven and gets that forward positioning.
About that. Okay, 2 to 4.
Also interested to see if there's actually any kind of B post plan where they can kind of tuck a couple of players in and then somebody come back and cheese a little bit.
I guess it's playing out. Ooh, hold on. Tens might be doing Tens things.
He knows about more as well, but swinging a miss on the second.
Oh, nice.
Oh, he's still good. Nice angle there as well. Nice kind of like play through for him. I feel like you're going to be able to hear a lot of these rotations too, because like as much as it is quite a big map, again you can kind of slip through into those mid connectors sort of areas. You can hear these rotations as they start making noise.
Yeah.
I think even now looking at the mini map, you think about the size of Ascent on the mini map. It looks massive.
Prius, thank you. Thank you! Tens just a hit and run again, feeling omnipresent because of controlling that mid-space. Ace player on our show is Josh to finally deal with him. But Vinny and Josh got their work.
Ternyata dipuji, Bill.
Mel's getting greedy. There it is. They take away Vinny, leaving just Josh alive.
30 seconds left.
We'll chase him down now.
Toast. Toast is the worst kind of player, bro. Like,
my favourite kind of player, I've got to say. Like spamming through with it.
Okay, all good. All saved in the end. We're actually getting a close game now.
Yeah.
I think like, everyone's kind of getting the tempo of the map as well, kind of getting the control of space. I'm trying to have a little look around for like little goodies. Like the observers normally show me it. You know what I mean? They normally like fly around and find some good stuff. Thank you. I'm already seeing it ready, lined up. And again, I kind of like. Where's the little salt dudes? Where's the little salt dudes?
Yeah, we're not seeing enough of Easter eggs just
no,
yet.
can we cook a little harder on that, please? Again, we have like a half buy-ish. Ish. I think it's just Kaide down on the Sheriff. I mean, you got to give your gunner the rifle. What are we doing? I mean, Kaide against Mel. The age-old. Tens want to take space. And I quite like that we're seeing this aggression from Tens, kind of showing what you can do space-wise. And aggression-wise, but Vinny up to the test. We're in the paint towards him. Kaide does go down. But again, I love the fact that you can take kind of considered aggression.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's, again, it comes back to that sort of... Oh, actually, Mel tucked in here next to the smoke. Good for two.
There she
all
is.
of them.
There she is. Take a stand, Mel. There it is. We're waiting for it.
She's on her feet now.
There it is. And this is a feel-good map, though. Like, I was initially a little bit worried about some of those 50-50 angles, right? It was something that was in my mind. I know a lot of people were kind of saying that sort of thing, that just being cognizant of it, but already seeing, like, the way it plays out, you're just going to be checking corners. You just got to be using that util. Nothing is safe. It's that instant
Pro player sih, Mel.
Yeah, I think as well, like, when you push up through the map, you know, corners will start to like clear themselves. Like as you slice the pie, right? As you're checking stuff one by one, things will naturally open up to you, and it'll.
Joseki mah cupu anjing. Si Joseki.
Oh, Tatsu. Mid split coming through. This is what we were talking about. They lacked earlier on. This
Saya tetap pro player.
The late bicycle here.
nearly.
But she's
But
got a lane to wait.
Cupu itu.
Yeah.
That's smart as well. Getting out
Literally
just in
cupu
time.
orang lagi gold.
Lucky for her. But already side control is gained. I kind of like what they tried to do with that split. They're utilizing mid, kind of cutting through that path, and they gambled right. We saw the Toast side was stacked up on that B side.
And just quickly on the walls here, is it only the Odin with the high penetration
Yes,
that will go
only,
through these walls? So it's
only
not
Odin.
rifles.
Not rifles. Yes, correct.
Okay. All swiftly dealt with.
And that's a little awkward for them now, coming through this stage wall.
Yeah, not gonna be easy.
Well, this flank could be huge actually.
And it's
Opted
like,
to go back through mid.
I quite like that they're trying to find a new pathway.
Yeah, now just TP'd into it. Corner smoke here.
Yeah, smart work here. Josh can be now pressured, cleared on the corner as well. I thought these Stingers
Oh,
might have
cila pun kan
really
cakap
gone
ini.
this close quarter. Oh, okay, they are. Yvonne and Derek are doing very well. They found some stability here, but the time side is taken. They've got to get moving. Mel and City trying to work this back through, but a 1v2 is brutal. Yvonne there to shut it out. Back real
Jir,
close.
ayo.
Again, another example of kind of how
Jika di das CG anjir, maaf nah.
it can be really difficult to fight back.
Yang di
in.
B,
So we
yang
talked about
dia
the
itu
flank
teh.
coming through, didn't wrap all the way through spawn, but
Yang
come
di
back
B.
through mid. It could be really rough to actually retake here.
Yeah, I think, again, I
Eh,
think
di ada.
yeah, the stage is actually a really nice pick for the attackers because once they get the site, it like flips the castle. Now they are the defenders almost, and now it's like, okay, how do we, as when the script is flipped, how do we, as the defenders, take the site?
Because I guess the main thing here with this kind of, I'm calling it the horseshoe,
Yeah.
the wall around A, that's typically how you'd expect it set up for a defender. It's open for the attackers to walk onto site, so it's actually really interesting. I said another example potentially for the post-spawn, that if we'll see one.
And I quite like the fact that you can see how much value just that single smoke in mid gets you. It allows you to cross up, right? Because I know a lot of people were scared about that, maybe operator controlling too much space. But Sid City got to respect this now and fall back. Oh! He got a tag on Tarek too, I'm pretty sure here, Tens. Oh dear, he's hungry. He's hungry. Oh dearie me.
This is an aggressive take, actually.
It's alright, it's what we
1v5?
I mean, I believe.
So in this situation, what are you looking for Josh to do to make the most of this time?
I think he might want to plant for back elbow and try to like see if he can maybe like get defenders as like they're coming into the site.
Oh! Tens. Tens ain't got no chill right now, yeah. and look, I know this is obviously a show match, but I love the aggression we're seeing. It makes me so
Yeah,
happy.
and just going back to that one smoke again, it's actually, it's not necessarily a given. The defenders have to progress forward. There needs to be kind of two layers, maybe somebody coming out from the A side to kind of complement that push. Again, not too dissimilar in, I guess, the setup. That nearly lined up beautifully, actually. But in terms of Ascent, you know, this one smoke on Arches or deep towards Pizza, you're asking the same thing, but you don't get the same kind of pressure from short on Ascent. This really asks you to come out and get ahead of that push.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with Sid City. She tried to fight up a little bit more, but she had to respect the four-man push coming down at mid.
But it also looks quite playable. If you do fall back away from that kind of like top mid, I guess, op swing position, there is playable space behind us. You're not completely forced forward. I do want to keep an eye on some of these ults. We start seeing them interact. And again, that Dizzy. So nice. You're seeing like Dizzy looking valuable, the Fade Eye.
Yeah, that was a reveal over the top as well, yeah.
Really, really lovely.
Wow.
There was a smoke there. Tens.
The fun Felisa here.
And all in the meantime, Sid City's just sat there as well, like played in so nicely.
And look at Cypher at mid. He knows they're contained. He hears the rotates.
Yeah, that is so smart. I get this sort of presence, right? Keeping that, like, even late fight for middle is so valuable. Slipping a player down there gives you so much security towards the B site, for example, here. Sid City doing well just to hold that down, but Toast with the judge. I guess that's why Vice is kind of nice too.
Yeah, I'm just thinking actually, I touch it after this round. Rez comes through, Vinny's back on his feet. Actually a push onto the side here, kind of tagged up though.
Sid City down on 15, but still standing. Could do some support here. Again, Toast slow and steady, but Mel clean stuff. Mel, calm down.
Just thinking back to comms, actually, just touching there on the Vice, but also the opportunities for Deadlock as well. You're talking about the Sage Wall, but I mean, it could be really interesting in terms of util for the post plant to aggressively take space, deny kind of ways back into sight. So
yeah, Yeah, I mean, I think
He's
when
hacking.
this map gets into players' hands, I think they'll find that a lot of things could potentially work. Especially with when it comes to compet, you'll have the RR reduction on your losses.
So you can really play around.
You can really play around and learn the map. Experiment with some stuff if you're feeling like it. But yeah, and just have fun.
And again, I'm pretty sure I just noted this, that Toast is using the Among Us crosshair, I believe it is.
Yes, I do believe that is.
And that would upset me further if I died to him with a judge in
Well-
Toast's corner. Just knowing that now compounds
That's
issues.
why he's a judge player.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It does make sense.
You're not hitting headshots with that thing.
Okay, let's...
Really good position.
And this is what I was talking about, that playable space, kind of top middle, right? Again, it does feel like super close, kind of, I guess, choke points, but very swingable, very playable from those deeper angles. And I kind of like that synergy then between Tens and I think it was, Kobe as well. Kind of like both working that. Let's go, Vinny. Now, just 3 of them remaining. Kaide, Vinny, and Josh. A couple of ults in play here too. Said City gonna get diffed here, gonna say it. Vinny gearing up a little bit, but can he survive now? Kobe, a little too late for that.
Another push out here. 10's still looking for something, lines him up again. Starting to get a little warmed up.
It's 7-5. It's a respectable half.
Yeah,
though.
for sure.
10.
Oh my god. Oh, they're all standing.
They're all up.
Kira taunting orang Wolf.
That's a bold maneuver at 7-5. But why not?
Why ya, Biu?
And I heard there is like a...
Biu?
If you lose.
I've heard rumors. Yeah.
Whispers. I don't want to bring it up.
I saw a sneak preview of that. Not before the watershed.
No, true. True. But yeah, stay tuned. Because you'll find out soon enough. And again, like in the distance, there's so much
I mean,
detail to
just to
this
come back
map.
to the visuals
Like,
again,
look at
like
this.
when you're talking about elevating the art style and kind of the visuals and stuff, the map itself looks great, but the environment on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, like shout out to the art team. Oh, they found one.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
Look
the
at
art.
this.
What is going on?
I mean, you can tell the art team had a lot of fun with this one. I think it was like something that we wanted to like really like hone in on and
Biu,
think, hey,
kemana?
how can we make
Naon?
maps look even better than they do already while keeping that
Eta.
gameplay consistency.
Si aing panggil-panggil.
Looks like a hot tub up there as well. Hopefully we can touch back on that soon as Kaide.
Nonton kan eta maneh?
Kaide a pistol. For
Nonton.
some reason, she is
Eta barudakna ngehina Wolf.
That little like overhang kind of denies the dizzy coming through, so you can play some of these corners. Still have to be really locked in to clear them.
Yeah.
A bit of a different
Nah,
setup here
kayak gosong
towards,
nih skin aja.
I guess Team Tarek here on the B defense. They're stacked up towards the archway.
Look, I told you Kaide's nasty with that pistol. Tens.
And she knows it's 10s.
Yeah. Oh!
Anjing, thanks goblok.
Stop it, please, Tens. Please, it's meant to be fun. Oh, God. Tens in a 1v2.
Oh my god.
Anjing, si
Please come
Ten.
back, Tens.
Anjing, ngeri.
God!
That's outrageous! A Red Bull clutch in a show match! I mean, he was the chosen one for a reason, Mike.
I think he heard you talking about Kaide with a pistol.
Yeah, my
and,
bad, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I
You,
take it back.
you stoked the fire.
Yep.
Tens.
That was nuts, though.
Yeah, that was actually
Oh, the first one, beautiful. The second follow-up, though, it's almost like a little fadeaway. Oh!
I love these like headshot angles as well. Like you feel like you can play into it, but they are certainly it gives you these like playable options.
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
my God.
tens. If you're tens though, the defenders don't stand a chance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice to be tens, I
Yeah.
guess,
Look at the
right?
example of brute forcing on a pistol.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh,
And he gets it.
oh, again, these are those 50-50 corners still cleared, but you have that option. If you're not going to invest utility early, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to try to contact up, but
Oh,
they're just.
Ngono ya pakai judge so.
Soalnya loba ieu yang
the
susurumputan.
crowd commands it.
Kecil ya soalnya.
He's in his cam. Brilliant. Toast, get out of your cam.
Defender nge-shotgun unggul ngeunah ieu. Sumpah. Map aing ieu mah, Bro.
Right, Kaide, deny it.
Oke, res ngeunah ieu.
Oh no, they
Actually, yeah.
Here, they're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
Oh,
They're
I
on
think
the
we're going
way.
to see 4 knives out
They're
here
on
just
the way.
charging.
Oh, please, Kaide, don't go down like this. Oh no.
The flash hit.
Es anjing.
Toast with the ace. That's a nasty cam shot right back
Yeah,
to Kaide's
not
face.
happy.
What are you doing?
Not happy.
What are you doing, production? How dare you? Nastiness. And the judges look quite strong.
Well, just to come back though, also another example where initially the kill goes one way, but if you're stacked up, these trades can come through. And talking about kind of scaling up and leapfrogging,
Yeah.
You can get to site so quickly if you win this opening engagement.
Come on. Team Tarek, I need you guys to focus up a little bit here. All right? We need,
Ah,
we
saya
need
cukup
a little
tarik.
bit more play.
Like this wall.
Did you guys play much with the Sage, or was that something that you didn't really see as valuable as maybe we're seeing it here?
I think we tried a lot of different stuff. I think the Sage is like we were trying like a more traditional, like hey, like let's like wall stuff as an attacker, and like kind of what Yvonne did, like walling the main. But I think there's definitely a lot more room to explore with Sage, I'd say, especially like on B and A with some of the elevation.
Can you get a wall up to see out the window?
I think you might barely be able to.
Okay.
People are going to be... Mike, why did you give them the idea? Why did you say this? Let me
Fana
enjoy my
eta
games.
skopna ciga ieu ciga make kentet say.
Okay. Who's holding the side?
Ciga main PUBG apa pakai secondary scope apa? Tas ciga pakai eta anjing nyekop.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, one more. One more. Oh no, there's a flying judge. Oh, good trade. We've got a team of judge abusers, Mike.
Yeah, yeah. It's like there's 5 links in the server.
Okay.
Oh, and there's the Omen going up into heaven, kind of stopping the rotate as fast as possible.
That is super nice actually seeing that in play. Toast
Oh,
playing on
jeleknya
that
sih
corner
dia.
again.
Judge-nya
You're going to
goblok.
get this control if you're not going to clear it. This is forcing the hand.
Tawas sih.
Brutal, but you have to be so reserved with your utility, so heads
Again,
up
why?
with it. And is that a little chess piece in the fountain?
The fountain looks like a rook piece.
I just think, I guess there we almost had an example of kind of the jet pathing into
There
side
it
here.
is.
It's
Oh,
almost
that's
similar
lovely.
to kind of getting into a ascent in terms of like the smoke forwards. They usually dash for the switch to close the door, but you can get up onto the
hut.
up on top of hut here, and then I guess it's just another updraft to get straight into heaven.
Yeah, I think you'd only be able to get on top of hut because there's no second updraft. I think you have to updraft onto the hut. Or maybe you can dash.
And it looks pretty all in.
He dodges the tether.
Not being slowed down yet, still trying to play his life. Nice little reveal on side, but there's a lot of bodies here. Running out of knives to play with, but the bucket gun bounding through. Kaide killed. And at least he stops the rot here, but Plant's going to be in.
Yeah, so now the defenders are here though. They're ready for the retake.
Let's see if they can do some damage on this one. Yeah, nice from Josh. Keeping them pinned on the site this time.
Looking for more as well.
Oh, Vinny.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, it's there. Does that help out at all? Oh, no one able to make much of that.
This heaven position is actually deadly as well. Again, the scope up here. You can get anything done. Nope, it's clean. Oh, that was a 3K.
Yeah, very nice.
I guess as well, yeah, you'd need to hop onto the little, maybe up onto the box to dash, and then maybe it's a little more clunky than the ascent approach, but it was actually a nice set piece in the previous round with the cage in the corner to kind of path over the top of hut.
Yeah.
Again, obviously been doing that in scrims.
Oh!
Yeah, we don't want that, it's not a judge. And again, just to come back here, how spammable is the hut from both sides?
It's not very spammable. I think maybe on the small bits with the Odin, but not the hut, like the thick part of the hut. No.
Okay, Toast without... Oh, excuse me?
What?
Sorry? I didn't realize there was a second player. I found out in the kill feed. Oh, God. He's just filthy. Kaide doing the best you can, but I mean...
I think they're going for around the world right now. They're just in their spawn.
Yep, just taking the tour.
FKKB.
Oh wow, we got some RPers here. That's crazy.
Yes,
that's crazy. Vinny. Oh, you've unlocked one.
But you can see his face is like, what are they doing?
Guys, they're all in spawn. Oh. Yes, the fun police did indeed arrive.
Yeah.
I feel like I could lip read that one as well. Top 5, guys. 10th is kind of kicked up a gear. He's on 23 to 11.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gelonya si Tens anjing one tap.
See, he's got back into the rhythm of being on stage.
Yeah, he's quite good at stage games, isn't he? Oh.
Oh, okay.
We're leaking bombs.
I like that.
We're leaking bombs.
It's So where on the map would you say this is the most feasible approach?
5-man slam, probably through B.
Okay.
I think A, the attackers have a little bit more to work with.
Well,
Oh,
they've teased us and then they'll do it.
Yeah, it's all a ruse. And it feels like they're trying to extend a little bit of gameplay here. I'm seeing classics and cherish, but I can also see your money. Team Toast. Oh no, 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 tens. This feels like bullying.
Yeah.
This feels mean.
Big C's though, actually.
Oh god, look at what's waiting. Look. There's knives. And there's a choke point. If they carry on this way, it's probably not going to feel... Oh no, Yvonne, don't. Oh no, they're getting baited in, Mike. They're getting baited in. Sin City waiting.
You can see they want to go in.
Oh, we got one.
It's Tarek the fool.
She's still going. I thought one was enough the second as well. Damn. Are you really going to take that, Tarek? Are you letting
I
that
love
happen?
how it's Tarek the first to fall.
Beautiful, isn't it? There it is. A sacrifice. Giving it up. Oh no.
Wait, so hang on, actually, who cheated? Who bought the guns there? So a few guns made it into sight.
Tarek, I need you to up the ante here.
Right, where's my 5-man flank?
We were promised this.
Yeah. Okay, now
It's
we
gonna be a
got
very
5.
loud
We've got 5 Odins now.
Now we can see how spammable
Yeah,
the
we're
map is.
testing
There
where
we go.
these balls are.
Well,
this is the one we're on about.
Well, at least you have other spots to play. You have options.
That is true. That would not be fun otherwise. Luckily, mostly unscathed here.
Yeah, they didn't really get too much from that. Actually, they're
I mean, yeah, Toast the falls
look
first.
at mid. They're just getting so much free info.
Oh, comes in.
It's not pretty gameplay.
No, this is not probably the caliber that the next game's gonna be like.
No.
But you never know. Oh, it's just very loud here. It's very, very loud. Thank you, Vinny, and thank you, Tarek, for quietening down Team Toast.
Have they run out of money yet? As I say, do we get another? Do we get another weird purchase?
I think they're just going for a real buy pretty soon.
Yeah.
I mean, for Toast, that is just any sort of shotgun, so...
I guess another question as well with to get a reveal into that site, kind of has to go through the window. What are the opportunities to come over that archway in terms of the skybox? Is there any kind of possibilities for early reveals to set that up, or do you have to take the space in front of that window?
You kind of need to take the space in front of the window. You can do some level of recon for it.
There we go.
There's something.
They're going all in. They want to end this one, it looks like. For this tournament site, we do have that Vice utility here as well. TP up towards heaven.
Last man aja kayak GPRX
Oh,
mah.
and it just clips the ankle almost. Josh Zeki, beautiful from
Again,
him.
that right there, that positioning is primed. Oh, but Mel just goes through heaven.
Look, Mel's getting kind of slippery with these positions, figuring out the map.
Did she TP in actually?
Yeah,
She did.
Dia tinggi pisannya si powernya.
3v2, Mel and Toast. Hello, Tarek, and wake up here, buddy. Mel is reining it in. Nice little swim south there.
Yeah, they took the bait.
Oh, this time.
The TP in as well.
Oh, Mel is putting on a masterclass. This could be lovely, but a tap on the spike and a draw. The hand has to show. Okay, Mel. You ending it now up against Mel.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Mel.
Is she sticking it?
Where's the time? No. A nice try all around. The 13-7. Team Toast coming out swinging.
It's our first international Corrode champions.
True.
Crown.
True. There it is. Mel, top of the board. Tens, top of the board. Very good performance. Nice to see what the Open can do here as well. Just TPing around, getting kind of slippery with that verticality. It was super nice to witness.
It was. I mean, I'm glad we saw a couple of examples, particularly towards mid. Some of the things we were talking about ahead of time. I'm interested to see kind of how the development of post plants kind of. That's where I'm leaning with this.
Yeah.
The defender side aggression, like you said, setting up kind of set pieces and more initiator-oriented gameplay, but also how the postmarks develop. Is there anything that kind of stood out to you?
No, I think they were kind of playing it how I would think like a high-level team, you know, of this caliber would play. Like they were going for a lot of mid splits. They were trying to like take their time as they're getting the site. I think there was times where like example from Josh Lecky where he was able to hold down elbow and get those 2 picks. I think that's exactly kind of what the good gameplay we want to see.
Oh, that was good fun. All good spirits though, even after the knives.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, touch and go for a minute there.
Some brawl breaks
The
out on
PM
the site.
was coming out,
Yeah, it was ramping up a little bit, but I think overall, I just want to see what the teams do with this now in their hands. You know what I mean? Get those pro teams out there, see what they can make of this map, because you saw glimpses of what it could look like. And again, we are getting ourselves ready here for the Verizon post-game interview. You can see Yinzu getting locked in down on stage. And yeah, everyone just lining up, and again, I think a good first glimpse.
Yeah, for sure. I guess key takeaways, like I said, is I'm really excited to see kind of composition changes, some of the other things we've talked about.
All right, we're going to pass it on down to Yinzu. Let's hear from the captains of that fantastic show match.
Well, that was a fabulous display of mechanics, skills, talent on the new map. I'm now joined by Toast and Tarek here, but I didn't realize we're gonna have everyone here. So real quick, Tens, you're coming back, right? After that, you're coming back.
Maybe. Yeah, Kaide called me Wash, so I had to show her what's up.
You have to come back, Tens. That was crazy up there. But Toast, the judge, the Cypher defense setups, it was so nasty. What about you? Have you ever thought about maybe, I know you like to start your own team, but maybe put yourself in there?
Yeah, this experience has taught me that I don't need to hire players. I can be the player on my team.
I completely agree. But Tarek, it wasn't for a lack of trying. You brought it as well. Love the things that you managed to show us. What did you make of the new map? There was a lot of kind of new things. We saw the Odin spam and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, honestly, that was not a great first experience on the new map. I was getting judged and ran down just like left and right. But no, I think it's going to be really exciting, and it'll bring a new flavor to Valorant, so it's fun to see what'll happen with it. Yeah, it's going to be good.
And very quickly, which team do you anticipate to be able to take over on this map?
Which team do I think will be good on the map? I mean, I gotta say Samus.
I agree with you, But more importantly, there's a reason why there is a cake here. As you guys know, the loser is gonna get this cake to the face. So I just want to make sure we're out of the firing line. Toast, you earn this. Enjoy this. You need help? I think he needs a bit of help, yeah. Here we go. Oh.
Anjing banget tarik diceplok goblok. Met.
Hah?
Tinggali banget na di berek kue anjing. Pedah ele.
Oh my goodness. What a day it is here at the grand finals. Congratulations once again to Team Tarek. But the main event is coming up right after this. One more time, guys. Give it up for Team Toast.
All I gotta say is I'm a little bit jealous because I look like Red Velvet, and I love me some Red Velvet. Body built by Red Velvet, you know what I'm saying? But in any case, everyone, welcome back. Golden Boy here on the desk. We have the one and only. We have Leo Faria. We also have Anna Donlan. You guys know them, right? Give it up, you don't mind? Give it up. Muchas gracias.
Hello.
All right, so we do this every event.
We do.
It's kind of become a tradition of ours at this point, which is super fun. So why don't we go ahead and first talk about the new map. Just debuted new map. Looks awesome. Looks super fun. Personal experience, have you had a chance to play on it? Main on it?
I have played on it. I haven't decided who I want to main on it yet.
Okay.
I loved watching it in action today, though, because we make these things. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I love watching them try. It was great.
And the
right?
trailer was great.
Yeah.
The cinematic was awesome.
Oh, it was super dope. Super dope. And that cake was super cakes approved.
Yeah.
Super cakes approved.
Super cakes approved.
Super cakes approved.
That's right. You got to hear first. But Leo, yeah, I mean, this map looks like it's going to be a pretty fun addition to the circuit when we finally get it added there. Lots of variety as far as like defensive holds are concerned. Even though we did see the attackers really do some work, so I think teams are going to have some fun with this one. What do you think about it?
Man, we're very excited. Look, this map is going to bring something like a more straightforward type of gameplay to Valorant and the VCT. as you said, it is supposed to give you more of that layer defensive, layer defense to our competition. So yeah, we're very excited.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see how some of our pro teams take to it.
That's
right.
Maps always play a big role in how Valorant unfolds. So looking forward to seeing it in play.
Exactly. Now, another thing, and you guys can probably see it over here, is our MVP bracelet, because we're going to be awarding our most valuable player at the end of this. Leo, who's in your running so far for MVP?
Look, man, I think we have really good candidates this event. I think, I think our boy Forsaken has a real shot.
I like that.
He's a pure X veteran who's been with that roster since 2021. His flex player been killing the event, so we'll see.
Right.
But
okay, Toronto, how we feel? You think Forsaken could be MVP? Toronto, what do you think? We got some Forsaken fans out here. Anna, what about you?
All right, I think I'm gonna go Fnatic. I'm gonna say, it doesn't even need up to me. I saw them crown Kayak yesterday. They crowned their own boy.
They did crown
so
Kayak.
They're telling us they crown Kayak. I'm going with Kayak.
You know what? Honestly, Kayak has been looking incredible up there. We're looking forward to seeing him take to that stage. Oh yeah, that kid's incredible, without a doubt. Now, all right, well, look, we like to talk about some fun stuff up here. And any news that we should be expecting late this year and beyond regarding, the game, the sport, everything? What do you got to share first?
I mean, there's always something coming, right? So, look, it is June, right? June? We're still in June, I think?
Yes,
June?
Crazy enough. It feels like it's been 5 years.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, every time we come to one of these, I feel like the year just ended. This one has not ended. We still got a lot to go. Of course, we have another agent coming out this year, so we've got that to look forward to. Yeah, no details, but yes, we do have another agent coming. We've got replays, finally. Replays on the way.
Replays! We like replays.
I don't think we deserve applause, but I am super happy that they're coming. We've got the Unreal 5 update. I actually did want to say, we saw a lot of player chatter around concerns that maybe UE5 is going to make it less performant on lower end machines. I actually think it's going to do the opposite that. So I want to make sure people don't have to worry about that. Game's still going to run really well. And then I think, we're going to spend the rest of this year really dialing in things like gunplay, agent abilities.
Mas banyak season juga nama panyarma nya met.
Hopefully you've already seen some of those changes.
Mas banyak season juga nama panyarma keluar nanya.
I've seen it in this event actually paying off a lot.
Tanggal 30 kan ganti season.
Is some of our a little bit more aggressive changes. Not too aggressive, but there's a good chance we break some stuff,
Okay.
There's a good chance we break some stuff. But the goal is to get it fixed and good heading into 26. So I think the game's going to be in a really, really good spot heading into next year.
Oh, I know a lot of people are excited about that for sure. And for me as a little esports nerd, Leo, what do we have? Because Champs around the corner. We're going to Paris. It looks like it's going to be a blast. What do you got?
Champs is always, the moment we pull all the stops. Of course, we have stage 2 before, and that playoff's going to be sick. But yeah, Champs coming up. Paris, by the way, a reminder for everyone, verify your account if you want to buy tickets, right? We want to make sure tickets go to fans.
That's
and
right.
we have a verification process, so make sure to verify your account. But look, we're very excited. We've been trying a number of new things this year, including leading a little bit more into this convention vibe, more community, more activation, fans closer to the action. And we're seeing that in Toronto. We're going to see that at Champs. But of course, we still have more to come. We have Ascension after Champions.
Yeah.
We have Game Changers Championship coming to Lall Park in Seoul for the first time.
That's going to be so awesome. I'm excited for that one.
There's still lots to come this year.
Yeah, even speaking for myself as an old school esports kid who went to these conventions back in the day, compete in a lot of these tournaments, it really did bring back the feeling for me. I do want to give a special shout out to the Artist Alley. They are absolutely incredible out there. Yeah, and if you're in the venue and you haven't had a chance to check out Artist Alley yet, please do so. Support local artists. They can very much use your support, and really just creative stuff, man.
I spent so much money.
Okay. Hey, and then there's more money to spend. No, but seriously, go check them out. It's amazing stuff here. And speaking of amazing, we're actually celebrating 5 years of Valorant, and it has been quite the journey to get to this point here, Leo. What's one of your favorite memories, man?
Man, look, it's hard to choose one. I think there's so many. I really love that very first event we had fans, a crowd in Copenhagen.
Yeah. That was my first event. Yeah, right? Man. Yeah.
Lock-in holds a special place in my heart. But I think my favorite is Champions in LA.
Yeah.
Just because, look, it was such an iconic venue. It was Riot's backyard, so it meant a lot to us. And the whole story of that tournament was beautiful. Seeing that team and Potter, lifting the championship trophy in front of the home crowd. it felt very special.
Yeah, it was historic. It was such a moment, without a doubt. All right, and what about you? What's your favorite memory in these 5 years?
This was like the hardest question on this entire thing.
Yeah,
honestly.
it's still listed as TBD.
I know it's TBD in your notes. I was like, what one thing for 5 years? Look, I will say, I think closed beta, honestly, is like, it's gonna just, I don't know what's gonna top that feeling in that moment when like we had put our heart and soul into this thing.
Yeah.
We didn't know if anyone was gonna want to play it. We didn't know if anyone was gonna show up. And then those servers started lighting up, Twitch streams, code drops. Like it was so overwhelming. Andy Ho, our EP, was like physically dropping codes to people. We're like calling, can we get more servers? And that's kind of like, it was like this moment where we knew like we'd made something that people would like want to play and that they would want to invest their time in. And that was the dream. Like we didn't make it for us, like we made it for all these people. So that moment I don't know what could top that,
even from like me as like a video game industry nerd, like what you guys accomplished releasing a game during COVID like that was actually quite unprecedented at the time. And was
Match found.
Groundwork for a lot of the industry moving forward. So, and that's not blowing smoke. I'm being honest. Like that genuinely is like what happened. So you guys have a lot to be proud of there.
So much.
And it's been quite the journey.
Thank you.
It
it's
really
been a
has.
huge journey. Thank you. And thank you to everybody.
Yeah, for real. And seriously, I mean, it's always a pleasure to get an opportunity to chat with you guys. There's always going to be more trickles of goodness down the road, and I'm excited for it as well. But for now, folks, that is where
Deathmatch.
we are going to
Warm
leave
up.
here. For now, can I give a round of applause for Leo and Anna? Thank you so much for joining me on the desk. Because Toronto has been incredible, and because the grand finals between Paper X and Fnatic are around the corner. For now, let's go ahead and hear from one of the possible MVP contenders, both with Jing.
So they're definitely a really good team. This tournament has a lot of confidence. I've seen like many clips online of him like entire team a lot of energy and confidence. So I think that's a really good how they're playing right now. Super BB.
Gonna have to do one. Super BB does well as a
Because it's really exciting and really proud of my team. Pacific, so I see all the paper truly do this one is gonna
Let them try to get through.
Now these two teams have
Fight.
both made incredible runs. Paper X train rolled through the uppers and scored 3 straight 2 down along the way.
Omen killed.
That Fnatic, who survived 4 straight elimination matches, to make it back to their first grand final in 728 days. Of course, joining me back on the desk here, you have Kapuka. Who's going to break everything down for today's grand final between Paper X and Fnatic. But before we dive into everything, that is going to bring us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know
Opponent killed.
going to lift that trophy today. Scan the QR code. Has it been Paper X or Fnatic? And of course, all throughout the final, make sure to BCG as Valoran Masters broadcast. All right, let's talk about this game here because this is Paper X's third grand final appearance, and yet they only have to go
Two are both heartbreakers in their history, all the way back in Copenhagen. Paper X fell to incredible solo bracket run, and then it was another heartbreak when they came back again a couple years later to the grand final in Los Angeles. So now, the question is for Paper X.
Yeah, exactly. It's not only that they hit points so many of the specifies getting further into the tournament, but still, not only the grand finals, also the lower brackets, they still have to win.
Omen killed.
So many occasions we spoke about Paper X. Come on, this is their tournament, and it's these teams in this global
Enemy removed. Cypher removed.
Valoran. Paper X is one of those squads, one of those organizations that has the deepest pedigree.
Be at peace.
I really love this team. I think root for them because everyone has been finally happens where they finally lift a trophy. And today they have another chance.
They really do. This team has certainly won the hearts of a lot of people throughout their tenure in the history. But that young man on your screen there
Rest.
said goodbye to for a little while, but turns out not to be the case.
Fall down. One dead.
Dominating.
Omen kill.
It turned out that he had a medical issue
Stand down.
come back and play. So Paperx got this opportunity to have their super that they would have back. And now
Return to dust.
they thought it would be his last game. He's in another final with the squad that has always been his.
If you think about Paperx, you have to. Why you love this team? Why you support them?
Enemy down.
What no other team apparently can do. And one of the players that is one of the best in doing so is Jake.
You fought well.
I think that today has a very
Eliminate.
graceless if Paperx manages to get the victory.
Opponent kill.
Tarik main
Greatest of all time in Valoran if he wins this tournament.
Itu ramonnya lagi.
Franco is one of the biggest legends of this game. Back in
Sova removed.
duelist, sentinel, it doesn't matter. If we take a look
10 kills remaining.
I would say he is
Omen kill.
a trophy there, going to the final, champions that year, no matter what time, what medal.
Good attempt.
Goes deep in tournaments, and he only gets better the bigger he's already improved from the group stage.
5 kills remaining.
He's the type of guy who's gonna step up in a grand final like this one.
Without
Headshot. One dead.
in this moment here because and Forsaken stepping into this role for like
Sova removed.
one of the craziest callers in the game. It's a tall task to ask
For years, you who's your ideal? We're all
One kill remaining.
Just one more. Omen kill. We move forward.
the first ever global event in Southeast Asia, at home for them. But now here they are again with an opportunity and against a guy who's always loved this team.
Exactly. Bozo has always been in the side supporting, right? Because we've never seen these two teams playing on a best of 5. So, of course, when the tournament runs deep, I think that we've also seen in socials throughout the years how they have such a good relationship between these two teams, between specifically these two IGLs. I love the fact that we have a Paperx that still, throughout the years, has managed to make this style work.
Boaster was a grand finalist for Valorant's first ever global event, and he's still here. He's still bringing up new rookie players. You look at Alpha. He was the guy who brought him into Tier 1. In a lot of ways, made him
Ayo cepet login,
the
Bibi.
rookie candidate he is
Mas
today.
main,
Now
anjing
Boaster's
sus
here
dari
again,
you.
without Durka, without Mini, those right
Nggak
now
kene,
for his
anjir.
entire run as a leader, and he is still championship caliber. You
Nggak
have to
usah
say,
main
if he wins today, there's no contest
Lah kene
that
emang
he
jam
is
sembarangan
Valorant's
main.
best IGL.
Ini anjing, kita kan aya ngadogoan heula keluar di.
Match found.
Oh, iya.
Ayo. PUBG. PUBG Mobile.
Wah mana ya, Bibi?
Aing kawan download deui PUBG Mobile, anjing loba pisan skin aing. Baju-bajuna. Jadi hese aja.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Ngomong dia, Deston. Aja mapamnya.
Ayo tuh login.
Aing nangis main.
Let's go ahead and hear what Kayak and Patman had to say to Yinsu, excuse me.
Oh, sok atuh da ieu mah karitusun.
Sok
I've now got
Oh,
the
ini
super
tinggal
rookies in the
keluar.
tournament here with me, Patman from Paper X and Kayak
Iya,
from
map
Fnatic.
anyar main di
You
map anyar,
might
Cok.
have an idea what the
Harusnya.
other person might be feeling right now because it is both of your first tournaments and you're already in the final. So I wanted to ask you two questions. First of all, Patman, what does it mean to you to make it already this early on in your career?
Star Wars ke diskon 80%.
I'm just watching everyone and now I'm playing in a grand final, so yeah, feel excited.
And Kayak, you won Ascension, you know, like 9 months ago, and now you're already in a global final. How does that feel for you?
I mean, it means a lot, but
FC 25 ke
game
diskon
same as other
80%.
games, so no extra pressure.
Bisa berapa?
Jadi
200.000.
dari 239 jadi 47.800.
And of course, the final match, the opponents are very interesting as well. What do you think about Paper X?
I think
FC berapa? Ayo mana?
opponents, I wanted to face them like before the grand final.
FC berapa?
2025.
Finally we meet.
Mana?
Iya,
I think both the teams have much different play styles, so it's gonna be a good game.
I hope so too. And what about you, Patman?
I mean, like what he said, we play like both different
Mana?
playstyle. It's gonna be like play SS, I
25.
guess. And yeah, I feel so excited to face against them because
Mana stream na awal?
before I'm just watching Boster do like cool walkouts, and now I'm facing with him. So yeah.
Well, I can't wait to see your walkout. Thank you very much.
Earlier on, we asked
Chat.
the MasterCard fan poll who make a game of it here. And the results are in the community.
Mana
Says
Cikanda?
71.6% for Paper X. Mimi, do they finally lift a trophy over their head?
It makes sense for a couple different reasons, right? That this feels like it's just their time. Losing 2 finals before, being in another one, having a double ban advantage.
Udah
Still, when you
nggak
look at
stack
this,
kayak FIFA
a lot
26
of us
soalnya.
thought Fnatic would win today. And for me,
Kayak September FIFA
the
26.
intensity of this lower bracket run,
Ini tahu.
that they've done it already on maps they're
Tahu
not good
gak
at.
aja.
And even with that double ban advantage, I think if this gets deep, if we
yeah,
get to a
yeah.
map 5, I back Fnatic in those high pressure positions.
And when we look at the record that we were speaking about, those best of 5s, both of the times the Paper X made it to the grand final was also through the upper bracket. And if history is to
Ya
repeat
bunuh diri
itself,
kalau.
maybe that advantage is not enough if the other team has been having everything on the line for so many days.
The first trophy that Paper X ever lost was to an EMEA team who went on a lower bracket run when they came through the uppers. It's a question of
Just like Fnatic.
3 years on if history repeats itself here.
Oh man, they say lightning can't strike twice here in Toronto. Well, we're about to find out, people, because after 12 days of competition, we're now down to the final 2. It's Paper X versus Fnatic. Best of 5 for the trophy. The Masters Toronto Grand Final starts right now.
Late mid lurk as well coming out from Jing. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away.
Di Mafia.
Forsaken, but the numbers still good.
Daston.
Paper X is like one mind
Dah. Deston.
together as a team.
Keep moving, boys.
Listen guys, just play side.
Ya 2 versus 2 kan?
People's thought and
Kayak squad mah bisa yang ngepunung.
Saha.
Mana? Tuh bisa ngakill.
Si anjing.
So it's all going a little topsy-turvy.
Last mid. We just play like usual, but there's some right on the line here. Together, boys. Together.
Tapi cek aing PRX menang das ya. Soalnya runner up wae. Tapi mun eleh runner up deui sih gelo sih. Fanatik mang sebar kali menang, 2 kali.
Lucky yo match king.
Dapet.
I think
Tapi
this
saya mah jadi
moment is
lila.
really exciting. We barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific, so really proud of my team.
2 years
Si
in the making,
Tulus.
but Paper X are finally back in another grand final.
First time I ever made it to grand finals, it was Copenhagen. I mean, of course, we were kind of sad, but at the same time, we were so happy and proud of how far we went. Second time I was in grand finals was Champs LA. I still remember the
Laki
feeling
aja.
of walking past EG
Ya, matakan.
and watching them
Di
hold
iya
up
kira
the trophy.
quick match. Menunggu 3 menit.
Their loss
Nah, iya kan.
was quite hard on all of us. We thought like we had the experience from Copenhagen and we would play really well in LA Champs, but
Kali.
unfortunately that was not the case. After the tournament,
Nah, kan kayaknya 3
everyone
menit.
received so much love from the fans. That made me really happy as well, and it made me push harder to keep being good at the game. Just like us, it's been long since Fnatic has been in the grand finals. It's gonna be a great match.
It's been a while since I've been in the grand finals. But damn, does it feel good to be back.
Fnatic bringing out.
Kakang Abi wah.
Di mana turunnya?
Rame ya tuh.
Di arena.
Ah benar anjir.
Nah,
Apa
iya,
yang aing
arena.
pikirkan.
Sino tur ke
Ke ujung
aing.
gitu kan. Heeh.
Coming to the state. I have already 3 trophies.
And they sent G2 back.
Gas.
Jauh kene anjing kalau.
Jauh kayaknya kumaha. Ah iya perkotaan.
Tuh, baik ke arena dulu.
Jika di Dubai mah.
Dubai.
Ningali langit halusnya, ningali handap nama meni gersang kieu nya. Kumuh.
This is my first time to have a chance to rip
Desktopnya mah iya.
Siga ieu
Map
nya
keur
naon sih?
Deathmatch.
Pack candy. Lain pack candy naon sih nu padang pasir teh?
Miramar.
Miramar.
I think the best aimers is Turkish players.
Anjay, beleguk si aing.
If they try to pick me, I'm gonna show them
Datang teh ke tempat sepi sama Biu.
Aya burial ya, Dek.
where I'm from.
Malah.
This time,
Hayang eh. Mana make barrel teh? Nah, tuh make.
I'll be the one lifting the trophy.
We're on my home soil now.
Tah emper.
Soalnya barrel aing beres skin.
So it's time to take over.
Halus deh.
Di dia. Sia goblok nembakan wae.
Naon menang ke henteu sih olo-olo.
Boys, I know what we're capable of, and I know that we can reach the top.
Nu alus lu tinggal.
You are all my family. Let's go get that trophy.
Serius orang Indo pendukung PRX HP cok. Orang minoritas tuh, mah ya.
Get ready to get wrecked. The train is coming.
Pakai beril pakai akanya.
Kali 2 ya.
Guys. Yang kali genap aing.
Makanya gak dicokot lah.
Dicokot kemana?
Dapat car bro.
Kali 4, oke. Lorana jauh lah. Sila tuh main PUBG aja, bisa nembaknya kayaknya. Susah aja. Belajar nembak dulu guys ya. Naon dia senjata naon dia? Iya bi alus bi. Supply senjata supply eta. Baik dulu ya. Oh, lumayan aing dapat feel-nya ya. Aing butuh kompensator, cok. Tempat aing tadi turun. Ya jelma. Oh, mana deh.
Oh, peluru coklat anjing.
Coklatnya naon? Mana pakai naon?
Iya, non.
Oh, sekarang mah hijau itu.
Pakai kar aing. Oh iya ding.
Oh, kar.
Cukup.
Iya, extended. Nggak sih?
Ya, no jangan reload. Mana?
Nambah peluru.
Mana tandaan?
Aing bawa iya. Tah, tuh ya 2. Pilih opsi.
Bisa yuk.
Nggak kadele eta terlurus pisan.
Anjing kalau purwainya.
Emang sih first nembak tanya cat langsung naik pisan anjir. Jadi langsung nembak langsung ke turun ke aja. Game gelo emang.
Lu ditahan anjing.
Apa nanya? Ke hidrolik ah. Cing aya naon hidrolik teh.
Jongkok teh mencet naon?
Tapi tabrak aya mana? Nonjong kadang masa sarean di lantai.
Kalau dia laundry tanda oranye.
Iya gede. Mana sih? Manit mendung.
Ini langsung panas bisa main dia.
Agar unggah.
Kacana ge panas. Naon sih?
Kita ada suara. Aja apa yuk? Saya nggak ada yang suara jalan malam, Pak.
Tapi harus dibuka sih ya, anjing harus di loading kan.
Oh, berarti aja mah di dia bener. Dapat kali genap. Ya kali opat,
Sniper.
ada mah.
Mana?
Ya karaoke aya ya.
Enggak anjing, karena sih.
Ya.
Kali opat.
Ya base camp non. Dapat kali 8-nya cowok kali genapna.
Ya anjing.
Kayak gaya jelema.
Wah, itu masih ya goblok. Aya
Di
emang.
kiri. Aya bieu nembakan aing. Orang asli juga.
Mana, Cuk?
Nongkrong aja nyari water. Injil mau kuliah. Di kirinya. Mana tuh?
Wah, anjing jadi mana? Duh, tukangan aing.
Emang ngetretna lila. Main. Aing lepas.
Main euy. 3-0 saja buat Fnatic.
All steady for now. PaperX nice and grouped up. Contact plays.
Sarwakan menit mana?
Playing A for retake though. It's a confident start taking this kind of risk. You could well run into somebody holding the one
Menit hiji.
love to play for retake in these situations.
Hiji sabaraha.
Get himself to the post here. Body's already standing.
Tilu.
Something has to be the stopping player in motion. Already having a fight straight to the small lead. Sailing up and overhead. From main node, he's getting squeezed.
Aing bawa anak. Coba ke Indo.
Crashes.
Di Filipina.
You're going to be hoping that it's the first of many, but it's a slow up as well, just to slow the approach. At least for now, it's tepid, cautious, being played. Fnatic know that they have plenty of time to work with here. There's a time potentially missed again. It's being
udah 3.
from the side, stick it all the way.
Di stick anjing. Gelo. Nice
to the opening pistol.
Anjing booster nggak mulai nangtung.
Upon the A site there from both teams actually. Fnatic back into the retake. Managed to navigate all of that post-plant util. And the squeeze really came down onto something. He had to hold 2 players off on the flank and then got caught by that recon.
Bisa pakai.
Nice! Come on, man! Come on!
Si booster.
And the Viper Orb set up there for the retake as well from Chronicle, just allowing Fnatic to be able to get back
Menit
in.
di detik tilu, 2, hiji. 138, 137, 36, 35. Sarwata.
Cycling through the util. Chronicle's hunting for heads.
Sarwata, met.
Duluan aing.
Too much, but PaperX are not far behind.
Duluan aing, mana gancangan deui.
Sabaraha eta mana?
18.
18, 17, 16, 15.
Aing mah geus 13.
13, 12, 11.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Beda 3 detik anjing. So ngomong 1 menit.
59, 58, 57, 56,
55, 54, 53. Beda anjing.
Paranoia to try and set him up. Aggression called for, looking to try and crunch these PaperX players in their place. But the Alpha's taking liberties. This is a guy that has been let loose, unleashed. MVP candidate.
Nice.
With just a pistol in hand, he's not going to be offering up any sort of guns here. 30 seconds left. Death by 1,000 cuts. PaperX are feeling right now.
Nice.
Akan. 3-0 saja bos, biar cepat.
PaperX not doing anything too crazy.
Biar tidur.
We know that this is a team that can turn up the tempo massively. But
Back main PBGD.
Playing to slowly contact into areas and try to figure out what this Fnatic defense looks like.
Duh, nonton Valo jadi pengen main PUBG. Keren.
Crashies drone the recon, Alpha's trips and cam. And this round, expecting a B pop, Boaster's got the troops positioned to defend on B. 4 players stacked from Fnatic.
All stacked up. Crashies the lone defender towards A, full confidence in the retake. Kayak gone wandering, lurking up through mid. He's going to be
Tuh
getting
dapat isi for second modars ya. Neon.
Cetas.
Is clearing these kind of spots.
Slight miss shot.
Alpajar. Ganti soal Alpajar nomor.
Good information though for the attackers and Crashies.
Dapat main.
What a challenge to take.
He might think though that that's the only lurk player.
Turu dulu Pac-Man.
Expect the other 4 stacked up behind, but
Kayak dapat
has read it.
Here comes the pincer.
Dapat 2.
Kayak instantly domes 2. Paperx are left reeling on their buy round.
Siapa yang pakai Sagewa di dia?
Maintaining discipline. Composure that sailed them all the way through here. The rifles. It's going to have to be raw heroics to see if he can stand a chance in this one. Paperx none the wiser.
Nice.
In their laps. It's inevitable at this point.
Jing's got an impossible task ahead of him. A 1v4 stuck in elbow. Even if he tried to save, it's not going to work. 30 seconds. Spike abandoned. Fnatic can put the squeeze on. They'd love to get another rifle on board. And deny it away from Paperx.
Nice.
He can't even get one. What a beautiful round from Fnatic, Brennan. A couple of strategic things as well for this EMEA team. Looking strong early. One of which is Kayak is feeling confident enough to go for that kind of play in round 3. This is a rookie player coming in, having just won Ascension. He's played fantastically inside EMEA in stage 1. But to be able to do that in your first global event, in your first grand finals, that is confident. That's what you need. And the other part too is they're stressing the flank. Paperx don't have a Cypher, they don't have a Vice, they don't have any ability to watch the flank with some kind of piece of util. And already after round 3, Alex is calling a timeout. This is a
This timeout deh si Alex.
for Paperx, considering that this is the map that arguably they're the most favored on. That's why they've taken us here first.
Itu jeda masalah mental.
Mental si Alex sih sebenarnya.
Let me tell you, when you get to grand finals, when you get into that best of 5 territory, forget the strategy, the experience plays the biggest difference. Fnatic have that in spades. You can make the same argument for Paperx, but they've never lifted a trophy themselves before. They've come close, and they've always missed the mark. It's one of the things that's going to be circling around their heads.
And if you think all the way back to Copenhagen, the final map, as far as I can remember, they threw a crazy composition out there as well. They're playing Yoru Breach on Breeze, which is just, I mean, even in the current Yoru Breach era, is a bit of a mad idea to comprehend. They were always happy to go in and throw the punches and see what landed. Whereas Fnatic, I think, are going to be coming into a game like this with heavy ideas and strategy and ways of anti-stratting and breaking down what Paperx have got in store.
Pakai Sage.
Especially on maps they knew were coming early, like here on Sunset.
Oh, benar pakai Outlaw.
Outlaws to thrive in this setting. See your players on half armor. The dart immediately dealt with. Kayak is safe.
Hemat duit. Kayak
Never a
Outlaw,
worry,
modal
never
gitu
a
mana.
doubt that recon was going to get broken. Crashies always had
Off shield kali.
to hold onto the smoke. Forsaken.
Yes, risky business, but again, risks have to be taken when you're down like this. Paperx want to increase the tempo, increase the heat.
KD.
Already stray shots. No damage.
Aduh. Kemana ke tripti, cok? Tadi hadapan mana, kok?
Tertrifty.
Alfia gonna have to be a hero here coming back through market.
Siapa pacaran mana
Done a
nih?
great job of getting back into this round. Put a serious squeeze on the Boaster, he just couldn't hold up to the pressure.
Modar Sajing.
Trying to do some damage towards the end of this one. Alfia is left it down to the
1v1? Ah, nice.
Hakan.
Najol 1v1 deui ya.
Kita menang 2 si Alpajar.
Huge kill off screen as well. The Turkish aim comes through and saves Fnatic in a situation where things
fokus kasih Kayak KB.
weaponry only stingers out for Paperx, but they're still down 0 and 4.
Si Bosterna cilepeung anjing.
Interesting moment in that. Boaster threw a counter paranoia to try to keep
Nggak bisa headshotnya. Nembak anus ya dah.
running forwards. Living and breathing by the W Gaming.
And it did put Boaster and Crashies in a tough spot that Alpha had to recover. Come on, let's go. A 4-0 lead, and now Kayak has the funds to be able to bring out the off. He is alone, though, on the A site here. Take a look at this guy. Doesn't really have the most support in the world. Crashies is going to come to his back like he did in B main early. But PaperX have the util to push him off.
All in your face too, and he hears it. Footsteps around, trying to take that one into the off angle.
Yeah.
In your face. You turned into pink mist at a moment's notice here. Crashies, he's stuck, isolated, skipping, hopping, trying to survive.
Slow-mo-nya yang dipakai.
Then surely he would have been dead, but instead focusing on taking the site.
Crashes forward, he's already taken the timing against them, and he's trying to take it forwards. Fast and loose is the play. Wall into the back of the site, though. It's all being contained in that flank again. Drone close, no coverage, and Cyberboaster's there to respond.
Tekanyon.
Only expecting the one.
Dapat atau apa aja anjing?
Jumped away. Boaster.
Ji, sana.
Gonna be left to do it all. Finally, Alpha reveals his hand. Look at the wrist. The hat goes out. It's gonna be good information. Hammered up. Start rebounding. The time is gonna start ticking soon enough. PaperX instill a bit more discipline. Looking to try and play this one together now. First target. First target down. Boaster's gone and Alpha.
Tapi kamu ke satenya.
So PaperX.
Mungkin itu udah kesate aja. Nyibejin.
Critical one at that.
A little bit of a late awakening here on the stage, but nice to see the PaperX have got what it takes when there's ults on the board. Slight mechanical error there for Kayak at the very beginning. Had a shot actually on the Divide. I think he caught it dead to rights, but just got off the angle at the wrong moment. Chose to scope back up.
Dia mah playing nak KD-nya. Sentinya.
Now Kayak's going to have to play with his Neon Ultimate. Already invested pretty heavily economically in the previous round. And now PaperX going into the Cypher setup.
Dart tucked around, it's an instant drone.
Timing.
Walking out through mid. Batman looking to contain it. Missed the timing on it though. These players have already slipped straight past. Kayak. He's going to hear stuff. Surely hears it, yes. Tip top of the footsteps, and he buys his time.
Aduh.
Shuts him down. It's Batman. Straight up the gut, instant res as well. It's going to be undoing that damage.
And
a little bit earlier.
A massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken. Through completely. Batman as well. They've cut a swat straight through the middle of this Fnatic defense. Just rotating through, and Chronicles left to pick up the pieces and wonder what the hell happened to this defense macro. PaperX all gathered up towards A, and yet still found that perfect timing. And this is
balik tuh.
Or start to put the hurt on
Modal. Tuh jadi modal ya jelema ya. Pantes deng.
Apalin.
Handed a freebie.
But just going for the save here.
Sampai nu keciduk nih.
PaperX got good value out of that res. Divide online early, able to undo all of the good work that Kayak had done with his tiles push.
Ya timing
And again, I
hungkui
just want to
sih.
stress how much Fnatic are going for these mid pushes and these flanks. They're really trying to abuse. Feels like the biggest part of their anti-strat so far is trying to abuse the fact that PaperX do not have that Cypher in their composition.
Pajukan.
Push down, try to get the flanks going for the A retake.
Kita bunuh si
Something that
Jing.
Boaster loves to do when we've seen him call in the past on maps like Haven, for example, against these Sentinel-less comps. But this time just missed that timing on Patman. And I think it can be tough to play against PaperX sometimes because they do take unorthodox timings. They're willing to take a bit more risk. And so back-to-back rounds. That shot too, instantly denying the Neon Ultimate. Creating space for the res.
Too easy, guys, come on.
Too easy, cenah.
Too easy, guys.
And once again, he's going to put it all down on B, so not using any mid information, except for this cam, which is going to be able to see feet as you walk up mid. But if Alpha's not tapping it regularly, then Patman could still find a timing.
A real switch up as well from the game plan of PaperX.
No, they're really focused on this A pressure, trying to get big value out of Patman's utility, even if it's not actually Patman who's there taking the space.
Drone. PaperX trying to hide their intent.
Very slow so far on the attack side for PaperX too, isn't it? Really trying to mess with expectations.
The dart.
Teka-pangi. Padahal kan ori ikonnya.
Kan tembak di Recon.
Paranoia is going to be sweeping forwards now. It's going to be blinding up Alpha. Nade rebounding. We'll have to respect it. Market control. PaperX is for now. And you see now Hunter's furious and there's signs of life. That's from afar. Crashes. Looking to supplement it, trying to put a stop to this one. But PaperX, they're denying the momentum they've got. This train is not stopping. Not here. Not now.
They barreled through. Unconventional pathing there for PaperX. Didn't send anyone through B main. And Fnatic were left wondering. As the wall came down over towards Boba, slicing off the defenders on site. Chronicle didn't know which way to look. Very much an adaptation here for PaperX in terms of how they're approaching this one. The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from Mini too. Remember that former Fnatic head coach is now doing assistant coaching for this squad. But the game plan appears to be slower and more deathball-y. They're not trying to split, they're just trying to stay together and take out Fnatic piece by piece on rounds like this. If they haven't had the success over towards Elbow, then working through Market and up to Boba was wondrous there. This is now 3 rounds in a row for PaperX. Trying out a really unconventional, slow pace to their game. And at any point here, they can turn up the tempo and it's going to catch Fnatic off guard.
That's the thing with PaperX though. They've been reaching new heights and evolution for this team now. A little bit more of that nuance that's available to them, the slower play, working the map on their attack sides.
And I think they have to. If you play that undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined, I think Fnatic eat that up all day long. They're a disciplined team, they love absorbing aggression. That old PaperX style just simply wouldn't work, I don't think. They have beaten them before, it's one-on-one between these two teams, so I'm not saying it can't ever work, but I don't think it was the right idea to go into this game with. But in this tournament, we've seen a better, more thoughtful PaperX. Willing to pump the brakes and play with a little bit of discipline in the mid-round after doing the same fast pressure. They've still got that killer instinct. They're just willing to temper it. It's now Fnatic who are going to have to take a timeout of their own. The newer coaching staff who've had so much success with this roster, looking to add their input into things. And I would say now's the time to try to hit something quick. If you're PaperX, if you wanted to change up the tempo at any point in this game, coming out of your opponent's timeout, that's one of the best opportunities for you. It is going to be a bit of a half-by round for Fnatic. Kayak with a cannon guardian, and Stinger, and a sheriff around the place. So maybe PaperX will have patience in this one to turn up the tempo for the next. Early B main though is already a little bit different.
Spread out. Control, one away from some big ults as well. Jing. Looking forward to that showstopper. Contact plays good for again. It's just poking out. Now spotted here with a snake bite rebounding. Ricochet and Chronicle looking to try and slow them down. Our bodies behind this one. It's a delayed hit. Jutting smoke. You got to be careful of this one. Alpha inside it, trying to sidestep. Something just dismisses him. And Jing already taken up that timing. Slips into the gap and finding his mark. Boaster has to operate at a bit of run and gun. Backside control is still there for Fnatic. Man down now for PaperX. And PaperX are not stopping. They're not content with just the front. They want the entirety.
Jadi opat sama.
Really good adjustment there as well. Alpha, a little unfortunate, does hit the 140 with the Phantom. You see there the aim punch on something. And Alpha moves away thinking that he's already got the kill. His crosshair resetting onto the next target before even confirming that something had hit the deck. And after a 0-4 beginning to this map, it feels like PaperX, the vibes are back. Yeah. They've tied up the game, and going into this, Kayak once more picking up the operator, and still a slow beginning actually for PaperX. Really not trying to challenge early on. It's been more about contacting. And then the question becomes, who's actually holding the contact for Fnatic? Because often they're playing really passive lines. And here you just see Boaster jiggling and Kayak holding elbow.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs of life. Jing, that's his cue to go. Sending in ricocheting against the wall. That's no damage done to Boaster. Is he going to draw that blood? Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle. Kayak's been overwhelmed.
Dikajak nge-weak fly anjing pakai OP.
Crack open the A site. Crack heads while they're at it. Jing, not content with just a few. Steals them right from his sight line.
A huge round and the defense collapses again from Fnatic. Kayak
bro.
had to hit that shot. He put himself on such an aggressive angle. A really deep position that you see this Neon dive
IPRX
from in
pijiting
elbow.
pernah
If
juaranya.
he doesn't hit the shot,
Dan.
then he can't
Kan gitu.
escape. Neon's got
Rana
great
fungkul
ability,
di
but he's gotta
sini.
hit the first in order to avoid getting traded.
Pijitin nu kamar juga RRQ.
Poster fell shortly
Runner up
afterwards
sih
with that scramble in the smoke. Chronicle once more not really able to have too much impact in his fifth grand final appearance. Thus far, Paper X have been avoiding him mostly. A couple of times now that we've seen him save, and Divide back up to another res, by the way. So got his second available, and that's just a really nice tool for being able to deal with those early skirmishes if Paper X play as a pack. I think it'd be better to call them fan favorites.
Oh yeah. All smiles here.
That's why I was saying yesterday, I really feel like Fnatic are going to be the villains of this story. They've set themselves up as the barrier between Paper X and the trophy that's always one step out of reach. You have to go through a team that's managed to do it back to back, but at the moment, Paper X have picked themselves up after a bad start and have been pretty much flawless since then.
The early timeout has worked wonders.
Kayak once more getting into this deep position, willing to take a bit of a gamble here, tucked himself down behind this box in mid. Last time, didn't find too much value from it.
Deep pushes are everywhere on the map. Fnatic. There's boasters out through A main, down through mid. Getting a good idea now. This is going to be landing over towards B. Chronicle tucked to the corner. He's going to be feeling that
dapat satu.
dealing with these players out towards the extremities, but not through bottom mid. Instant res. Forsaken brought back into the fold. Crashes. Just can't control that Guardian in time. Something. Feeling that heat and that stun does. Good connection. Kayak. Trying to make some moves. Alpha. Dominates market. This. Putting a bit of fear now into the step of Paper X. Forced the plan towards the back of the site.
But playing together, Forsaken and Divine need to come up with a plan here for dealing with things. Suddenly, though, they split apart, trying to get on either side of the Neon wall. So Kayak may be the target. Feels like Paper X need to take the fight into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Setting ducks right now. Alpha, low enough. Shot to the dome, though, will do him in. Kayak. Got to do it in a 1v2. Biding his time in through the smoke, waiting for something to fade. Eventually there. Barrow sticking out, though, and a 3-2-1 face from Paper X. Ransom that 2-round lead.
Dapai ngeri.
Even when things are looking tricky, they've got a game plan, they've got the right micro calls. And that honestly was quite passive too from Kayak towards the end. I'd like to see him get back into that more confident way, although what he was doing in the mid-round was nice to be able to crack open B main. Alpha wins one hugely important duel against Jing, but couldn't overcome Divide, who's took the scoreboard 10 and 5.
Similar setup. Paper X not changing things up. Do they expect Kayak is going to be tagged? Jing! Just adjust the aim. Crashes.
Dikajak underperform.
Now the heat and pressure is going to be turned up onto Alpha. He steps forwards, a bit of spam coming his way. That's a Hunter's Fury into the back of the site. Alpha trying to capitalize off this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping.
Crashes.
Indomitable from this spot.
Drops Divide, drops the spike, manages to sidestep the Hunter's Fury in the meantime too, but they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support him.
Trying to clear him out. Rifle in hand. Trying to lead the march forwards, and the spike potentially retrievable, but Fnatic have eyes on it.
Yeah, Boaster's done a great job here actually of getting, he's beefed the movement there. Was just trying to get on top of the box. He was in a spot where he could support Crashies, and now there's a dangerous timing until this wall breaks, but it looks like it's just about to expire.
Ya ulti Omena nih pasti ke B.
Pakai champion VCT IOE nya. Ayo wae. Champion pertama.
The reason why Chronicle hasn't rotated. Picks it up, slow it down. Paper X only have 30 seconds to work with here.
And what a call. He's calling to go back into the same site. trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
20 left, Boaster. Watchful eye smoke.
Si Boaster cilepeng wae.
It's all on him. Tries to buy time, but a bullet to the dome. And a bullet to the temple.
Cilepeng si Boaster anjing.
In that 1v2.
Game dinner teh
This situation, though, finally winnable for Chronicle, an opportunity for impact.
Looking for an easy fight first. The first most spots it out. Snake fight. No rebound necessary, but doesn't really connect. Something sits it down. Fight is picked. Thought about, committed. Let loose entirely. And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time ticking away. Spraying away. Chronicles hoping, praying. Hoping that Paperex will give him absolutely anything to Forsaken. Knocks him out.
7 rounds in a row for Paperex here. Fnatic just making too many mistakes on the defense side. Kayak kind of whiffs a little bit in this opener, doesn't land a single bullet on Jing. And then Boaster chooses the worst time to drop from high ground to low ground. As this smoke dissipates, he's choosing to walk forwards. Not accurate to hold that smoke as it leaves the Paperex players in the open. Small errors and a massive comeback in this half from Paperex.
All the way back off the side of that timeout.
Forsaken as well, picking up an attack op. He's got the money to just go for a rifle afterwards. Just watching mid.
Ano magawa din?
Going for a B pop here. Yeah, Fnatic hard, disrespecting no deep push out towards A main, so they've got the information, they know what's up.
Jing one away from a showstopper, but choosing not really to go.
Pemacarana eta F9 Iron.
Looking to try to clear the fight. They know this has been happening.
Eta sih something.
Drifted in and out, it's Batman who falls. Something is next.
Dia mah kayak akun saha anjing.
There's a paranoia in your faces and they're going to be disengaging.
Best opportunity for Fnatic to snag around since the first 4.
Leaving Paperex.
Juga namanya minjem akun sih ya.
Paperex thought it was a mid push, realized it wasn't, so now they're exploring mid themselves.
Bukan minjem akun ya, emang disediain akun sama si Riotnya, goblok. Turnamen mah. ML juga gitu, Aisyah mata skinnya kabuka KB.
Could be on Kayak here. Could be on Kayak over towards A. You see Jing making his way towards it, but all 3 players on Paperex.
Nah, ya Iron Gun Body.
Ya, Gun Body mah meren dikirim mah. Si Riot mah.
Topples. The court access towards it, but still, it's B main control for Fnatic. They should be in a good spot for it. Site needs to be cleared out here. In through the back of the side, it's going to be that plant.
10 seconds left.
Watch for Lions wall on a bit as the curtain drops. So does Alpha. Run to your feet, you cannot stop this team. When Paperex get going, there's no denying them a Kayak.
Kayak kok naon aja ada perform bisa.
But 8-4 is where we leave it.
The train took a little while to get going here on Sunset, but then it just plowed through Fnatic. A 3v5 that they turn around with a brilliant lurk play. Again,
second time ini harus wae deh.
A great call on it, found the perfect timing. Forsaken looks amazing here. He's even overtaken Divine.
Unreal scenes so far. Paperex not slowing down, but we're going to send it down to the floor. A special guest is standing by.
I am delighted to be joined by the Raya CEO, Dylan Jadeja here. Now, Toronto has been such a fantastic host city. Welcome back, by the way. Wanted to ask you, how are you finding the event, and also, what have you been up to?
I gotta tell you, this is such an incredible city. It's home for me. I grew up in Brampton. So it's really special.
Si Yona orang India aja.
Yeah, that's right. It's really special to walk the streets of Toronto and see people wearing the Val logo and to be a part of this community. You guys bring such incredible energy to this event. It means so much to us. This is one of the greatest cities in the world, and so to have the opportunity to showcase this to all of our players around the world, that's great. I also would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you to all the players here, to all the players who are watching this online, to the co-streamers and the influencers. You guys make it possible for us to bring this event to our players. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. I got the chance yesterday, by the way, to go back to Brampton. The food is the best in Canada. I just got to say, so
I completely agree. Now, it's made it even more special by the fact Valoran just celebrated its 5th birthday. I remember being there when the game came out, so I wanted to ask you if you could maybe reflect and tell us what it was like on, on launch day.
Yeah, it was crazy. We launched Valorant in the middle of the pandemic with no real perspective on how well it would be loved by players. We knew we had built something that would serve the needs of an audience that cared deeply about a tac shooter. And we thought we had nailed that, but when you launch it in the pandemic, you never know how it's going to play out. And then we didn't know how we were going to serve the game. We were working from home. So we shipped this from people's living rooms. And it wouldn't be where it is if it wasn't for this community. It's been inspiring and humbling to have this be co-created by such passionate players. So we're very, very fortunate and very blessed to have this community build this game with us.
Thank you so much. And also, PaperX might lift their first trophy in 5 years as well. So let's jump back in the game and see if they can close this out.
We're going to see how this first map all shakes out. Time's already ticking. These players are eager to get back into the fight between each other. Fnatic and PaperX.
What an end to that half, though, for PaperX. I mean, if there was any team with momentum here, it would be them. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report and see if you can pick out a player for PaperX that would be looking to try to invest heavily in the defense half. This is not a map that you expect them to be going too much towards the operator. You know, they eliminated Ascent, for example, which is where something's going to be going heavy with that. But here, it's more to do with them playing as a pack, playing as a death ball. And I think Jing and Devi have been great at being able to set up those tip of the spear moments with Forsaken either coming in behind or setting up lurks. And they've just all had phenomenal impact so far. Really feels like they've settled into the rhythm of this map.
Yeah. I was worried at the beginning, Josh. Can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, they're a great team. They've got deep in a lot of tournaments, but winning has eluded them. And you gotta hope that they don't choke another.
Tolong weh, ada game comeback.
At the
Tolong.
moment, though, set up in a great position on a map they should have been favored on.
A lot of running around occurring. PaperX are stacking A towards 4 players. Early setup. Creeping and
Mudah ya.
Chronicle has to be the player to receive. It's an off angle for him.
Ya, dibelakang cuy.
Duku 2 aja 2 lawan 3. Langsung rotate anjing musuhnya.
Something's going to try to recover this one. Actually might have caught a timing. Back around the backs, but scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to fight another day. Alpha is going re-exploring.
Yeah, he's going to have to take down Flight. It's not clean. Stretch of imagination. Something dropped down to 10 health as a result of it.
Standing ahead.
All needs to be broken now. Clearing away. That doesn't clear most of it though. This is impossible scenario for Fnatic. A pistol round in their sights. Already control. Tripled up. In through the back of the site. Main is theirs from Kron.
Last player standing.
Lurking into the fray. Patman is the last one left now to stand against this. What can he really do? The rookie. Not a lot. Revealed up. It's a classic right click, simple enough.
So both pistols in this map going the way of Fnatic.
Kalau di double ding toh si Omen.
One, if you could even call the bonus round that in the first half, going the way of the EMEA team. So we'll see if that trend continues. Fnatic got a great start out, and they just couldn't convert any further. But PaperX, that same
Terus kan diding heula.
Kamari anjing alus si Alpajar nu es make ieu make
peso.
Nu terakhir nama make peso.
Pakai Stinger kan round kedua.
Lain Stinger
Pakai Marshall. Round kedua kayak OP Asia Marshall di round 2 teh. OP-nya teh overpower jeung operator.
Amun eueuh nu meuli shield anjing OP teh.
Ya bae mun ngahit ge ngalawan batur Asia.
You make their job very easy here because they don't have to worry about the lurk, they can just play for the retake. But when you play slow, the way that Boaster calls, there's going to be worries in the back of Forsaken's mind. And they'll have to take timings like this to re-clear mid and then spread back out.
One of that 3-2-1 swing. I'll give me that.
Buat Marshall nih.
Clearing out the way. This is
Sama real armor.
their way back in. They've only got pistols. Trying to make the most of it right now. Again. Bodies topple and fall. Complete collapse onto the site. Patman. Yeah, not live for much longer. 2 now. And this half here for Fnatic, looking to see if they can convert this bonus. It's going to be a healthy one.
PaperX are going to play to try to flood. They love playing quickly. As you put the spike down, they're going to be running back into sight, trying to deny you. Very coordinated with their utility as well, but fast-paced. So far in this tournament,
holding this A, bro. We are defending now again on side.
Yeah, they're not even going to have the chance to get into post plants very often and play these really calm, controlled post plant setups. It's going to be frantic. They're going to feel like defenders, just as Kron said.
Fnatic are getting a glimpse into mid. Jump spots. Info gathered.
Info gabut.
Looking to diligently clear these corners. Waiting to see if any of the PaperX players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
It's a deep wall from Patman. It's causing some concern, but cleared out now by Fnatic.
A devised wall is really good at blocking these gaps. So he's popped it down over towards A right now, and nobody from Fnatic, which means in theory the defenders can back out of A and go to cover a different gap. But they're waiting here, expecting Boaster to be a good enough caller to want to break this wall.
And they're poking, prodding, just trying to bring it down. It's going to be fading at a moment's notice, and while that was occurring, something was the only player holding top mid. He's gone. Kai takes him out. Forsaken responds. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forwards as well, putting a bit of pause into the step of Fnatic. Slow as they go. Taking crashes the one with the spike here, and he's going to be dropping it.
Ya mau spike di shit deh.
Full control here. This is the round has gone a bit skew with Fnatic. They need a miracle. They need it now. Around the spun. It's been picked up, but Jing is straight there. Bullet to the body of Alpha. There's not much left that they can really do from this spot. PaperX up to 9.
And Forsaken does such a great job holding market, forcing Fnatic to pay for every inch they take in blood. Even though something falls, Forsaken is not willing to give this up. Even with a drone in his face, he chooses to challenge, to fight.
1 enemy remaining.
And then catches even a timing on crashes.
Don't mess with me, bro! Don't mess with me, okay?
And that kind of conditioning is going to cause Fnatic to use more utility, be more cautious, always doubling up. Forsaken steps forward again.
Kejebak ya goblok. Akan. Lebar ke kamera anjing jadi kehalangan penonton.
That's a fumble.
Dart to clear this way.
Rek ngomong. Ya bacot.
Slow and steady by Fnatic.
And this time PaperX do what I was talking about, where they wall up and leave, but they're pushing the other side of the map, getting Patman in a pretty deep inserted position in B.
It's looking like a B split. Boaster has that B main control for him. A very important fight going to be occurring on both sides. Here's something. Just drifts right into the crosshair play. Smart! Like a rocket man, but the bodies are toppled anyway. Fnatic find the advantage in the edge. Just left to Patman. Scrambling, running right into the sights. Chronicle.
You love to see plays like that from PaperX, leaning on some of the classic
Baju Fnatic bagus deh.
timings of aggression. But Fnatic dealt with it. Maybe this is the kind of pace that they're more comfortable playing against. They were very ready for that peak from something. It's super similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone. And then as much as Jing got value
Buat
from that
frag
peak,
wise ya Boaster.
Fnatic come out on top. Another good start to a half. But that didn't stop PaperX from coming back and getting 8 in a row. PaperX are just clearing out A right now, allowing something to build up a little closer to the Hunter's Fury, which is a incredibly useful ultimate, especially when you want to play that flood defense style. Puts a lot of pressure on the planter. In this round, Boaster's calling for his team to explore over towards B. And Patman, he's been trying to challenge this. Once more, they do not want to give any space for free. Fnatic are going to have to fight to get into these post plants.
Wall down, barely broken. Not quite there yet. That's going to be signs of life. So, okay, Jing wants to go forwards. It's an eco round. Rocket rebounds. No kill. Alpha taking Jing out of the fight. A lot of the biting around that Paper X were hoping for. It's going to be dissipating now. Deep drone is around to reclear some of that info, but it's called for Fnatic. They're going to go over towards B. Forsaken and Patman. The only defenders, the only players to try and put a stop to it. Kayak. It's going to be offloading that ultimate now. Overdrive in hand. Trying to put a stop to Patman, and there's only so much you can do. There's a neon AD in your face. Inevitable at this point here. Trying to go for the trade out. Alpha's there in time.
And Alpha, is the hero of the round. Takes a pretty large risk in stepping forwards to the showstopper, but catches a nice timing onto Jing. Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and they realize there is a huge gap in the defense all the way up mid into Market and Boba. And they catch these players on the B side, separate them entirely from those defenders that would love to rotate and support. Here's the timeout once again, called by Coach Alex. This was what made all the difference before. Alex had some input, and they ran the next 8 rounds in a row on their attack side, Paper X. What's the adjustment here? I think it is very tough to play against Fnatic's slow-paced style. When you don't have a Sentinel in your composition, you can't just sit back. You've got to meet that caution with some aggression of your own.
Alusan mana?
Urusan champion.
PCT kamari.
To some degree, I think Paper X
champion panggadena.
Fast and cocky, yeah, but they also need to be playing smart. They need these adjustments coming through from Alex.
Dia memasterkan
Be
nih.
able to tell them the right times to go aggro, the right ways in which to play the retake.
We can see from the money situation, Divine opting into the operator, might still stick towards it. Change his mind, but maybe a central piece to try and hold together this defense.
And I think the interesting component of that too is he's the Sage. The wall is also an essential component of their mid-rounding defense and their info game. So is he going to play for the wall early and then in the mid-round get posted up with the op, or does he try to take early angles and ignore the fact that his wall could be finding them good
Gue sih something baru ngapain mah.
Wall in his face for now. We find towards the top. So Cam taken out and a double raise.
Destroy.
Oh my, obliterated.
And so now you've got no op, no wall, no res. One of your most important players hits the deck so early.
Paper X are left wandering out into the open, but Alpha. Good pick. Next they could potentially find.
He might have even seen 2 on the minimap there as he died, because it looked like something and Patman were doubled up.
Paper X have brought it even, 4 versus 4 now, and another 3-2.
Pajak nih bos.
Terkahit pisan aja.
That's disgusting work.
That's beautiful. The neon movement as well to just glide away from the trade. He's sharp, confident, and starting this hit into the B site. Yeah, Paper X, I mean, they don't even have the funds here to contest, frankly.
They've scrambled away.
Open
Might look to try and save some of the guns, perhaps, but drifting in like they want to try and take a chunk out of Fnatic.
They've got 4 players that aren't going to be able to play in the next round.
Unwise.
I
think they've realized it.
One of the players could go for something. If they found a lurk, if they found a pick. But Patman, he picks up the operator and they just play for it into the next round. 2 opportunities for Paper X to be trying to find an early pick through mid. One with the op and one with the double face, and both dismantled. Really sharp shooting here from Fnatic.
They're going to be drawing it level with that one. 9-9 for Fnatic. That experience, that grit.
You talk about drawing in though. Look at the net drawing in on these players.
Oh, akan si Open atau
Steadily being overwhelmed at this
point. Nice.
Nah,
cok.
Diudak goblok.
No save lo.
This is now a dire circumstance.
Dia kayak
gila anjir.
Tipis pisan ya.
Barely sees a glimmer.
Kawal beng anjing.
And then the kayak 1v2 afterwards is
Dia
spectacular
kayak
as well.
Sila dua nana.
Something doesn't get much of a chance there.
I helped you, bro.
I come to you, bro.
Standing ahead.
Paper X are willing to take the risks on rounds like this, and it's
Forsaken
Forsaken straight down with the...
Already the deep TP, but he's surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset immediately. Patman going down. Clears up a series of unknowns. Fanatics can start to slowly get a grip on what's going on.
They Viper walled for mid, so the Forsaken could push, but that meant that Patman didn't have his own Viper wall in B main that he's been playing around.
Forsaken still stanced up, but okay, can't avoid that one. Kayak is sharp right now.
Fnatic doing a great job of dealing with all of this defensive pressure, and like I've been saying over and over again, Paper X have to do this. It might look like Paper X are just kind of walking into their demise, but their composition relies on them getting active on defense. They can't just sit back. And Fnatic are not giving them an easy game here. They are not hitting sights and execing until the very final moments. And by that point, Paper X have already given them a pick.
Not even pressure across the board. Something re-exploring. It's a head ripped off, but immediately again the answer back's there. Market is open and accessed here for Fnatic. Something's being squeezed.
You know where both of these players are though. Boaster's just calling a full rotate over towards A. Something got a kill. Divide throughout slow off. Divide even get picked over towards Boba. And they've got a great idea of where something is. 4v1.
10 seconds left.
No real opportunity here for something. Maybe feeling like he has
Wah, dapat nih si Chronicle kalau nge-hold dulu.
Circumstance for Paper X.
Forsaken only has 800 credits. So this is just a slam dunk save.
Di pantai kan.
Keluar.
With no information, and I don't think he's going to keep away. Alpha spins 90 degrees.
Nggak boleh nge-save di dia mah.
Fnatic take the lead back. It's been a while since we were able to say that.
Just ring and run of rounds of Paper X earns in that first half. Offset now, Fnatic. There is no denying that resilience. They've showed it all tournament long.
One enemy remaining.
There's only a few teams in the history of VCT that have completed a lower bracket run. They would love to add their name to that list.
Boston lapangan kene.
Legendary lower bracket runs. FPX and Masters Copenhagen denying Paper X the trophy when Paper X came through that upper bracket. The first time that Paper X ever had a chance at a trophy. Another slow beginning from Fnatic, never allowing Paper X an easy round.
Cautious tail that they're weaving across the map.
A drone up over the top, trying to get a little bit of information, but doesn't see Alpha yet, tucked behind the pillar. And they might want to go for that same 3-2-1 mid re-clear. Even Divide coming to try to help it out.
Come towards it, broken up towards the top. There's fights to be taken, but battle lines redrawn and lurking up onto the angle. Patman deletes Boaster.
That's
big for Paper X, and they put the wall up as well to reinforce towards Market. Watch the eye up towards it, but Alpha! My God,
si Alpha dia timing smoke na halus.
Beautiful timing, but Demise there with the res.
Hunter's Fury though to try and punish, and this is getting hot and heavy. Brought all the way towards them. There's no tags on Crashies, no clearance. Forsaken ducked right underneath it. As that orb's propped up, it's a full spam committal to the clip, but already the timing forwards at near sight just catches up the Kayak. Won't deny him that kill though. He's having to put Forsaken in his place and now taking control of the site. The blink of an eye, there's only 15 seconds left. Slow orb. Start rattling the nade, ricocheting, Kayak being chipped down, and Paper X, they do drag it level.
So tough for Fnatic to be able to get this fight down in that situation. Not only was the time against them, but something still had the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket too.
Star Cilepeng.
Tadi gitu aja sih
the teleport.
Cek Cilepeng sih eta.
Mechanical error. Seen a couple of them today from a few players. I think that showcases the nerves that can hit even the most experienced people when it comes to the grand finals. The game level though, and Paper X with a really critical one to win in that prior. They still have massive ultimates that if they can run the time down are going to be super important. That shock dart is supposed to break a trip, and the lineup just off.
Rattling. Handshake with the bullets. Forsaken. Forced to respect it when the Viper orbs up. Drop down with a double face through the box. No damage done.
Forsaken, though, is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Trying to take that fight, and he has put the rookie in his place. Kayak. There's no more. Chronicle going for a little bit more. Again, these smokes causing issues.
Forsaken just cannot be dug out of these spots. He was doing the same thing over towards Market to win Paper X around previously. Look how much Fnatic is struggling to be able to even get information over here. They're droning in towards B, trying to pull defensive rotates. Boaster might be the playmaker up mid.
Yeah.
But Forsaken is here again.
Creeped in, drops down.
Astaga, si Booster
anjing. No control over the rifle in that spot. Something. Puts a stop to it in a 3v5 scenario. Fnatic still looking to see if they can test towards that A side. Jing propped up. Missed the timing onto the cross. Barely alive there. Just shredded back and forth with the bullets. Fnatic have access towards it, but Hunter's Fury is let loose to try and deny the plans. It's giving them hot feet. Crouchy's up for mid. But there's the connection they were looking for. And Paper X take back control of momentum of this map.
Two crucially important rounds here towards the tail end, where it looked like Fnatic had properly clawed their way back in, and I think so much of it is down to Forsaken. The space on the map that Fnatic want to try to take, it's impossible. Forsaken is everywhere. He should be respecting utility. Most players would. They wouldn't be willing to take this level of risk, but Forsaken is, and he's constantly re-challenging, trying to get back on the angle, playing on the very edge of the risk that he can take, but not getting punished for it. And he's just making all of this map control feel impossible for Boaster's calling. That's why Boaster had to make that play up mid in the prior. Once again, it is only Forsaken defending this spot over towards A. And yet they'll have a hard task going through him.
He's not keen to give it up.
They do have a camera that they can pop that should be able to get a tag and push him off potentially.
Scanning ahead. Yuto's going to be sent flying forwards though to TP. Evacuation back to the side. Paranoia and the dart up and over towards the top. There's a smoke to play in. Forsaken. He's safe for now. Responds with the rocket. Forsaken. Just sidestepping all of them. And reinforcements have arrived. Paper X trying to hotly contest most of this space here, but they have given up all of B in the process, and now a mad scurry and a dash. Fnatic making moves over towards the opposite side.
They've got enough time. You can see Paper X doing a re-clear at the moment, and that has informed this rotate for Forsaken. He gets down in the anchor spot again. He is everywhere. He is everything. And Fnatic look like they've given up on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, is Boaster waiting to maybe teleport in if Crashies had managed to open up the site? This just looks like a pure save.
No time left. It's whittled down. And Paper X.
Look at the impact, Brent, again that Forsaken had here. He was impossible to get through. They had to use a cam, a recon, huge amounts of info. The Neon ultimate as well to push him back. And all that happened was he teleported back and played inside of his own smoke. Used a paranoia, got 2 kills, and then teleported to the other side and made them save through sheer aura. The anchor play is phenomenal from this guy so far.
Insane confidence. And all the smiles. A little bit concerning.
Yeah, I was saying, perhaps Fnatic are the villains to Paper X's protagonist anime arc, and yet, with that chuckle, maybe Batman's the villain in disguise.
The Riddler's in the building. Little Joker, take your pick.
Forsaken, though, has just been storming up the scoreboard in these last few rounds. Kayak and Alpha were doing huge work for Fnatic on that run in the 3rd quarter. And now that we're getting towards the end of the game, Paper X up towards map point. It really has felt like the final boss is Forsaken to get through. This player that plays everything for Paper X. The glue guy, the leader, stepped up as a caller. The evolution of Forsaken has been remarkable to watch. When they were first stepping onto the global scene and contesting for trophies, he was a bit of a W Gaming duelist player. Kind of crazy, chaotic. Won them rounds for sure, but also lost them quite a few. And now he is pretty rock solid. It's difficult to watch him put a foot wrong.
1 round away from that first stepping stone the Paper X are looking for. Deep hold again. This is aggression though by Fnatic. But it's spam into the box. And instantly calling for the retreat.
Looking to try to put the pressure on early, maybe anticipating that that's where Forsaken was going to be playing. And the cam up above the pit, not going to spot Patman.
He's timing something. He's going to be handed that surely. A fight has been taken. A lot of damage under Crashies. The stun ricochets perfectly in place. The divide topples. Something trying to fill up those gaps though. Straight from behind, Spike drop down. Smoke up, Makai's ahead of it. It's all down to something in that 1v2.
He knows the Boaster's going to play for the ultimate. He knows that he doesn't need to defend the spike. And so something's now found a much earlier timing into market.
Ahead of it now. Here's the plan. This is the best timing for it. He can isolate a fight. 1v1 Alpha! Safe pair of hands.
He saves Fnatic. That could have been an unreal play from something. He's been struggling to hold on to these gaps in the map. He's got a really difficult job trying to hold on to mid. And here Divide gets overwhelmed by a stun, and something caught up, has to turn, pivot in a moment and catches Chronicle. Almost made the magic happen. But still Fnatic, with that grit, pushes to the final round of regulation. Can they give overtime in map 1?
So Paranoia forwards already, Paper X. Very fast play indeed. That's it. And the Warlock.
Aduh, terkepanggil si Jingna anjing ditaikkan.
It's a bloodbath in towards the bottom section. And Palmer now looking to try and put a stop to any of it. No more funny business. Paper X.
Si Jingna anjing di wall biar
they want this first stepping stone and they want it bad.
The perfect time to pull out a set play like that. Leaves Chronicle and Crashies in a tough 2v4. Boxed in on sight. Paper X, this first map, feels just an inch away.
Viper's pit offloaded. A blight onto the site that's given them that safety net. Fnatic trying to play through, but immediately it falls. And Paper X take out number 1.
Halus aja dia awalnya.
A gorgeous play, a perfect decision. The tactic, immaculate at the end. Alpha left wondering what the hell happened and where he was being shot from. That map was favored to Paper X, but they ended it with style.
Big step in the way. GB and the analyst, that's of course breaking it all down. You don't want to go anywhere.
PUBG deh, Matt. Matt.
Hah?
PUBG deh.
Nun?
PUBG mah beri nungguan.
Ah, gede mah.
Mau ama PUBG?
Ya.
Udah gancang. Ya, bete nih. Matt.
Oh.
Beri nungguan. Bro. Bro, Matt.
Sok ready atuh.
main nurutin. Gas. Ayo euy. Orang. Kok ayamnya ganti ayam? Si anjing tenepi anjing.
Nepi ya anjing.
Tuh di kiri aya tuh. Kanan oge 2, sarua. Deket eh.
Itu woi itu scope.
Jauh tinggal pemain.
Ini zona ke daerah.
Ini yang lempang saya itu. Ini. Saya tak bom saya tak.
Mana?
Ayo ngebom kai.
Mana sih?
Dia ayo ngebom.
Sempat woi.
anehnya anjing.
Mana senjata itu gitu. Ah ya tah.
Aya cing di ngeboman. Di mana anjing? Jauh jalannya nyebrang sih.
Jangan mobil. Jangan mobil tuh. Mobil KWKB.
Ayo. Ya mobil.
Oh iya mobilnya. Mana nyetir?
Mana tuh bisa ini? Kelak. Sia goblok angger sia.
Itu cepang panon. Naon coba jelema teh random kabur ah.
Dua squad soalnya.
Anjing sih yang naon sih marah aja.
Nyebrang mobil deh.
Iya.
Mana? Tandaan apa?
Ting lagi.
Anjing kayak sih.
Ah.
Lari mobil tuh. Gemet. Tinggalkan lah. Zona heula. Anjing. Ayo cok. Aing
Ada anjing.
Tah anjing. Tuh benang kali itu.
Mana baturan? Poai tanya ya ini.
Hirupkeun bisa tuh. Di kanan anjing. Di arah mobil juga nih tuh. Ada yang di tukang nuturkeun anjing. Oh, red zone deui sia.
Baik pisan geus main. Baik pisan posisinya. Semenit deui naon geus main. Semenit deui naon sih?
Oh, geus main. Kencang ya.
Immediately, this paper X triple base evaporates, dissolves, leaving only Forsaken and Jin.
And even Ching actually leaving the A side entirely, ready for the reaction of Fnatic at the big.
That's why they're seeing it as well. Forwards divide. Shuts it down for it. Gets a little bit messy here. Cycling's still a little over the place. Timing here, Monster.
Si Boster kunaon Cilepeung pisan nya.
Walking all over them right now.
Cilepeung emang ngobatin ngedance dah saya tahu.
They didn't need either of them on Sunset. A tight one. They managed to get it over the line. This idea works perfectly against the way Fnatic.
Ngawip anjing.
You set up to punish people as they come back in.
Tinggal anjing ngawip seberapa kali.
Fnatic coach is not too happy with how that one's gone.
Tadi catet lah si Boster deui cenah 10 kali itu catatan Boster.
Boster Cilepeung.
Fnatic start out in a pretty similar way. Forsaken grabs the ult orb over towards A. There's a smoke up on Belt that stops you from being able to contest this angle early. And on B, Batman trying to hold a pretty aggressive position and punish you if you try to take B main for free.
Dapai anjing. Gelo si Dapai anjing. Serikna.
Clean sweep.
Can't be getting
Sakit.
3 from that position with only a sheriff. That's ridiculous. Halfway up almost to getting this lockdown online. What a shot, the first one. Barely see anything above his head. And another demonstration that PaperX are going to take fights. Plenty of players in that spot would see many people in mid and just back up. Allow the turret to be broken and worry about Kitchen instead. No, PaperX are going to contest that space and force you to earn it. Something with an off online in round 3.
Kumamet eleh kieu met.
Something
Baiklah.
walking up with the off in round 3.
Anjing feeling ya. Soalnya run Arab wae sih. PRX. Jadi bisa wae dimenangkeun.
It's a massively important kill, but Boaster's got to know that there's another player behind that. Deploying drone.
Clears out a lot of the site. Jingdo is laying in wait. Time to strike might be nigh. There's a wall up onto the one side of it. Slow up, rattled. Walls up, no time to fight. They're just trying to tip-tap. Can't settle the recoil enough here. Wall's going to be dropping down. Open access to these fights. Divide. He's still here, still kicking. The snakebite not connecting. Forsaken trying to assist the best he can, but as Util used to clear him out in space. Fnatic slowly to glacial pace. Patman trying to stop this one in its tracks though.
Oh, pisan itu duaan.
Ricocheting forces an uncomfortable planting spot. It's a 2v2 still. PaperX
Belakang goblok.
drifting in. Kayak got down single digits. Him and Patman trying to take this one. Patman snaps to Kayak's dome.
5 darah.
One left to start.
Gelo.
Boster tolol emang anjing. Boster. Cilepeung bisa aja sih eta anjing. Jika main di gold anjing.
And here dismisses the rookie on the other side of the stage before taking down a player with a ton of experience too. The Red Bull clutch to win the bonus in a spot where it looked like Fnatic actually were in control, but the more that they went forward to try to get the plant down, the more they opened up opportunities.
Tuh saya naon anjing.
Cai nungguannya anjing main waktu. Low padahal.
Alex is happy about that one. The more flood defend aggressive style really is working here for PaperX. Fnatic are finding it difficult.
Big drone. It's broken early. Rashies was just looking to clear that space. They know that something has been taking liberties.
I think it was a shock dart there as well that did a pretty large chunk of damage.
Oh, yeah, cancelled it.
Alpha's going to try to work his way up tube, but it's difficult. Device got his full setup here.
Paranoia trying to refight this one. A crunching Fnatic. Slow take. Stopped in his tracks once more. Forsaken. Pushing them back and away. PaperX are not content with just scraps. They want to go even further. Forwards again. Damage. Kayak. Might have just brought this one back from the brink. His weapons abound, but 8 HP to do it all. And Defy not eager to lose that chance.
Another spot where Kayak probably isn't anticipating Device swinging. Most people are going to play a 2v1 a lot more cautious than that. But PaperX are finding the right timings today to put pressure on Fnatic in unexpected ways. These are the risks, the gambles that PaperX have taken and honestly have in some previous tournaments been punished for. But this time, today, it is really working. Fnatic's coach is already deciding to take a tactical timeout. We are seeing these really early on in the halves. I think Alex talked a little bit about it during the coach's interview, the fact that he was already out of them by the time it got to crunch time, you know, like 11-11 kind of stuff at the end of sunset. The pressure hitting early on.
Looking to stop that momentum that PaperX have within its tracks, but it's hard to do against a freight train going at mid-10 speeds. That's what PaperX are playing like. Determined to be the ones to lift that trophy.
The only team to really put a halt on it was Gen G way earlier on. And honestly, since then, the train has just been accelerating all the way through that upper bracket. It's really difficult to stop a team that has momentum like this when they're feeling confident and are going for peaks at unexpected times. You've got to be ready for anything against PaperX. And what's frustrating in this tournament, I would imagine, is that it's at quite different timings compared to usual. Here's an adjustment. Snake bite. And a shot and a half there to delete Jing.
Snaps up. Jing is gone.
So they've denied Forsaken getting that Hunter's Fury online and found themselves in a 5v4. Couldn't ask for a better beginning for Fnatic.
Push, that's a cheeky one, Patman. I don't want to overstay yourself though. Drones forward, somebody's going for another bite of the apple! And he evens the score.
I don't think that's too bad though for Fnatic. They do still have a res to be able to work around with. They're droning. Boaster's taking a little bit of space in mid. This is a risk.
Yeah, and he's preempting in the wrong spot here. Just out through the shoulder, dart against it. The spam expecting the Boaster would cross out, and he's got out. Scott free, Alpha exploring on the other side. Device done. The spike in the hands of Chronicle. It's going to be a quick plant now.
Yeah, that's huge. Fnatic were anticipating that PaperX would be denying the res, and so B would be more open. Instead, Devi was holding it and got deleted. Still a player advantage for Fnatic in the post plan.
An ADS stub, Alpha, yeah, top form. Really trying to drag that first round on the board here for Fnatic. Brute force and mechanics. Exactly what they ordered. Forsaken's still going to be making a go at this one though. Alongside Patman, time though ticking. Spike. It's getting out of hand. To push forwards, pressed the advantage. Alpha, yeah! Smelling blood in the water.
If he gets online, could be a very different game. I mean, he still played fantastically in the first match, don't get me wrong. But we've seen matches that Fnatic have been playing, honestly, not just at this tournament, but at the end of stage 1-2, where he just took over. In my opinion, probably front runner for MVP at this point, Alpha, yeah, but competing alongside Jing, maybe even Forsaken for that kind of title. They'll need him though. PaperX still up 4-1.
Bolts online, Fnatic. Another bit of util, gotta respect that.
Yeah, that constant conditioning of taking the ult orb early is just forcing some level of utility to be used for Fnatic. This round they decide not to use the snake bite, but have to use a slow orb instead.
Patman. There's a drone. Steps out of it. Looking to take a timing rather than breaking.
Yeah, he wants to play this aggressive. Again, think about the way that Forsaken, for example, was playing on Sunset. You want to force Fnatic to earn every inch.
Payah ya si Booster ya.
He's an advantage and a spot to try and play in, but the first shot just missed. On either side here, smoke up in your face.
Number setan lumayan juga.
A completely empty here, Brent. PaperX have got the right read.
Rumah gitu.
As a dash active, Kai wants to try and go with it. Updraft over towards it. Alpha.
Nice.
My God, tapping away.
Alpajar menyala.
Into the domes of any adversary.
Remarkable the consistency that he's got. Had to deal there with a player in a pretty unexpected position at bottom tube. Forced a 1v1. Came out the better end of it. Some things in a fairly unwinnable position. And again, Alpha goes hunting at the end. He is thirsty.
Pakai celana pondok kok ya anjing si Booster.
So overall, as well on both sides to try to deal with it, so the Killjoys are not in a perfect position to be able to get value out of their ults. But this is not Paper Rex's economy back after just 2 rounds. And the plays that they're going for.
Halo Tuki. Adeyu Tuki.
Opo.
Temenin main pelatih lo.
Oke, nonton VGT.
Ya.
Yang sini nonton.
2 game doang aku. Naikin akun temanku habis itu udahan.
Nonton dulu aja.
Nggak mau. Sudah kalau begitu.
Di sini aja tuh mainnya.
Kenapa gitu? Kamu nggak ikut tapi malas. Ini kalau berdua tuh apa ya? Mending ada 2 orang tolol daripada 3 orang tolol. Please bro.
Lagi nonton mah.
Ya udah kalau begitu.
Yo way. Ngajak main jam laki sih mah.
You know, this core has been able to plug in other pieces. A rookie of Cayenne, a player looking for redemption like Crashies, and still have a chance, another chance at war.
Buat break deui si booster mah anjing nili. Kapten kan si booster?
And I think really the type of fights that they've been going for.
Di icebox map na si Fnatic. Anjing util na langsung kadinya KB.
Situations and timings that they're not quite anticipating.
Kapten apang cilepeungna.
Way faster. From Paper X to really receive. They might be able to get a few pot shots in potentially. Swinging wide as I say that to buy. Around the corner already. He's looking for that open sight line. Not going to be given too much. Spots the one. Even that repeat. Rattling shots on. Updraft now. Knives in hand. Something. We're going to clear the way and cleave.
Anjingnya benang something.
Gone. Cut out the pincher now. Swarm. The nano swarms themselves. Lockdown even being committed.
Lockdown
kembali.
They realize it's winnable. Up towards the top though. Boaster needs to be managed.
Nice.
To the side. Sheriff's there. And he needs to try and break this one. No bullet surely is just there. And one detainment on it. Something sticking. Oh, just yanked out of the back pocket.
Nice. Nice.
Now, they need it. Something trying to play his life to the final moments.
Di red click ya anjing.
Di right click tanya.
And a round win for Fnatic, though a costly one.
Tepai di right click.
Having to use some ultimates there. But a lockdown utilized on both sides.
Anjung pisan anjing jelema.
Definitely felt winnable when something came in over the top. I can understand why Paper Rex would want to send it. They did in fact manage to break the lockdown coming through from Alpha. Unfortunately, weaponry just not quite good enough and not enough people core.
Ulti nanti pakai emang karena nggak defuse lain kerja. Karena kan turret, kan ulti. Beda mindset nak.
Baru karena lockdownnya mau hancur anjing akan babaturanna.
Get his chance again, but hard to tell where Fnatic are looking to lead and end.
They're throwing down a slow orb over towards A, making it feel perhaps like they're taking early A control, and then Boaster leading them back towards B with 4 bodies, 3, sorry. Making sure that they're grouped up.
Jika lagi goreng.
Out Patman if he goes for something wild.
Spotting Alpha. Just him even going for a bit of a fight towards Taken. I mean, he's lucky to be there. That's so bold. Pop it up onto the box.
Ngegerung sih anjing si aing.
Paper X realizing potentially a little bit late. Scattered bodies. Gonna hit them all now. Realize that they've missed their
Kadangnya tuh ya.
Towards the top. Patman's still alive here. Something to the side. And Alpha wants to try and slinky in himself. There's 28 seconds left, and they're getting cold feet.
Alpha's
Go
found the
towards
timing.
on Alpha.
Alpha's found a beautiful timing here. Might be able to catch something in the back, and he's
Alpha
already
ajar
calling for
dapat
Boaster to
mall
make the
dengan
rotate
halus
around.
ya.
Absolutely, he bites his time perfectly. Just deleting adversaries now. There's 14 seconds left.
Cokot apa nak?
He's going to be able to get spiked down here though, Boaster.
forward as a TP back behind as well, obfuscating the intent. Jing can really just put a stop to all of this right now, but Alpha is through mid, traded out, cleaned up. One left onto the site. Boaster is to try and put a stop to it, and the reflank.
Booster, kalem. Wah, ya dapat oke aja.
Ah! Si kasir anjing di kapangi.
This left down to Boaster being squeezed onto the site. Divine and Jing.
Aduh.
Tightening the net.
They find their mark. Si kasirna kapanginya.
Si kasir.
Kadangnya gitu saya lompatnya.
Tuh timing eta. Pas pisan si eta neuleuh tukang si kasirna asup. Tuh, pas pisan eta timing si eta neuleuh tukang, si eta keluar. Hoki we.
Forsaken, I think it was towards the end, just closing the net.
Insting eta mah.
Something going aggro.
Yeah, straight down mid, but there's knives to meet him. Kayak.
Something.
The barrel, just poking out. Seems to be aware.
Keluar atau setik something.
Has he spotted it?
I don't know. With the angle's being played, he's definitely holding for it. He suspects it.
Udah kadetek ya.
Inch further forward and Kayak for sure would see it. There gives away the hand.
Terjadi balik deh.
From the jump spot there, attempted a punish.
Anjing
Pisan eta.
That's an insane adjustment from Alpha.
Lupain na si Dapai anjing.
Divide tries to swing into cover and gets deleted.
He's trying to plug up those gaps, but through kitchen they are none the wiser again. It's Kayak. Drifted in.
Timing.
Dash is active. Missed the timing.
Anjing si Kayakna goblok halus.
Si Forsaken tuh si Kajak anjing.
Teu kabur malik.
POV si Forsaken. Oh, si Forsaken lengan kiri. Make sense sekarang.
A reminder once more that this is Kayak's first global event. This is his first grand finals. It hasn't been that long since he won Ascension and started playing in the big leagues.
Money's not good. Something not long for this world at this point. Put over towards the top.
OP gratis. Dulu gerak Forsaken lengan kiri. Tuh, turun dulu eta. Gitu tuh. Oh si Jing.
Aisyah nu make omen mah goblok.
Tegar aing teh.
Kanan anjing si Jing.
Nyepeng peso sih situ.
Anjing ke diutil anjing di slow hungkul.
Ayo pakai util tuh ngopik. Itu aja. Nu makena si ieu anjing si Alpha aja.
Apa aja emang make spesialis make ieu anjing sniper.
Really being the only player that can do some damage in this spot. Bulldog ripped in his hands. He's got bodies with him too. Paper X trying to hold this one down.
There was a potential for a timing on the other side of the map as well, but Patman denied it as Alfia reconnected the rest of the squad. This is going to end A into
Hayo wes eta di deleket teh pae.
Kali pae geura.
Geus ada estimate pisan jeung bae.
Cilupeng pisan anjing. Anjing ngakil si goblok.
Aisyah tong diremehkeun bangsat. Mah main game kieu mah tong dipuji tong diremehkeun.
Dipuji tolol diremehkeun ya kok.
tucked in. Patman deleted on the flank.
There's not much Jing can really do from this spot. I mean, surely, yeah, just a bulldog. Can't quite get it.
Kan modar si Boster.
He's the one online now. Take a look at this player. You said it, Josh. I did not expect this guy to be a rookie on this stage. But Icebox is his playground. It has been.
Cigana si Boster teh tumbanya.
Ngerenang ke booster jadi cuman ngebooster teman-temannya doang supaya tidak mental down.
finding their opportunities to be the playmakers as well, opening up these rounds.
Meramaikan tim anjing.
From the entry and from the lurk. A reminder that Alfia brought an attack off into the previous round and he still got it here. So,
K4 si Booster, Cok. Naik.
a pacey opening as well though. Taking this exec space quickly. Trying to punish Divine, for example, if he was going to be playing for the orb, or Pac-Man as well.
Jing has been prone for a little TP playing or two. But slow as you go. Boomstick in his hands. He's been lights out. All of those to try and slow this approach. Paper X trying to stall this one out, but it's a drone through and Kayak is already up towards the top and he's spotted it. Players, but he's taking bullets in the process.
Dia yang ngilu turnai deui, terepal resepanya.
Odin si goblok.
Crazious langsung naik deh kok.
Si Jing dapet. Sisa OP deh.
Alpha just with an off.
Alpha, you have to just
Padahal tuh.
but it's a guessing game for him.
Per second si Sam per second dapat 2 anjing ke Odin.
These are the times I'm talking about though, friend. You watch Crash's POV.
Udah nggak jaga anjir.
He throws out a recon dart, which means the Chronicles alone get in the plan. He does an amazing job of picking up the
Ngeplan terjagaan.
Kok nge-scan.
And he's not ready for Jing's fight. Paper X take timings that are just slightly off, and they do catch teams napping. Can Fnatic tie things up at 6-6, or are Paper X going to have the lead off the back of winning that pistol early?
Drone lah bro.
Jones going to be spotting it, clears something off the line. Patman.
Akan.
Nice. Mau OP aja kita.
Jing, he's in their spawn. He's already taken out Alpha. Paper X offloading everything at their disposal now. Locked down, drop down. The plant down without any problems.
Dihirupkan heula geura.
In theory, Chronicle could actually go for
Dihirupkan
this
Mayawati.
Ayo siapa ya? Barely forwards there, Divide. Will he look to the side? There's a res in mid. Bringing these players back, but the Paranoia is already sweeping forwards.
Itu tukangan mana?
They take it themselves. Striking straight at them.
Modar deui.
Crashes up from the high ground, half on the defuse. Forsaken. Surely he's earned this now, but he's in that 1v2.
Nice.
Crashy, so much experience in these big moments. The last hope for North America in this tournament, and he comes through huge for Fnatic there with his positioning on site. Paper X knew that the rest of the players from Fnatic were stuck in mid, and he had to do everything from that high ground angle.
What a run back from Fnatic. They bring it to 6-6. One hell of a map.
Red Bull gives you wings. An update is required. Financial system updating.
Ngompol.
System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
look into it as well. The Coinbase Econ report, you can see even across the board here.
Yeah, I mean, and a huge amount of damage done by Alpha, yeah, which makes perfect sense because he's up towards 12 kills. Matched on the other side, Vi to Vi, but I think some of the impact that Alpha was having on the attack side, fairly unmatched. Now, I think the game is going to shift pretty significantly, though, here. This half, you heard the Death set it up. Fnatic love playing the retake. They are going to be playing for Chronicles Wall retake on the pistol. That's their normal strategy, at least. And that is the entire opposite way that Gen G, for example, play. A team that smacked PaperX around on this map in this half. PaperX were constantly fighting, always denying, never allowing PaperX any space. That's the Pacific style. Fnatic don't really play like that, so we're going to get a really different game here. In theory, PaperX should actually have a ton of room to be able to get onto these sites.
PaperX just walking for now.
This has been their style in all of the pistols on their attack side so far. Very contacty.
The smokes, they hide the intent pretty well. Lifting up through window, a couple of random bullets as well. Fnatic are trying to reinforce this one. They're doubling it up. It's Boaster and Crashies against the bloody world. They're ready to deliver. Crashies already with quick 2-1s, and now just around ideas. All gone a bit skew whip, really. Fnatic are in complete control.
Flawless job.
Jing Smoke gave the game away there. A brilliant read from Fnatic. They knew exactly what was happening. Felt a little too similar perhaps to what's been happening on Sunset as well. All of those contacted plays around the map. Relying on the fact that Fnatic like playing deeper, cautious positions. This time, Fnatic choose to draw a line in the sand and kitchen.
Like that confident. Don't like that confident. If they coming to you, run to them, bro. Just chill this dude.
It's a good point.
It's interesting that Alpha says that, because that is his way of playing, but it's not the way that Fnatic themselves usually fight. Be interesting to see if his words of wisdom carry through. Boaster, though, backing off instead of stepping up. Looking to try to play the numbers and play the retake. More of the classic Fnatic style.
Following those sound cues, looking to potentially take some early fights. Kayak. Shot to the body, Marshall will do that. There's no armor on the board here. Trying to go for that plant down. Looking to push this one back. Not quite, it's going down. Slowly being collapsed upon here. PaperX don't really stand a chance. Just from the hip. Something.
Oh, modern non kiri.
Damage, but that's about it.
A pretty clean round. Both from Alpha, they didn't even invest, so they've got plenty of opportunity here to have a good buy heading into their bonus round. But Fnatic are going to be doing a lot of this, where they're trying to react to what PaperX are doing around the map. Trying to stack bodies and get in position to go for that retake. Kayak, though, is contesting as the plant goes down there. You know, Fnatic might have a bit of an adjustment. We've got to hear it from Alpha. But it will be very interesting if Fnatic decides to take the fight to PaperX.
Ini langsung OP kayak ronde tilu bro.
That's come out of the Boaster back.
Iya, nu pakai OP tah sih. Ajar.
At the end of this one. But yeah,
Tuh udah BG pakai OP. OP na goreng deh aja.
Nice. Nah, OP na geuleuh kan gitu.
Tadi masih prime peso harusnya di Q gitu.
Jing's down to go really aggressive with this omen. I've seen him teleport onto screens before, ult into crazy spots. In a playmaking situation like this,
Bunuh anjir.
you're wanting Jing to step up.
Fury pulls out of it. That's early. Crashes. Earning his kills in his ball. Mid, another look. Jing is gone.
Shit.
And Alfier's right there behind him. Avenging poor Timmy.
2 lawan 5 Pirakura tabrak.
But how the hell are you going to dig yourself out of this one? Mistakes need to be made, and Fnatic not in the habit of making them often. Here, Dart against the back, all is revealed, and Forsaken can't do it all.
Fnatic overall in this tournament playing about two-thirds their own retakes, but you see here, they're not all even 5v5 retakes. Finding picks as the attackers work their way in.
Oh shit.
Both from the operator and from the ultimates, applying that pressure and creating an easier retake for themselves. an almost impossible situation for those final two that were left alive. And I think they could be better at dealing with getting onto the line to fight Kayaks off. That was a pretty lazy way of trying to get onto that angle. One dart that didn't even land towards back yellow.
Bahaya ya anjing ronde kitu marake stinger teh anjing.
Aggro here with a slow orb just to try and deny that belt space.
Both teams fighting for the belt space and the ult orb.
Walkabout, Sheriff in hand, he just can't quite control it.
Minta heal heula.
Lucky to be alive from that spot, but still claims the kill.
Definitely would have been a punish on a rifle round.
Now regrouping up, Fnatic have got bodies ready to receive. They can fully aware of this one and how it's going to be landing, but that's a sideways swing. Sets up Divide perfectly. Stinger in hand. Clan can now go down here. They brought this to a 4v4. Most quarters weaponry. Paperex are going to be looking to try and take this fight towards Fnatic. Oh, playing offside for it. Fnatic.
Trippy anjing gerak.
Still grouped towards screens. The rifles looking to try and dissuade any chance. So Paperex getting away with that funny business. Grouped up together with the discipline. Chronicle. Lights out from him.
So dependable, so reliable.
Ya 11 booster.
Very good reasons why he's the winningest player of all time in Valorant. A win here would be utterly incredible for Chronicle's career, but everything has been the whole time.
Wih, nanti yellow anjing. Nangis ngomong di dia mah selain masalah nembak kayak masalah hoki tinggal masalah hoki hoki timing guys eta unggul yang util bisa nembak kabeh tapi masih bisa nge-whip cuman ya batur gak bisa nge-whip oge kan lagi basat aing turnamen anjing aing ke hoki we
Si Babeh jeung si Bruno jagoan.
Si Bruno tuh.
Anehnya saya tuh bisa gitunya padahal main jarang anjing. Maksudnya seminggu bisa kayak itu sekali lah.
Kata mah emang sebakat.
Bisa gitu anjing bisa.
Da bakat mah da kudu latihan ya kumaha si Aspas tah. Turnamen. Ya gua pisan kan. Nu aya mah aim lab saya teh mah karun baca manga anjing. Si Tens tuh kudu diajar bakat itu tengarana kalau aing kan emang iya pisan ayo jago ayo nunggu poe Pasekan tak eta bakat.
They're timing each other. Alpha A still active here, trying to drop back as well. He needs some safety and he needs some backup. But something is the one delivering death. All out to the opposition. There's kills happening all over the bloody place.
Something's got to hold off a double flank, but Jing might be the playmaker over in Snowman.
Still player advantage, not for much longer. There it is. Something has evened it out 3v3, but for the repeat, all expected. Kayak 2v3 now.
Jing was just was begging for people to come towards him, and really nobody has. Jing's positioning was cute, but
si Jing tadi ngadaguan diri tuh sasa.
Back into the fold now. This is feeling inevitable. Updraft dash. Q play indeed, isolating the fight. Forsaken trying to make a go of it now, trying to really do the damage. But the bullet to the back, it's all up to Jing, and he's brought it to that 1v1. Smokes v smokes. Boaster sticking it denied the chance. They brought that one.
Misalkan dapat tilu anjing.
Really beautiful positioning and phenomenal impact from two incredible players. What was going on there?
Okay.
Absolutely bizarre. But this play from Forsaken, again, enormous impact. Just what Mel was talking about on the desk.
He might not be exactly at the top of the scoreboard, but every kill he gets is huge impact. And he set up a 1v1 for Jing to slam dunk.
Stem the bleeding for now.
Kayak on another pretty aggressive position. The drone designed to try to push him off, and he dips, not giving away the fact that he's got the op.
And the repeat it as well. That's a wide face something.
Aduh.
Just evades the bullet.
Does Kayak take Alfia's advice and refight? Or is he looking to play risk averse and set up the retake with the rest of his team?
With dash available, it would be risky, just trying to take that timing inside that smoke with the updraft. Quick scope, bullets raining down onto him. Something though has been dropped. Chopped down at the knees is what it seems. Chronicle to deal out that damage here on site.
Still with a recon.
Kayak.
Kayak's op is fantastic at preempting these spots that Paper X want to
Ulti teh sih.
Perfectly posted every single time. The dart is a 180. Pac-Man has got to do a lot from this spot. Jing, again, heroics are called for. It's forward. The positioning, and they're looking to try and stunt it, trying to stop it. Knives in hand. Paper X drawing blood. But again, that repeat. Playing into Fnatic's hands. The buy. Chronicle already under the fuse. He's going to start swinging, and he's got to do it now.
Cek aja ulti anjir. Dapat kan 2.
These rounds are going to be tilting Alex in the coaching booth, I think. It's just not good enough for Paper X. Look, and in the replay, how often they're fighting one by one. Forsaken on his own. That was a bit of a double fight together, but here Pac-Man swings with Divide, having no real support. Paper X need to be coming up with ideas of how they want to fight
Iya mah analisnya nu riweuh kan.
they want to take together in the post plan.
Semangat sih eta analis.
They're not even really scaling on the retake.
Lain tengamu.
Anu tukang ngebrak mejana analisna anjing, lain coachna.
Large reveal. Paper X are all grouped up.
Well, they've got a massive ultimate advantage in this round, Brent. So if there was a round to try to do something quick and hit them hard, hit them fast, it would be this one.
And I could just give them all that space again, like you said.
Post-plan lockdown would be crazy good from Divide too.
Bagus ta anjir.
Looking for a target, looking for a sight line. Util just comes out swinging, rebounding. Finally, Forsaken can commit. Paper X do have ult to their own.
Yeah, my eyes.
Ada sih something di aja. Di show grafik sih Forsaken. Tolong.
Smoke's dropped down. This is Fnatic trying to make a go. Lockdown's there. Already in. This is Fnatic trying to make a play for this. Kayak.
Gelo eta kayak goblok.
Disgusting work, but a lockdown cannot be broken in time.
Klip eta.
Found himself a pocket. Found himself a
Nice.
window. Forsaken. He's gonna do it all. Offload him with the ult. It's time ticking really.
Di ulti tuh lebar.
Udah tinggal sorangan ya.
Kayak on the fuse.
That's close.
That's so damn close. Oh.
Anjir hampir.
Less than a second on the
Halus
clock
bis
of
kayak
Fnatic.
nang 2 anjing kita.
Perfectly execute a
Oh, juga lo.
How on earth do they get that into
Pas
a
nembak si
5v3
Patmena edan
while
anjing.
battling through Divide's lockdown?
Ya yuk.
Not sure what's going through something's head here
Satu
on this peak.
langsung naik. Dia benang deh.
This shot
Goblok.
is bonkers. A ludicrous one from
Kapanggih si
Kayak to be
Alpha
bringing out.
jadinya.
Absolutely
Kapanggih.
jet diffing something.
Geleng. Cuman flick
Tehnya.
sale we goblok.
Inspect.
Earlier on Sunset, I think you could argue both teams were really bringing a good game, but now Paper X letting Icebox slip, and this could be Fnatic equalizing.
Kayak. Been unbelievable so far with his form. Icebox really is his playground, but he's forced to concede that space. Jing forward, sees it onto the shoulder poster.
Si Jing dapat wae anjing kelas nomena.
Traded out, but there's pressure in mid. And Divide still looking through, but finally spotted out. Players need to deal with him, but it's
Si anjing ninggalin ka
thrown into
ding.
the mix. Forsaken and Divide. There with a 3-2-1 swing. Chronicle gone, and Paper X still alive in this map for now.
When all else fails, rely on the W gaming. That was a really large swing back towards Chaos. Control to some degree, sure. There was a double lurk set up, and Jing went for that same play, trying to get deep into Snowman on an unexpected timing. And this time finds a target to be able to work with. But it was chaos. I mean, this play, Divine just running up tube into Alpha, he's just hoping he finds that timing and doesn't get punished.
One more, guys, one more.
Fnatic needs to go for a half bite here to make sure that their economy doesn't get completely broken.
Kayak swinging and looking to just draw.
Di halangan ku si Alpha Jer goblok.
Yeah, still there though, Divine. You can sense it, posturing occurring.
Di PH 2 Nana.
Push and peek by Chronicle. It's already anticipated.
Good awareness from Divine.
Yeah. Expecting it all now.
Crashes with a rifle. Boaster might be able to recover one if he completely repositioned, but at the moment, really isolated over in this snowman spot. Should be Paper X being able to pick this one up. 4v2.
Hello.
Tip tap.
Boaster.
Obviously. Not cleaned up though either. That could spell problems.
Boaster.
Forwards crashes now. He's got that rifle. Needs to make it sing. He's already found himself two. Dart towards the back. Needs to be dealt with, but double dunk Paper X.
Gua data gua udah menang tuh jadi hese.
Still though, even in that 4v2, Paper X players taking risks.
Ngades di halangan anjing.
Alex a heart attack. But now Alex with another opportunity to talk to the team. And honestly, this might be a blessing for Paper X. Because despite winning 2 in a row, they don't look super confident right now. But it's the Fnatic coaches that have decided to take attack timeout. I'd be a little bit cautious about doing this, to be honest, because I do think it offers an opportunity for Alex to right the ship that's looking pretty shaky in this half overall. Last 2 rounds notwithstanding. Ults are back online as well for Fnatic though, so Milan might be just trying to drum up a set ult round that can knock Paper X out. A little bit similar to what we saw on Sunset towards the end, where you bring out a set play just to get across the line.
Anjing 3 mau menang mau LCR ya.
And Fnatic do have you know that they've got the experience, you know that they've got one of the greatest callers when things get scrappy in a mid round.
Nah tuh ya dua-duanya tim aing anjing.
Also proven themselves.
Fnatic nu menang halus. PRX nu menang gak halus. Apa yang lebih dukung Fnatic?
Just need the one. Paper X, as you mentioned, it was a critical timeout. Taken by Fnatic. Time to insert.
Booster dihandap hayo anjing ngekill 7 kene.
GG ngestak di 7 Aisyah.
Salapan tadi mah anjing.
Jing going for another really deep push.
Forwards crashes is good. A jump movement still. This is going to be rapid. Jing's all the way round towards the side. One more TP. Try and get out of dodge there, but committing that paranoia. Kayak filling into pieces. Alpha to Tapman with the movement.
That's huge from Patman, being able to pick off the 1v1 fight against Alpha and trade
All
Chronicle.
over the place.
Patman can't reconnect.
Satu booster bisa jadi. Aduh.
On either side.
Bunuh.
Up close for Boaster is wise to it.
He's just trying to delay for as long as possible. Actually, maybe he didn't even
Modal kene.
for a moment there. Maybe he hadn't realized the Boaster had spotted him, but repositioned into a spot that he was going to be favored on. And this round, I think again another reason why I was a little bit worried about Fnatic taking that attack pause, because Jing immediately comes out of it with a really unexpected way of pressuring these players over towards the mid-split.
Aduh, timing bro.
Oh, and the timing here as well.
And this operator, it's critical to Fnatic's game.
Aduh, tinggal tembak eta.
And this sets us up with a strong potential for overtime. The Fnatic economy is in a really bad spot now. And so, one more rifle round before OT. This play though, I think huge credit given to Patman. Jing's in a pretty horrible spot there. And
And Patman has to win the battle against Alpha Yet through Duke before he can go and help him. Take a look at the buy though. Knives, okay, huge for Kayak, but 3 stingers is 4.
The rifle and a lot of bolts on top of it. Kayak.
Nge-whip si Kayak.
I mean, that's insane from Jing just running through. But he has full trust in the
Tapi
paranoia.
deui anjing si Jing snowman wae anjing. Kapanggih. Timing.
There's no containing them. Like a pack of rabid velociraptors.
Gogoda menang, comeback.
Closing,
You get to
bro.
see the full gamut of Paper Rex here. We started out on
Si Jing tadi mun KB mainnya kitu wae anjing, tuh nu ka expect. TP ka yellow, TP deui ka side anjing langsung ke snowman.
The last 4 rounds have been really heavily powered by Jing just doing crazy stuff on Omen. And this last round of regulation at least, Fnatic have got to try to make an adjustment to stop that in its tracks.
And they are all in. Why wouldn't you be operator here? Smoke in your face, we're trying to obfuscate. It's the Hunter's Fury that's coming out swinging.
They thought it was another one of those fast hits. Crashies gets the ult baited out as Paper Rex reset.
Alah, si Jing teu kapanggih, cok.
Slower tempo. Even the ult just thrown into a Jing, obfuscating the intent, but bodies are now on the form up.
Kok tuh jadi TP
That's
Jing?
supposed to draw bodies away from the A site and make it easier for Paper Rex, but there's still a pit here. There's still a lockdown.
Yeah, it's a lockdown for a lockdown here in this spot. Alpha's ready.
Buka lockdown oke si Alphayer.
Close to the screens. What's the next level to all of this? Hunter's Fury gonna be committed. It's gonna be breaking that.
Duh, di ulti dia anjing.
Be respected now. Fnatic, they've offloaded everything to try and stay into this round, but the pit's gonna be going down. It crashes out into the open.
Boaster beefed it. That pit, you're supposed to get back inside, and he got
Ulti ku
detained.
si Patman anjing.
Rex, not slowing down. Still that res brings Crashy back into the fold. Back into the fray. Watch Fly up through mid. Paper X, eager though. Looking to see if they can topple Fnatic before they stand and get a grip onto this retake. Pressing forwards, shoulder to shoulder discipline. It's helped so far, but Fnatic need it now in spades. Jing, that extra element. Drifting into the side here, double tap and the
Hello.
are ringing.
Anjir.
Goblok udah jadi iya. Anjing ban sih.
Kayak anjing.
Beban.
2 digit curse.
Si booster beban anjing. Coba tengah joget sama goblok.
Ting joget.
Paper X dial up the tempo, something on a high ground. Jing deep in.
Kalau nonton coba saya tak.
Getting into aggressive positions, unexpected spots. And even though Alpha Yet dealt with the lurk, there were too many threats. The stress on both sides. And again, a reminder that when you look at the map pool, it feels a bit like
Tuh stuck 7 met tinggal di anjing naik-naik.
Next one is their permaban.
Gila pisan anjing.
Knock on the corner, something. Glass cannon operating. Heavy defensive setup here by Paper X. Fnatic again, you can see that caution played by them. Tiptoeing around a bit tepid, but trying to dissect the map. Thrown overhead, spots out the jet.
Yeah, spotting Kayak there gives you some decent information, an idea that it might well be ending A, so you can keep these 4 players, the trust they have in Patman, just to hold down B if their read is wrong. But it's not at all. Forsaken with exactly the right idea of what's happening here. Boaster calling for a little bit more pressure over towards B, and Paper X, they want info, they want to step up a little. As Boaster sniffed this out, he's calling for Fnatic to reposition.
It's to be split, perhaps.
And this is going to put Patman's head on a swivel.
Yeah.
And maybe Patman's head on a spike.
Really turning up the heat. 25 seconds left down to the wire. Patman still has a snakebite to try and deny some space. Shot darts in your face. Walls up, same with the orbs. Paperex starting to get a bit of a read on this one here, but again, Patman needs to try and deny, steps forward, blind as anything, he does not know what's going on.
Belum naon.
Even it out, Kayak with the peak, but the plant needs to go down. With no issues further, Crashies
Belakang.
They're getting into the spot now, Fnatic putting a squeeze on these Paperex players, they're gonna try and clear this guy out.
Wah, kalau eta.
He's done, finished, Paranoia up top, Jing, no way!
Oh, nice.
Nearsighted Chronicle may be.
Low, nice.
But this guy will not be denied. Something's still there though, swinging wide.
Sordatnya ya kayaknya.
Time starting to tick in a 1v1. Crashies, tepid.
Nice.
Nice. Ciu, untung Chronicle dapat 2.
Again, Crashies comes up in the clutch. What a recovery in a 3v3 situation there. Boaster calling a brilliant slow round. It felt like Forsaken exactly knew what was happening, but the further the time ticked, the more that Boaster realized.
Iya tah pemana mah.
On A. Chronicle 2, legendary in that top nest position. A Fnatic once more.
Stuck 7 kene anjing si Boaster goblok.
Si tolol cek aja.
Trying to fill in their space here. Oh my god, pure disrespect. The dash is there. Boaster needs to try and stop them here, but he's isolated onto the corner.
Cileupeng cek aja. Kita gerakannya lambat anjing, slow motion aja.
Not stopping. The feed is filled with red and blood being spilt out onto the site. Tricky task indeed for Fnatic. Walls up and everyone is falling slowly but surely. Chronicle, last one left. 5 bullets left in a swing from Divide. All the confidence in the world.
Anjing gara-gara si Booster tolol.
Wow, terus saya tak komennya Viper.
Despite the fact that Fnatic had so many map points to be able to work with, this looks like Paperex is to lose because their attacks, the fast, aggressive approach.
Ya Fajar mau nge-kill eleh langsung mencet start anjing. Booster ganti aja.
7-20 goblok.
13-13. And Milan wants input. Every player, by the way, on Fnatic over 20 kills apart from Boaster, who's only got 7. That's a little bit rough.
Ya karena baturana sayang nonjok deh.
At the same time though,
Si kapan naik top bisa.
players are all having very good performances because all 4 of them have had huge rounds, big moments. And Boaster's calling has still been finding impact, even if his rifle isn't.
That's what Fnatic are leaning on here.
To be honest, Brent, I think you look at the other side of things, and the player at the bottom of the scoreboard there is something. And if he can find one round, just one, with the defensive off, that will right all of the wrongs of what he's been up to in this map. Because Paperex have already got the game plan for the attack side, it's working. If he can find a big operator round here, he could well put his team
cadangannya
up to a maybe insurmountable lead.
Fnatic taking his time to recuperate, breathe a little bit. Slow orb that could have been thrown out, but Forsaken, no, he's just, I mean, okay, scot-free.
Yeah, he was playing for that pretty heavily. Less important, arguably, here in overtime because everybody starts 3 away. Don't know if you noticed that Nano Swarm as well that was put down on top Jenny from Divide. That's where Kayak's been pathing to almost every time. So they've got a very specific counter plan here. Look at Jing holding that paranoia as well. They know exactly what they want to do to counter this Fnatic A hit.
Rind. There's the pounce here.
It does feel like these timeouts have been helping Alex and Paperex more than Fnatic.
Tron's broken. Deep control towards B. Any posturing by Fnatic is put to an end. And now, eyes set over towards A. Triple face, alarm bounce. It's going to be gone. Jing there with a paranoia.
Bagus anjing, bagus pisan show.
The game plan, absolute perfection.
Cut them to shreds and Fnatic now.
Dar.
For options.
There's the op value as well.
Flashnya langsung
Divide tucked onto a position that's really tough to
Ya
clear.
booster dia.
Wah,
Reload.
Mid-animation Boaster, the captain himself. He's gonna right the wrongs of the round, but on top of the ropes, the purest form of disrespect, Paper X.
Elesar ya.
That was the round that they needed. Every attack round has been going well for them. They won the last 5 in a row to close out regulation.
Reload anjing si kayak.
It's been fast.
Eta peluru pakainya aja.
Kapan
Pencet ya emang.
Let's see if Fnatic have an answer, because all of the pressure is now on them.
Bisa-bisa nah ta. Ningali pro player di final. Di final ta. Unlucky. Nah, bet aduh iseng ngakill, cok. Sih. Aduh tuh.
Just takes all of this space on B. Deep push. Good round information, given up here. This team, an attempt of a punish in the jump spot. Boaster acknowledged what he was looking for.
Turretnya ditaruhnya di kitchen ya.
Udah dijaga terus Isya. Dapat satu. Aduh, cuma dapat satu. Pik 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 kita pik.
Kayak harus.
Chronicle can step in to cover that though. Paper X still, even with all 3 players here, have got a difficult task.
Oh, nggak bisa ditulis ya.
Fnatic have found it. They're footing the foundation. A safety net now. All the pressure's on Patman. 1v3, 20 seconds left.
Ngeplan pai.
Satu sih booster anjing. Pelongan wae ta. Langsung tolol. Kajak akhir kadang deh.
Delapan anjing nambahan
hiji. Ngesak sebelah ronanya.
Something still going for the operator. Every round on defense has been trying to make it work. Did find a little bit of value with it over towards B. They got to be watching out for this.
Yang kayak endingnya iya. Si booster tiba-tiba jago.
But he's not really in a spot to use it now. Cheeky with the positioning. It looks to me like they're trying to fake that it's only Alpha here on A. You know, he's the player that's getting up, getting forwards. Remember the dart. It's going to be a drone. Fnatic. Faking like they're taking B control. Looking to see if they can pull bodies to make A.
Aku udah tuh majukeun geus di drone teh.
I mean, that's nice. Patman takes contact, which disguises where the operator is. So it could still be on A.
Gua break deui terus ngadrone karena naon atuh.
Hard anchor it now, but they're seeing signs of life and hearing it on top of it. Nano swarms, deaded. Open your face to delay. Do they play to flood? Do they play to defend and deny the spike? Devi is hard committed. He seems just a body. He's peeking over towards the top of this. Whoa. And we're seeing it now. Paranoia is forwards again. There's a wall into your face. Fnatic have access to what?
Ngede.
Fnatic! Vice grip now over towards the site. And it scraps on the floor that Patman has to pick up and make something from it. Damage done, bullets raining through, but right from the
Anjir.
Never denied.
Save.
But this is just dire.
Pick.
Oscillating the momentum of this map. Happening round by round. Picks up the rifle, but you got one hell of a task and no clearance.
Ya, teka panggil itu. Peso. Anjing twin peso.
Tahu aja. Pada sieging ya, salah sieging ya. Semua.
Marukana ka Kaeta nih, kaples KB.
Timingnya pas pisan ya Kak.
Chronicle menyala. Holy shit.
Respect for going for the play, but keeping things simple might have had PaperX already close out the map at this point. And a couple of rounds ago, it felt like they were completely in control. Now it does not.
Flipped 180.
Thing is though, PaperX again could just go back to playing those fast attack sides, and we've yet to see Fnatic demonstrate they have an answer. There's been no evidence that they actually can deal with that pace. But the more that you have to battle against their map points, the more you start to overthink things.
Sigma boy.
And this map, if it ends up being important later on, will be a difficult mental barrier to overcome for PaperX if they lose control here. They did such a good job getting to overtime. Denying 5
2 digit ke Indonesia booster.
Kalian manggis 20 ya, emang 2 digit gacan.
Fnatic's job is to deny, keep that trophy out of reach.
Nice taking a peek here early. It's an operator in his hands. Wall up and over.
Tiba-tiba terbang ke dinya. Kepanggih bro. Kanu etanya, kanu recon.
They were born in it, molded by that play.
Beautiful anticipation.
Ajana modar
The wall does still block Patman off. And Alpha, he's pushed up.
Alpha, you are so hard committed here, but he just spots it on the drone as well.
Nice. Nice
Yes. 3 lawan 3.
Ah, kurang no modar si booster anjing tuh si kayak. Tikus nice Patman anjing.
Crashies would have to be a hero for Fnatic to get this across the line.
Towards the back of the box. Walking forwards here, there's a wall into their faces. There's a game on those timings. Again, Crashies. Surely not long for the world. And there it is.
Modar. Aduh.
Tinggal si Cilepeng. Mau nge-clutch, ya.
Oh, nge-clutch berarti kata aing bener. Aduh anjing.
Nyokanya anjing.
Wow. Reaction time lah goreng gitu.
Cepat mena anjing.
Neither team can get a proper advantage over the other and get a grip on this.
Oh, kanu recon anjing, menang recon. Yang menang 2 padahal si apa aja.
They probably haven't tried in quite some time. Both teams have got depth. One enemy remaining. But things get scrappy the deeper you get.
You are insane.
All compliments. Back up on their feet here. 15-15.
Siapa aja Reno mau ke open.
Aggro as anything.
Modar
Go.
sih.
One shot to the dome. Jing is gone. Wants a little bit more. That dash active. It's going to be used on either side. Something just needs to try and escape. The safety net of Forsaken watching over the shoulder.
And Fnatic back up, anticipating some level of aggression elsewhere around the map. Alpha almost got an opportunity to pick off Patman in mid with that attack off. And Patman is not going to go for it again. PaperX are anticipating a re-hit here, and that does...
Nggaron beli OP-nya.
Cautious for now, though.
Fnatic beli OP
these
maksudnya.
opportunities to pivot back to Boaster. Boaster's done a very good job in this map of just applying options, giving himself options to work with. His is the more passive role, just making sure nobody pushes out of B, and once again Patman is asked to do so much.
On the knife's edge here, on top of the wall, it's a dart. Trying to take this time and pass. He's going to try and push forwards, take the fight to it. There's an orb in the face of these players. Wall up now on top of it. Creeping forwards already.
He caught this time in before.
Wall up though. Surely it's going to be watched for. Spam happening, occurring. Popping up on towards the top.
Ini pernah tadi dulu.
How the hell do you land that one? Spike planted. Best scenario you could really hope for if you're Fnatic in this spot here. Again, Alpha, shoulder.
Aduh, kadele siapa aja
Taken
nah.
out. Deep down against the back. Prime's ready and finally let loose with a slow ops. You can see that 3-2-1 with a swing. Timing to be taken.
Alah, tadi tukangna euy.
Already ripping his way all the way past. He's to be taken out.
Nice. Last playing.
Dash back already. But the time is ticking away. 2 bullets.
2 bullets ya. Like naon anjir.
To get it all done.
Tapi 20-25 ya, 25-25.
30-30 cobaan bisa teh. Tapi jam 3. Kill saya teh. 2 digit saya teh. Ya telur.
11 euy.
11 cok dapat 2 berarti saya teh.
Oh, nu make OP. Oh, nu make OP.
Yeah, decides not to go for it in the end.
Down again. These forwards, this is it. Fnatic trying to lock in, trying to step up to the task.
Banyak tim mana ya? Mau tidur ya.
And there's the player that's been driving the train forwards. The engine power was coming from Jing in all of these fast attack rounds. Now something has to step up an entry. Dash already popped.
Max still here. Put over towards the top there, just spotting it out.
Akan guys menang ya. Kuluna menang ya, 5 lawan 3.
They can feel it. Energy here on their sides.
Di retake itu.
3v5, it's all contact called for here by Paperex. They're hoping there's an overextension. Never in a million years though. Fnatic are always going to be disciplined. Snakebite up and over. Dodged and juked down towards the back to buy. He's to land these shots. There's no freebies handed to him. Fnatic just bite it out.
They're always expecting Paperex to be the ones making the play. The time is going to be ticking here for Fnatic though. They've got to go at some point.
Double face up towards the top. Patman reveals his hand with a snakebite drop down on top of it. And this is it.
Nice.
Never denied it.
Closing.
Hard going all the way through. But they have made it even.
PUBG lah tuh met sakali met tong kasar met.
So many opportunities to close this.
Nanti lo kalian.
Sok PUBG lah.
Ini si bos nangis. Bad mood anjing.
Tolol.
Kau mata bad mood anjir. Kecil apa?
Buru itu ready.
Serang pisannya tinggal iya Israel dibombardir. Aing teh awalnya mikir kan iya wilayah mana turun geus aing mimiten kan Israel udah ngejajah Palestina udah kayak 85% aja ternyata kumaha Palestina dek bangkit ternyata kieu bangkit aja
Bangkit dari kubur.
Ya, jadi lain Palestina nyerang negara batur dari kesalahan Israel sendiri ya.
Tapi si Kim Jong Un guys siap membantu anjing kalau Amerika ikut campur.
Ya tuh. Tapi warga Amerika pada demo ya. Bung tong perang cenah. Satu nagalam cenah. Kaduh milih maraneh cenah. Aduh milih maneh.
Ada orang enggak? Maneh kiri ya, aing kanan.
Ya kali opat ya.
Bawa kantong tak bisa adeknya di dia. Mantep anjing.
Ayo. Bisa itu. Apa?
Naon?
Ini pakai AK. Ini tinggal di M16 bisa pakai kali 8 aja nak.
Aceh ya adek ya? Met?
Tah yang pakai AK.
Tah.
Paling butuh sniper.
Anjing aing menang kali 8.
Aing ya benar.
Dia rompi ya, rompi jackhammer. Alus eta atau kalau sekali tilu sih? Hah?
Naon?
Rompi jackhammer jangan rompi kali tilu alus mana?
Rompi. Rompi.
Ya ini apa namanya teh? Ya rompi, bener rompi.
Rompi. Face.
Face maksudnya. Ya di loading kan dia.
Ima tas anjing.
Ente rompi Aisyah.
Tas. Backpack jackhammer. Jammer pack.
Sok berapa ke? Tapi bisa diganti ngeganti rompi Aisyah.
Rompi mana dulu? Handapun mana ayat rompi. Cilepeng jelema ieu. Saya mau kok ambil kanan tapi ieu tadi cokot kabeh.
Geus.
SKS.
Empor bro.
Oh anjing guys.
Oh kompresator ya.
Kompresator jadi ndek.
Sia goblok.
Aing karena nembak masalah benang maneh. Aing karena nembak masalah.
Ayo. Cari musuh. Bisa nembak.
Berat.
Sejarang botnya anjing main duaan ge.
Nah, aku nggak mantep aja. Ya met atuh. Sia angger anjing geus mau flashbang. Kemana Bisa ditaik kan anjir.
Bisa gitu. Cuman sendiri.
Nggak sendirian.
Nah, anjing.
Tangan mobil. Bawa tuh tangan mobil.
Hoream.
Si anjing. Tangan mobil.
Kadia ke shelter.
Nggak berarti motor.
terus eta si BRG Kagawad Toyoi.
Oh iya mobil ya. Nggak berarti motor ya.
Mobil itu di luhur.
Oh, nice.
Aya nu jalan mobil. Nu jalankeun mobil. Di luhur tuh, di bukit.
Iya tuh.
Kayak lo kayak mah heula ngeleuting. Jadi aya mobil bieu anjing.
Kali genep ya.
Tah dapat kan senjatana. Iya kali genep aja ya.
Bagus.
Kira peluruan. Peluru coklat. Si anjing. Tak kali 8 deh, met. Goblok, aing disetrum anjing itu bisa nanaon. Sagala sia.
Coba Bih, tembak iya Bih. Tembak awak lurus tuh. Eta tembak nu koeng tandaan.
Mana?
Tuh. Cok jarak jauh.
Goblok anjing.
Oh iya maafnya Cik. Cik orang di mana sih? Nah, orang tadi. Ah, orang di debut. Jadi dia tah.
BJ Granate, tahun BJ Granate.
Iya, krieu ke zona. Jadi mau masuk ke zona, ya jadi zona we. Jadi nggak karena latihan spray lah. Kayak kan peluru 400.
Saya.
Oh, musuh. Ya shelter ya. Shelter Vigo. Nah, ubutnya.
Tinggal 2 musuhnya.
Pantauan di mana sih shelter tuh?
Shelter kan tuh terowongan ya sih.
Oh iya, kita kepeangan.
Ya syukur sih. Mantap.
Itu lagi.
Aing nyari perlengkapan buat sniper.
Terus yang seketika nih aja.
Oh, perlengkapan sniper aja.
SLR SKS. Stability.
Ayah karmet ada kemet?
Dah.
Mana buka kali 8 kan?
Buka.
Mana makan naon itu?
KS.
Si goblok. Ayo pun play swing.
Ya, di luar. Kali. Gak bisa. Jangan perang ya.
Mana?
Di luhur.
Di mana?
Ya Arab ya, arah 235. Perangkan lah. PRX nges main. Arah di tuh kabeh anu musuhna.
Ramainya. Oh itu ayah mobil met.
Mana?
Lain mobil kita itu mah imah.
Mana sih?
Eta anu kenok. Ieu naon ieu mayat ieu? Tah ieu mobil hancur goblok. Ieu naon ieu nu hejo?
Mayat. Isi karo ditembak.
Anjing.
Jadi mereka nyawan. Ya tuh nyawa orang posisi jelek babi di kanan kayak ayah anjir di kanan ayah iya
Mana? Oh tuh.
Iya. Enggak.
Mobil anjing.
Zona ambil kiri lah. Kadar orang asli kabeh itu botan tuh.
Bawa mobil deh. Botang sebeak batur anjing. Anjing aing ditembakan, Cok. Jiggle tipis, jiggle. Cuma nyokot mobil.
Iya kan dihandap mobil teh sih.
Kemana ya? Ke dia. Sisa 20.
Orang asli kabeh ya.
Tongka iman yang ada high ground. John iya anjing, red John.
Dan mulai rezona kayak. Ujang aing.
Ka dia apa? Kalau gua cing di luhur di bukit. Itu di bukit itu.
Saya nu boga euy.
Pasti dia mah. Kenok hiji met. Nah, kan. Untung aing turun, Bro.
Kan mana?
Heeh.
Halo. Kayak gini saya nu boga tempat.
Untung aing turun anjing.
Itu aja turun.
Anjing iya aing pecah anjing. rompi aing pecah, bro.
Cerah.
Kantong kali tilu aing mana?
Kantong kali tilu sih di zoom mana ya?
Biar aing teh boga backpack kali tilu anjing.
Cokot ke aing berarti.
Goblok.
Nah, ayo ke arah, Pak.
Kiri rame, cok.
Entar kena ayo maju.
Aing teh make face ya anjing.
Ya face di mayat.
Hancur.
Bae we nu teu pada teu make pisan sih.
Oh iya gengs hancur pisan.
Kirina aya euy.
Ayo ada dulu tuh.
Iya, harapan aing bisa nah, aing bisa. Iya tah. Kanan di kanan aya nya. Iya. Tuh di semok. Aing pindah. Di pohonnya, di semok pohon kanan. Iya. Tengah kill deh. Modar.
Anjing anu nembak deui. Geus dua nara tah eta.
Geus. Looting dulu, bro.
Coba. Arah 130.
Iya. Goreng aja lu tinggal aja. Kiri kanan. Kiri
130.
Di imah tuh sih.
Alah zona, cok.
Oh, zona dapat orang. Ngejedok pokok namanya.
Oh itu tuh ada semok tuh.
Mau mana tuh arah?
Itu poin tandaan.
Tong ditembak jauh. Nu jauh mantep kan we lah, tangan udah ketel. Ngaruh dapat zona oge deh. Terus di dia aja dok. Aing takut di belakang, euy.
Teka dulu anjing.
Ternyata di imah jauh kayaknya. Oh iya.
Mana aku tandaan?
Iya, belakang bukitnya. Pakai gili.
Gili?
Anjing teh.
Oh, aing hancur euy pes-nya.
Mas mau coba.
Sisa satu. Kenok anjing. Dirinya kayaknya.
Oh, dia anjir. Enggak tetep bisa nge-revive deui.
Eta anjing harapan mana? Nah, nyerep pisan ternyata mana?
SKS, bro.
Biar di eta ya kayaknya itu nucuk mana tadi.
Push dulu. Kayaknya.
Baturana. Kadangnya gitu.
Teuing halu. Oh, aya. Sing bisa dibokong. Tadi bisa dibokong gitu kan aya.
Ding, nah lurus gitu. Mau pakai P80 sih anjing. Itu bisa wallbangnya ini.
Tuh.
Itu baturan lebih anjing. Mana anjing nyata aja lurus.
Lurus tuh.
Bom itu.
Itu mau bom.
Ya anjing Cilepeung. Saperkeun teh
Bisa
Cilepeung eta mah men.
Banyak.
Anjing.
Cilepeung. Tanah orang Cilepeung
peluruna peluru ungu anjing P80.
Ya.
Anjing itu ya. Beredet kan atuh teng keur ngahil.
Langsung gue aing nek bom.
Sandwich ya. Tak ke pohon.
Please.
Jero smoke kene anjing eta. Bom.
Ing kewas kieu aing bangsat.
Mana sih?
Teuing aing kita apa?
Sisa opatan.
Allah Akbar.
Anjing, iya gelo. Lurus anjing ngeunaheun senjata. Tinggal tiluan met. Dari jauh.
Aing teh kewas be. Bangsat.
Kedua anjing.
Di sandwich anjing. Yo, MP7 ngeunah pisan. MP90. Ya, ngeunah pisan.
Lurusnya anjing. Recoilnya teu berantakan. Nah, resi anjing musuhna goblok.
Oh, bot anjing tadi.
Boro-boro manggih bot anjing. Geus main can
Geus anjir. Geus sabra ya. Geus terus sama.
Patilu. Kemana goblok? Don sare parah anjing. Yang ombol aing.
Beres switching site aing sare.
Met.
Tong sare ya. Danger player tucked.
No.
Forsaken playing a bait and switch.
Oke, pada switching
I
side
know though,
sare.
a main control is going to be lost to them prior. There might be a timing. Drone forwards. Jing just swinging out wide. It's all anticipated. With open arms. Alpha is turning you into mincemeat.
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again.
He's just playing his team in perfectly.
Alfajer makin
Put your body on the line because at this point, what could stop him?
S lagi kah?
4 kills, ace. Online, the crowd wants it, they're cheering, get Alpha! Plucked out of the sky.
4 HP between him and a sick clip. But I don't think Divide's going to be able to keep this up. Alpha has done way too much. And Chronicle cleans up the dregs. That round demonstrates not only the incredible awareness they have of Paper X, knowing that Jing is going to be playing that position, or at least a serious threat of it. Alpha's attack up gets value, but then the killer instinct afterwards to dismantle the play
Reaction
and
time-nya
push
mereka
forwards
sana gitu.
into an Astra that's way too far out of position. Alpha continues to get further and further ahead, I think, in the MVP race.
12 and
Ya kalau misalnya lebih pagi saya mau OT dulu. OT, terus dia 2 sama.
I'm going to bring this one back here. It's aggression, a staple of this team.
Chronicle anjing pakai
through mid.
Sentinel anjing.
Boaster
Up on it.
Boaster, I think, just calling to try to keep some of these anti-ecos pretty simple. You know that teams are going to try to fight over towards mid, so they've got Chronicle watching that. You just have Crashies feeding you info on the other side, and then you try to end B. That's a lot of damage through onto Chronicle, though.
The bodies, Forsaken. Creeps ever closer. TP into spawn. I think that might have been heard. Forsaken. Crosshair placement. Trying to land those shots. Good awareness from Kayak. Spam straight through the wall. Sent flying towards them. Hello. There's a lot of damage on the Chronicle. Could have been a kill. Nana Swarm's committed. Anything to clear these players out up through the top section of B. This is Manic. This is Chaos. Paper X. Trying to take the fight straight to them. They don't care about the battle lines that are drawn out normally.
Man, he could be a difference maker. Why are they not thinking there could be anyone on A?
Full knives out, and they've opened up a bit of a mistake here. As you mentioned, Patman upgrade. Acquire with a rifle.
And Boaster is
Split
stuck.
up.
Boaster has the spike, 25 seconds, creeping around behind
Benang tuh,
Patman.
perek.
Committed, Crashies pushed forward as a result of it. No one really ready for this one, but it's brought it into that 2v2 Fnatic. Trying to get a move on Crashies now. Roles reversed. He's the one putting the squeeze onto Patman. He's earned his team a lifeline.
10 seconds left.
Great read as well. Divide though somehow.
Ibu download data force mau web.
Tagged up.
Betul.
Put them into a post plan and they
Iya diajakan game umum.
Boaster just got escorted the entire way through.
Ayo nge-PUBG ya kayaknya kan buat umum main.
The bouncer kept everyone off him.
As a pull for the first time.
Udang sari yang
Use now. Divide one hell of a clutch is required.
Jam 12 ya gudang, tadi jam 12 udah.
Shock darts flying, Crashies just playing his life perfectly. Impeccable work. Impeccable work indeed, Fnatic.
Sare guys Isa udang jam 12 penting tadi.
A sick round from Crashies. He's asked to
Itu wae mun sare jam 7
tengah. Alpha gets caught on the B re-clear, and Crashies has to push forward, dodge a fade ult, get a kill, come back, defend Boaster as he gets the spike plant down. This fight against Patman, Boaster could have tried to run through, but Boaster wanted to make sure he didn't drop the spike.
You know how did you get 2 kills? Because I chilled. I cheesed your hand.
Something's brought the op out again. Fnatic have been really good at navigating these kind of positions. Alpha takes a ton of damage early though.
A bit of spam through the wall.
The utility's been really strong though at stopping something for being able to go up for these peaks.
Patman, that's brave. He's doing that solo.
A lot of the defense for Paper X is solo actually.
Yeah. Trust in the raw aim and mechanics to carry them through. And okay, Chronicle going peeking Jing with the swing.
That's nice support. Now something's going to take a risk and go for a peek into Kayak at B.
Kayak underperform gue MVP.
In this fight. Sorry, I said peek into Kayak. It's Alpha. Alpha and something kind of staring at
Wan
each
siya
other
tata
through
iya
walls.
kapten man.
And Boaster's making the call to go back in this direction. They might not know that something's on
Bang
the line.
kapten pang Cilepeng.
Oh, he spotted him.
Oh, the ping's out.
Dito kudu alus ayam berin Asia penting game sensor.
Required. Alpha gone. Call for a
Game
pivot
saya
now
sakit
by
tolong.
Fnatic. That was a backup policy.
Gus kudu hiatus eta, gus kudu out anjing, gus kudu farewell.
Seconds left. Where are you going,
Ganti
Patman?
ganti.
Taking a peek.
Dikasih
That is
BNK
uncalled
itu.
for. Looking for some
Super X.
information.
Kapten anu diganti.
Well, they're just taking that timing now, but with 20 seconds stalled out by the Thorns, you've got to get a move on. Sidestepping through, brought down to the brink.
Cilepeng ya.
Weakened, damaged as anything in a flash and a repeat.
Cilepeng.
Delivers.
Cilepeng anjing penting.
Dia si operannya ngemuk.
Poster tinggal kan harus maksimal
when
kata
devising
kayaknya
an
nyeri
anchor
ya.
spot. He does look so comfortable dealing with
Maju lagi
Fnatic
seta
when they
olangan
actually
anjing
finish
smoker.
on his
Cilepeng.
side. The issue I think for PaperX has been that sometimes they put themselves in two difficult positions. But this time, player advantage, and Fnatic are trying to head into a site with time not on their side. Something keeps the
Posisi jadi
operator
bikin
over
nangtung,
towards
eh.
B. He's been
Something
very
nangtung
stubborn
wae.
with this
Si
placement.
eta mah persen.
Fnatic have been mostly working around him pretty well.
Bayan siya
Hasn't
tadi.
caught Alpha yet. He's going for it again.
Bastards. More players though waiting to cross. Fnatic to clone, taking the bullet. Alpha with the peek and a swift dismissal. Okay, get out of there.
He's lucky to survive
He
that one.
really is.
31 HP, one more Vandal bullet. And PaperX is going to try to put him on the
They're
line
trying to
again.
fight for this one. They're trying to take the pressure to them. That's a steel guard in the pocket.
Nanaman something dah lain dia tatu.
Fake TPs. All that pressure is just dissuaded, diffused.
Fnatic don't really want to commit because they know that the stack is here, but they don't have another option. They don't have a lurker to go back to with info in mid or A.
Oh, a bit of spray down with the rifles. There's a gap in that smoke. Time to play with it, but already that cosmic device will be fading.
Jam sakit korek mulai
On
ya
that
nih.
way, it's traded out. Showstopper.
Beresna isuk anjing mah. Tuh tunduk itu tuh baru dake.
Can OT nyantar dari itu mas sore.
Recordnya sih lah apa ya teh gitu ya.
Just takes that timing to rip them
30
to
seconds.
shreds. Patman.
Toronto teh di mana Toronto?
He finishes what Forsaken began. Forsaken constantly the
Kanada,
player
Belanda.
in these unexpected positions. Again, just making Fnatic
Tidak seberajam yang Kanada ya.
constantly putting questions and challenges towards Fnatic.
Pakai pesawat tuh.
Often finding gaps
30
that he can
seconds.
exploit.
21 jam yang beda.
Exactly
Satu
at the right
tik
time.
tuh.
And PaperX bring things up with an opportunity to get it level at the half.
Ya wetang.
12 jam anjing.
21
Sekarang
jam kemarin sih
Jinx very fast with a haunt up towards B, but Fnatic don't know too much about that.
Tuh,
Di
jam
Kanada ya.
16 Aisyah sore jam
Bukan,
16.
maksudnya perjalanan dari
Has been
Jakarta
excellent
ke Kanada
anchoring A.
21 jam pakai pesawat.
Atuh jelas.
Oh, sore jam.
Ya, beda 12 jam. Amerika jeung Indo mah.
Forcing the ult out into the hands of Alpha. Good tracking. Locks onto it, something. What the hell are you playing at?
Tenaonan
Alpha
sih ya
is
something
taking
anjing.
over.
What is going on with
Kami
PaperX? I mean, I know they want to play that aggressively. Here's
Sorry.
Forsaken again, looking to try to make the play.
Hold on, he's busted up as well. Chronicle.
Spike
Bullets.
down A.
What the hell is play?
Shuts it down.
What the hell anjing.
Planted.
On site now into that post once more. It's the last chance here in this first half.
It is planted as well for
Kelima
Secret.
tuh sih.
It's a good setup from Fnatic. Paper's trying to get a move on. Jing almost lined up for him. Just the one known, it leaves it to the rookie. He's been the glue for this team, but in a 1v2
Moga aing
already,
seta.
players playing their lives, just spotting signs of life.
Oh.
Fought through.
Kantem wae nya
Left guessing
hijingnya.
now, spotting. Half on the defuse might be earned. Patman holds it down, but again just a peek.
Wah.
Crashes.
Bisa.
Deliver on to death.
Oh, sare anjing.
Fnatic getting huge value out of the operator in this half. A really nice anti-strat
pada
to
saat
deal
ada
with PaperX when they go for these.
Wah, jika licik anjing.
But I think
cara
PaperX kind of lost the
tidur
plot a little
seperti
bit
Jing
towards the
saat
end
bermain
there.
Valoran.
The ultimate from something
Banyak ngerem gitu,
bonkers.
guys.
The swing from Divine,
Iris ini
unusual because he was anchoring those spots passively so well. This is Fnatic's Permaban map, and they are up 7-5 at the half.
You're so good, bro.
Unreal scenes from Fnatic. You're seeing smiles across the board for them. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Vansili, standing by with some of our co-streamer friends.
Thank you so much. We're hanging out here in the co-streaming booth where I'm actually joined by legendary French casters Kitty and also Renaud. Kitty, Renaud, welcome to Toronto. I just want to ask you your experience first. Starting with you, Kitty. How's Toronto been for you so far?
It's very good. I love the food, and yeah, the matches have been amazing, so I really enjoy it.
And for you, Renaud?
Yeah, it's the first time in Canada for me, and Toronto is a nice city. I'm having a good time.
And the games are actually pretty awesome so far for this grand finals. What's your take so far between these PaperX and Fnatic game?
I think PaperX can take it. I thought it was hard on iPhones, but they managed to come back, and I was not expecting this, so I think PaperX can take it today.
Renaud, what about you?
For the moment, everything is here. The game are tough. Fnatic is fighting back on Pearl. I didn't expect that, so it's just amazing to see that we have a very nice grand final.
Awesome. And now that I have your presence with me, is it okay if I practice my French? I'm going to start asking you a question in French.
Avec plaisir.
So, what do you guys think about the new map Corrode? Comment trouvez-vous la nouvelle map Corrode?
Je m'attendais pas du tout à ce qu'on ait autant de petits angles à check. Les bombes sites sont très surprenants et donc je m'attends juste à énormément de gunfight sur les points, les choke points. Et donc ouais, moi j'ai juste hâte de la jouer tout simplement.
That's actually pretty cool because now you're saying basically if you don't understand French, all the words are English. Choke points are cool, bomb sites are awesome, spike sites there's going to be a lot of quick gunfights, so I'm looking forward to that one. What about you?
Moi la chose qui m'a surpris, c'est les rollbacks partout. C'est vrai que la map a l'air d'être conçue pour ça et j'ai hâte de voir comment les équipes vont jouer comme ça avec les Odin, les Guardians, etc.
Alors merci beaucoup. Désolé, on n'a plus assez de temps, fait qu'on va retourner avec le match. Thank you so much everybody, let's get back to the game.
Let's head straight back into it. Vansili just flexing really.
I know.
Lorax is on board.
I mean, does the Lorax speak French? Do the trees speak French?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Maybe they do in different parts of Canada. All right, let's take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, one of the players here that's up towards the top, Alpha, yeah, who had an op in his hand at various points, was getting kills with a shorty, was getting kills with his ultimate, with a Vandal. He's doing everything everywhere. And you heard it as they went into the halftime. Crashies saying you are so good. It must be wonderful for Crashies to be on this side of it rather than the other side of it, as he was in the past playing for Optic and NRG.
Frequent. I mean, Crashies, a staple in best of fives. He's used to them.
Iya nya
Second most grand finals appearances out of any player in Valorant, only behind Chronic.
Training mana?
Yeah, which you wouldn't expect.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? Well, they got
Oh iya,
so
arena
many
training.
with the
Kayak
Optic
PUBG.
NRG core, and then back here again. Incredible stuff from him.
Goblok aing main ML tiap Rek Legend hiji bintang.
They go into really get this ball rolling here. 7-5 Boaster.
Dia can ka Legend kan emang nih?
That's not delivering what he wanted. PaperX are the one to survive, but Alpha, instant response. He does claim the life divide. Go for a swing and a peek, and that is called for. That is beautiful by Fnatic.
Oh, that's unreal.
It's poetry in motion.
The synergy there on the wide swing and Alpha readjusting targets.
Holy.
Forsaken's been good, but he's not been able to recover situations like this, surely.
Spike down, hold on, there's damage done to Alpha at least, but from behind, Kayak just trying to remove those wing cons, and there's damage done to Forsaken. He's going to be able to have access to the spike.
There is a possibility. He'd have to get funky with a smoke though and somehow pick off a cheap kill on Alpha.
Not available. Dead Sit consumed is going to bloom, blossom, partition up the site. Bit of spam from Fnatic. Hoping to catch a freebie. Second star down.
Concealment.
Consumed again, just trying to cut up the sight lines onto this one. Chronogodo peeks it, and Alpha takes it.
As if Alpha needed more. They feed the beast.
Spike's dead. Go, go, go.
That showcases synergy as well from a duo that have not been having like too much experience in these kind of roles, you know. You got Alpha as a hard entry here and then playing Crashies in. Crashies still somewhat new to the team, and Alpha doesn't play a lot of the hard entry like this, but that's masterful stuff.
Your comms are insane, your aim is insane,
Yeah.
you're insane.
And Crashies is loving his time with this team.
Yeah.
He's talked so much about how good the vibes are and surrounded by incredible talent.
They're in full control of this map.
Which is mad to say. It truly is.
Done. Forwards again, forcing the issue. Boaster from behind. Quick work there with a stinger.
Getting funky with it.
Yeah. One forwards will not help you much at all. The fight is immediately gone, and this is just complete control, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fnatic gliding, sliding forward, trying to set up Chronicle for the goods, and Boaster right there to claim it.
Really aggro, following in behind Alpha's timings. Boaster there, disrespecting the smoke as well. Look at him, running inside of it with a nano, knowing that he's going to catch the timing. And when this is your permaban, like Fnatic, there's no way of PaperX knowing what's coming for them. You can afford to do silly things, one-and-done things, because it only has to work once.
Oh yeah.
You only have to win one time at Pearl. Fnatic don't have to be an amazing Pearl team, they just have to win once. Right here.
That puts all the pressure on the PaperX. Not that it's not there already, but 4-round lead for Fnatic.
And I don't think PaperX can afford to lose this one. I mean the round and the map.
Tuck to the side, that's something. It's a deep TP. Claims the life of Kayak. Moving forwards though, drifting to the side. Boaster looking to see if he can stay alive. Alpha! Deep dash forwards, and now you're seeing signs potentially the things are going a little bit skew with, not quite as practiced.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, they're still in a 2v3 here, Fnatic. There's still a lot of danger. Especially when it's Chronicle, Crashies, both really good in a clutch. PaperX should be able to close this out, but they also need to close this out.
Both Fnatic players in the same position, waiting for the dart timing. Thorns, deaded. Dart to back Halls. Halls going to be used as a response for it, and there it is.
Good flash timing too from Divide. Completely catches Chronicle. And 3 rifles saved. Bunch of armor as well. That's going to keep PaperX in this one. Very aggressive on the peak from something. And Jing ready for that re-clear. Alpha has gone for it quite a few times now on defense. All 3 rounds we've seen him slide in, trying to play somebody else in around mid. And this time Jing wise to it. And look, the eco's a little wonky here for Fnatic again. Alpha with a judge. I do like this play. Seen PaperX go for this before. Recall smokes, horn, flash. Allows Jing to get set up. Very difficult to contest A main against that kind of pressure. And then PaperX, they threaten that they could have left somebody inserted. And they're going to go back to contest Kayak. And they're probably going to find this timing just as the gate crash starts to expire.
Yeah, puts pressure on the Kayak. Either take it or you renew another one. Spots the body.
Yeah, look, just as he has to throw out another gate crash.
Flash overhead. Layers down his retreat a little bit better. You're going to see another flash. Spawning bodies and look at the contest and contain. PaperX though. Get out scot-free. Now you're seeing it. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting up that site. Already a fast blood attempt is going to be called for. Alpha is in your face for Judge. Oh my god, man, he's caught out into the open still. Kayak looking to see if he can help them out. PaperX! They obliterate them though. Util and Chronicle was looking to just contain up through mid. Not for much longer. Crashies. Not to concede this space.
And almost certainly concede the round. I mean, one of the weird things here is that Crashies, I'm sure he'd like to try to go for it, but the economy is still not in a great spot for Fnatic. Didn't manage to win the bonus, and then had a judge to work with here and neutralize.
Okay.
It's a great shot onto Forsaken, and nobody else really trying to hunt him down. So Crashies is going to be able to escape with this one with the rifle in hand. I don't think Fnatic looked that great when Alpha doesn't have a rifle or an op to play with. I've not really liked the way that he's been trying to play with the judge. Now in this round, something also hit a great teleport towards backside and it just put Alpha in an impossible situation. But both times that they've tried to play with that lighter weaponry, it hasn't worked out. And PaperX crawling back into this one. 2 rounds the gap. Every map has been on a knife's edge so far in this game. That's what you expect with 2 great teams. 2 teams that have placed deep at tournaments many times before.
could have dragged that a little bit further. PaperX only trailing by the 2. Fnatic with a heavy group up, their money also taking a tumble, just the state of their bye last round.
This is a spot where Boaster might try to catch a teleport from something. They are ready to fight them on B.
Warning shot from the judge from Jing, looking to see if they can claim some of that space, but it's a wall up and over towards the top, and it kind of reveals the hand. Fnatic is stacking this.
Yeah, a little early from Alpha there. He thought that PaperX were going to be committed really fast, really heavy. Instead, jumped the gun a little. The spike's making its way over towards A, but I think that's just so that Pac-Man can fake like there's a little bit of pressure there, because all of these players are still set up for a B re-hit.
Still danger lurking. On every corner, Kayak ready to try and respond. He has that rifle. Down towards it, flash in your face though. Pressure him through mid. It's definitely split up a lot of the bodies, but 3 still left to stand from Fnatic, looking to try and put stop to this approach. Push coming through though. PaperX not pushed back, it's a haunt. The double jump in, Jing! Goodness me! Absolutely filthy work. Rolls out the red carpet for the rest of the team to follow up on, and crashes with just the Sheriff. It's a nice shot to open, but PaperX now just trailing by 1.
Really good utility pressure. C's came through into back hall.
Aceh dong.
And then there was a stun
Rank
as well. So this, it may have looked like it was a Judge versus a Bucky, but the stun was just wearing off there on Boaster. They couldn't really get into a position and fire off that Bucky shot in time.
AKBP Tama.
This is what we saw, if you think all the way back really early on in the tournament. PaperX played against Heretics. They won on this map 13-1, and a lot of it was based on that double duelist diving into the back of B site. It's really tough to deal with. You have a teleport that can go almost anywhere, front or back, towards halls. And then Jing's pathing can be anywhere as well. He could go with something, he could go the opposite side of something, he could go to heaven if he wanted. It is so tough as a side anchor to try to figure out what the pathing is going to look like from these double duelist dives. And then you have great util coming in from Forsaken and Pac-Man. Fnatic are losing their control on this map. It definitely looked like they were set up pretty after winning the second pistol. But now, you might be seeing the difference between a team that's got some real depth in the strategy and depth in terms of scrim experience, match experience, and a team just kind of trying to wing it.
Yeah. Tale of 2 halves. PaperX really feeling like they are in control of this one, even though they are trailing by the 1. Fnatic scramble together a bit of a buy here with the money. Operator in the hands of Alpha. Far back position though. This dimensional drift is going to be increasing the pace. PaperX gonna take it towards them. Fnatic just exit straight out of there. Something you want to go for this one? Surely not. Oh my goodness!
These ults have been criminal.
And a Nightfall on top. Look at the late claim towards the back of the side. Pac-Man is alone, by the way, and he's going for that peak swing anticipated. Hunter's Fury, back pocket of crash.
Aunan anjir, sumpah cok, something ini nggak jelas ya.
A major opportunity for Fnatic here, back in. Jing though. Judge, shut down before he could even see a glimmer of a Fnatic player.
It's a complete denial of space. Fnatic now methodical, surgical, picking apart the players and picking apart the site. Divide. Playing well, but not this well. Cosmic Divide in your face, you have to give it up. Fnatic now. What a response on the backside of that timeout.
Ngeri banget aja.
It is a big round for Fnatic to be able to get, but I think you can't watch that and not have questions about the way that something plays this. Flying out of his ult, no utility used, and just tries to catch Boaster while he's throwing down utility. I mean, that's got Alex furious. The information that he gathered was good as well. If he'd been able to bail, they probably still have full
something
control
main
of
kos
the A
gitu
side.
kan.
Can't be making mistakes like that.
Nah, sih something bodoh.
Kajakar dihandap bisa terkena kelima.
Kayak. The operator
Aji dulu. Itu something sarua apa aja aja gila. For second konsisten anjing emang.
Adjustment tries to snap to it. No bodies there, but no kill claim. Jing now with that showstopper. He's looking to try and open this one up. Pacey indeed. Monster needs to get a hold of this one here, but here it is, different direction, and Jing, no dice. Can't claim it. Kayak from under. Something's been dropped. Divide just trying to take a lot of this space. Boaster, no more bullets to really make
Something sama dengan hati.
And it connects. Shorty, both bullets gone. Paper X are the ones in control.
Spike not planted. Chronicle and Kayak still with a small opportunity of intercepting somebody before they get there.
Seeing it, waiting for that util to come back online. Kayak trying to play the luck of the draw with a shot like that. Already backing away for the save. Fnatic gonna give this one up, and Paper X are now one step closer to trying to draw it level.
I think Boaster needs more assistance anchoring in back holes there, whether it's from his own utility or whether they can get Kayak deeper into that spot with a teleport out.
Finished. My ultimate is ready.
Boaster just looks so overwhelmed in those kind of positions because, again, like I said, it's super difficult to tell what the pathing is going to be like for Paper X. They explode onto the site and they can go from left or right side into back halls. Chronicle, though, with a lockdown, maybe Fnatic will be incentivized to play a bit more of a retake style on B. Kayak took so much damage from that, but did manage to get a freebie. Boaster, though, like I said there, is just under enormous amounts of pressure. I do think he needs somebody else to try to alleviate that to some degree. This time, Alpha is going to choose a different op position, taking it instead of Kayak as well. So bait and switch setup over towards B. If Paper X want to end there, they're going to have to go through Kayak and still think about Alpha playing the Neon off.
Chronicle's going to be feeling that heat. What a flash and what a find. He was the player with a lockdown, Alpha. That operator, he wants to get reposted.
Paper X really do cook with these flashes through smokes to set up Jing. They've got so many of them. It's something that he's amazing at.
Crash, he's desperate for that info, just spots it. Overstays it, but still
Spots
gets out.
Spots a lot, but is worried about Art.
Now he's got to hear about it. The rumble here. Thinks he's being squeezed, going to be playing it close. Tug, we've seen his angle, get value. Stuns forward, Fnatic have responded. Players are waiting for it, and Crashes could be that playmaker! Time to deliver it. Just the one before the trade is through. 50 seconds left. Paper X moving forwards now, seeking to try and at least split up this side. Plant down, committed.
Something relocates. Boaster moves forwards. Smoke, though, kind of cuts his options.
Yeah, that's crossfire setup still. Paper X have options in this spot. A bit of spam for Forsaken! What a swing! Alpha's gone, head clean off Boaster. Let's see if he can do a lot here. Him and Kayak against the world. Flash forwards, good connection. Operator picked up. Still with that util though. Patman, not to be removed, not to be outdone. And he's locking this one down for Paper X to bring it level.
Paper X need a little bit more of that, relying on that extra experience they have on Pearl. Look at that flash. Beautiful setup. They've got a couple of those over towards A main, and there's one through mid. Crashies did the best he possibly could from that fresh position. But the rest of Fnatic gone with quite the same kind of protocols as they hold angles for each other, looking to retake. Their retakes look really clean on the rest of the maps in the pool, but here, a little more unpracticed. And Paper X rely on that, lean on that, and force Fnatic into a timeout. They also force the economy down the drain. It's a tough one. Nobody expected Fnatic to really be able to put up a fight here on Pearl. It's their permaban, the Alpha Neon tearing people apart, honestly. But Paper X, the more we go, the deeper we get on this map, the more we're starting to see them pull out into the lead. And it's a good job, because we were talking about must-win maps. And Fnatic on Icebox. This one, the Des was talking about it, it is a must-win for Paper Rex. They've been in these kind of situations so often when they're in a big final and something goes wrong. They can't quite get it over the line. The must-wins become could-haves and should-haves. This one cannot slip out of their grasp. You never know how many more chances you're going to get. They've already had so many.
Time to jump. Up to Paper X to make their own destiny at this point. 10-10. Money is knocked down for Fnatic.
Trying to put Alpha in a position where he can take a fight and still have some level of backup. And Alpha, he does have the hot hand.
Jing's going to be looking to rain down some destruction. There's a full group up. Paper X, they're going to be committing to this. Flash through, Boombot's there. Satchel's in the back pocket.
This star on site could be pivotal for Boaster to be able to play around if he can get inside it and dominate it.
They're already in. And Kayak is no more. Deep flank position. Fnatic need to get some value with this one, but a stun. It's not quite ricocheting, not quite landing. Forsaken under that pressure, but already his team going to be backing him up, helping him out. Something lighting the world on fire.
And another clean B execute for Paper X.
Crashes can't even get it done.
4K for something as well. That'll be a confidence booster. Almost gets another Yoru ult online.
Something langsung 3K.
Should be
panas.
huge. I mean, his execution of it's been a little bit wobbly, but you always want that tool to be able to use it if you can. And the variation in terms of how they're packing he and Jing is putting the squeeze on Fnatic's brains. They need a timeout, and they've just used one.
You know what I want?
Forsaken.
Yeah, getting frustrated at the moment, I think. Forgot to buy armor.
Yeah, no armor whatsoever.
It's Paper X up to 11, though. It's up to Fnatic to see if they can answer back. Stop the tide. Kayak
What I bought.
left guessing.
He's thinking about it. He's pinging it out so that Alpha can watch it. Try to put a little bit of spam. Recon confirms.
Oh, and there's a damage.
That's really nice from Fnatic. Very good awareness, great comms from Kayak. And it's been the B execs really that have been the problem for Fnatic. This hold on A looks pretty good.
Forwards again. C's just about dodge. Jing's in your face though, and what the hell do you do about that? With the judge in hand, here with the footsteps. My God, man! From that kind of range, he's getting away with murder. Paper X are all over this one now. That nade rebounding is a pick your poison situation. Crashes. He's barely there. Tucked down. Slim pickings with the help, but Fnatic are grouped up. Down overhead. Spam avoided. Goes both ways though, and Divide! Lighting them all up. Back at the site, Kayak would love to save this gun, but that is a luxury he will not get.
Jing provides more of that magic that Paper X are looking for. His entries early in the tournament were unstoppable, and here's an example why. The movement is so tough to hit. Look at him bunny hopping in through here, halting his momentum in midair as well. And then goes for the push on the Chronicle, anticipating the Chronicle was going to be backing up. There's a prime example of how you use the judge on the attack side. And things were tense earlier on for Paper X, but now it's all smiles.
Yeah. Who's next? Round flipped here, Dimensional Drift spots out Alpha, and he feels the need to try and step up and take that challenge. Ult's expended. Potential silver lining, but Paper X can feel it, they can taste it. Chronicle levels it out. In through the back of the site, Jing already has that space. Batman slinking around on the side here, full plan, committed. Paper X have it. In through the back of the side, a flash and a swing, a nade. They're trying to delay, but a lockdown used, and a Dimensional Drift with it. Fnatic are in as good a position as they've ever been.
Si Mac Ended man LA.
Flashes is on that cleanup. Everybody trying to exit out of the vicinity. Could even get a little bit more. Pac-Man, damage done. The rifle rings out anyway. Something straight back in, and a nightfall as well. This is space given up, granted, and kills collected. Fnatic are against the brink.
One enemy remaining.
And Forsaken the one to deliver it. The death blow potentially here on this map. And Forsaken drops his adversary.
No pull required. Forsaken gets them over the line at 13-10. Way tougher than they might have thought it was to get past Fnatic on their permaban.
But PaperX take a 2-1 lead in the series, and everything from here has got to be perfect if Fnatic want to deny the trophy again.
Let me show you how the Fox does.
Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Ini kok jarang dianya, jarang di pick kayaknya. Phoenix. Susuh kurang. Epic hiji bintang hiji. Epic hiji bintang hiji mana?
Jangan tadi langsung
nah turun deh ya.
STRK Legend beberapa kali kita langsung LE 3 kali, 2 kali goblok anjing. Bal itu tiap STRK Legend sekali menang deui langsung di juara terus.
Kimi cok. Anu ya tuh, awalnya oh no iya nya, oh no Kimi nya, tuker gitu. Kayaknya tumpennya kayak iya non. Udah marahin Dota ya kan.
I know Forsaken, something, Jink, Davai. They all struggled a lot with securing trophies before. They had a lot of moments where they could do it, but sadly something was going wrong. And for them right now is like the most important thing again.
Si Roger aya bug apal teh mana?
Now is the time again. Maybe it will not happen.
Agna kumaha?
Nge-recall bari mencet basic attack gancang anjing ngegarukna.
It will be a very great match. And with such
Si
a
anjing.
team as theirs, and also as for us as like the kind of rookie team in some way.
Cak pisan ngegarukna anjing. Siga make ieu naon ngaranna teh Inspire.
Tuh bannya jago ya. Anjir Tigreal oke ya.
The only thing I will say to PaperX, as I will say to any other team in their spot, good luck and have fun. I don't like to bait or banter before the matches, but after
Minotaur tuh.
obviously maybe throw
OP ya,
or maybe
Minotaur
smash
di
a plushie if you have it, just for fun. But yeah, I mean, just have fun in the game, guys.
PaperX are now one map away from winning their first ever global title in their third grand finals. I'm Mimi, and I was listening into the comms of both of these teams during that critical third map. And going into things, it was one that I think PaperX expected to win. This is Fnatic's permaban, the one that they were supposed to take easily. But it was anything but that. And a lot of the questions around this PaperX team have come down to the leadership. In the past, when you've asked them who's running the ship at PRX, it's been all of them. We're all adding ideas. But this year, after the slump in Bangkok, after the troubling start to Pacific Stage 1, Forsaken has really stepped up as the leader of this squad, and I can vouch that he's doing that behind the scenes as well.
Flickernya sih na, yang flickernya.
Really clear ideas of what he wants to do in the pre-round, but gives a lot of room
Anjing
for
drag
his
system
players to
XP na
still
goblok.
call out micro, change things up, and really rely on that knowledge, that playmaking that all of them had. But that was a close map. PaperX very well could have lost it, and it took a second half rally for them to end up winning. And I want to credit a lot of that to something. A player who in the past, I think it's been a little bit more known as a quiet player, he's a duelist, he's really just focused on the individualism, but he was so much more than that for PaperX in this game. He was the guy who was bringing in the energy, was adding ideas onto Forsaken and keeping them in it. You think back to the PaperX of before that lost the final in Los Angeles, lost the final in Copenhagen.
Bil apa na Bil?
Have that resiliency to stay in these long
Ano, sopat
series
emang?
that they had to play in those
Kan,
tournaments. But I
baik.
think that showed that here. Came back in a big way on this map with their key players
Lu naik
stepping up
PAS ya?
and now are one map away from that trophy. We'll talk more about that and get you ready for map 4 as we head back up to the analyst desk with GB and a very special guest.
Thank you so much for that, Mimi.
Guna tuh?
Breakdown. We're now joined by Shopify Rebellion's Alexis here on the desk, guys. Toronto, give it up for
Apa
Shopify
yang
Alexis, please. Gracias, gracias. Thank you, thank you. Alexis, a pleasure to have you here on the desk. Yeah, I mean, what a
Dari
game that we
anjing
just
si
saw there. If
Palena.
you're just joining us, which by the way, I mean, where were you? It is now
You've
2
missed
to
out.
1. You missed out, now for sure. It's 2-1 in the count now. PaperX, 1 map away from being Masters champions. But Kakuka, we talked about what this Pearl map was here. This was a map that PaperX needed to win because this was the perma for Fnatic.
Absolutely. It's good to see that, you know, they had a plan. Alpha going on the Neon. We could see there in the attack the
biru
ideas
na
that they had, but you just cannot go up against what PaperX has ready for the attack. You see a lot of Jing going in with the judge, was funny enough. It's probably what we anticipate coming in for Lotus as the next map. We see something that Mimi was mentioning, a huge turnover from first half into the second one, because I feel like on the first one he was not finding the impact that he could have or that he usually
Eta aing ka eta tekan low sia.
I feel like it's not
Kan nyamperkeun sia da usah sadihanat mencentul
It's
hanat.
really obvious that Fnatic had an insane plan, especially
Kalau
Alfier's
pisan
off. I feel like
was
his
inspire.
pressure with the attack up was insane. But I feel like Divide kind of handled it really well. I feel like his price was insane on the A site, that they had to keep pressuring B. The half ended up not in their favor, but then when they swapped sides, it looked really good.
Yeah, you could definitely tell here, Alexis, that Divide, there was a lot on his shoulders here, especially with those, you know, the Steel Garden teams, to make sure that he was there to ensure that he could lock down these sites properly. How important is it for Divide to be popping off at this time? Because it seems like he's on another level right now.
Super important. His util usage was incredible. The timing that he was popping his thorns at was completely stopping their hits. I feel like Fnatic was pressured into hitting the B site, and it felt like they didn't want to do that. But it was impossible because you can't get through Divide site.
And it's so important that we speak about him, but because for the past 2-3 series, Divide has been an absolute difference maker for the side of PaperX. And to me, if I had to choose right now, I would give that MVP bracelet for him. He was one of the people keeping that in that Icebox game. I think that the win from the day before yesterday was not only, but I think in huge part due to him. And having him play the Sentinel roles, the going on the Sage, thinking that he might not be able to find the impact that he would, he still does it. And I love also the fact that in a team that's so cheerful, so loud, so about being very explosive, he's always very calm in every scenario.
Yeah, and for context as well, right now in the series, Divide currently sitting plus 19 over the rest of his team. No one else on PaperX is positive right now, just Divide. That should tell you how good he is. But on the other side to that, you have Alfier. My man just crossed the 70 kill threshold right now, and on top of which, Bea, we are seeing this dude just, he's going into the Neon like we've seen him do in the past, but he just is such a reliable hand for this freaking team.
Yeah, he's having a day. Alpha's having a great performance. It's not being enough for the side of Fnatic, but it's good to see that they still had it, that they know they might have not been completely favored on this map. But Alexis, what do you make, not only of his performance, but on playing Neon on a map like Pearl?
Alpha is farming. Not only is his Neon insane, his attack up has been deadly, absolutely deadly. If I was them, I'd be avoiding him. No matter what, like the plate, I'd be hiding backside. I would not be looking for him. So he's been insane. His Neon tech is insane. His stuns have been perfect.
You genuinely couldn't have asked for a better player in this situation. Alfier, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Trent in Bangkok, where we were talking about how like this guy would have been the MVP if they win. Well, yeah, it's the same kind of conversation. It's like Divide, it's Trent. Oh, sorry, not Trent. It's Divide and Alfier.
Trent, you can still win it.
But it really is something else. And that does, of course, bring us to that MVP discussion right now. You were talking before about what you were looking for here and who you think were the players. I agree with you. I even said it on the Val Comp Reddit. I was like, Alfier, Divide.
Tidak bisa main aja.
Mun di mid mengenahan, namun di MM kurang anjing, mun di side.
I still think that
Karena kan ono cover oke. Udah kumaha aja di jero biu. Hesep biu, sorry biu.
Roger ngadon ini.
Jero anjir.
Nang opat udah.
But to me, I fully agree with you. I would also love to see Jing just sending it. In this last half that he played on Pearl, with the just satcheling in, making a huge difference, especially with Fnatic starting on the attack. I want to see how that converts, because I feel like it's
I see.
Because it's Jing, like it should be his MVP to actually lose.
Goblok salamat.
It's fair, but it is a team sport after all. It's a sum of all the parts, right?
Tuh anjing dia salah.
Oh, sekali, Bo.
Bisa itu lambat aja jalan sih.
Uranus nang senahan pisan
Also
itu.
with Jing, I agree. I feel like Lotus is a really good map to show his ability, and he can really shine on this map for sure.
All right, well, we're waiting for our agent selection in a moment as we get ready, but let's not forget what is at stake right now, because Paper X are one map away from doing the unthinkable, a thing that we thought we would never get a chance to see. Paper X lifting a trophy at a global event. That being said, Fnatic, they have all the tools to be able to force this one. We're now diving into the agent selection. Let's see what we end up getting.
Yeah, Paper X is not going to think a lot about it. Just picking out the same compositions, we do not expect changes this further into the competition. But as to you, what you were saying, Paper X so close to winning their first ever best of 5 win in a global stage, and for it to be their first trophy. Third time might be the charm, and 3 maps is all they need to close this best of 5. But of course, we cannot forget, it is a Fnatic on Lotus. They love this map. Yes, they lost it the other day, but they also have very clear tells. You know, the Odin that they love playing, I think that they were struggling a lot to fight and control a Rubble. So Alexis, if you had to give some words to Fnatic to very focus on this map, on this Lotus, with them starting on the attack, what would it be?
I would say, don't wait until 2.5 seconds to get into that bomb site like they normally do.
Ain't that the truth?
If you do want to do that, we need to bait out the Vice Util, or else the Vi is just going to keep farming. So I would say bait out that Vice Util, maybe hit sites a little bit faster, maybe do some more pop hits instead of just, you know, the normal defaulting that they tend to do. Yeah, that's what I would say.
No, that's a good call there, but you know what? I do got to look at the rookies in this situation. Kayak, Bea, a lot on his shoulders here as the tip of the spear for this squad on that raise.
Yeah, I do not want to see, I think that he was a little bit lost, or maybe put in a situation that he was not very comfortable on Pearl, something unlikely that we have not seen from him throughout this tournament. And with that MVP conversation, he could go from 0 to hero very quickly.
All right, folks, can we get to a map 5? I know this crowd wants to see it. Let's go ahead and send it back over to the castles for this when he got Brennan Sideshow on the call.
Nice.
Map 5 all sealed up entirely here. Toronto, let's get loud here.
Si Khalid Palena ngeri.
You don't expect to see them in situations like this. I mean, especially after they couldn't quite capitalize at champs. We thought that was going to be the last time that we were going to see Jim on the stage, and now the dev's talking about him maybe being able to win another MVP, or win a MVP, win a trophy. To some degree, it feels like Paper X versus that trophy. They are the best team that has never won. They could change the entire narrative here. In their previous Grand Finals as well, they've not been in a spot like this. They've never led a Grand Finals, even though they've been in 2 of them. This is their 3rd. They won map 1. They're now up 2-1. 2 opportunities to close here on map 4 and a map 5. Oh God, what a beginning.
Okay.
Straight through, what a prediction, and Chronicle's head is gone. Paper X as well, taking a lot of C-mount control, able to open this door at any time, put the squeeze on these front B players, but they don't have anybody in sight giving them info. No turret to play off either.
And crawling forwards.
Boaster's going to get caught by this short. There's no way of knowing that there are 3-4 players ready to collect.
Look at that, Prowler in your face, and is sighted. The blind is a last-ditch effort, Fnatic.
Question is, what's the reaction?
Making moves at a row.
Awas di Montek tuh ngumpul, Cok.
Something is no more.
The plank goes down and Kayak's about cutting these guys off for going for the rotate, but Kayak is walking into a stack.
Ulti barang 5 detik ke.
And that's the right clicks, Forsaken. Takes him out of the picture. Relift the stand here for Paper X, and Fnatic are trying to do it all right now. Just Alpha and Crashies. A timing pass with the boombot, and potentially granted, given up to Crashies. Still watchful though. Forsaken. Is I not leaving it? Rattling off the shots, pulled out into the open. Paper X.
The closer they get to being able to get this map over the line, the more you're going to see the players stood up, stand in.
Nahan anjing Megawati.
The anticipation for Dreams Fulfilled will be such a fire to keep the engine roaring.
Enemy remaining.
For Fnatic, they've got a difficult situation here because you've also got to prove that you can do it, that you can... Let's go! Exacerbate the doubts in Paper X's mind. Alpha's going to force up. He knows that he's the player to try to take Fnatic in different directions. And he's got 3 players with light armor or regen armor that he could go towards.
Forsaken included in that list. Made his way over towards it, but they revealed the hand anyway. Shots fired and rattled. Kayak with the orb.
2 flashes to navigate as well. 1 over towards Mound, and Forsaken, of course, with his paranoia.
Just walking up.
All of this really just to try to bait Paper X into challenging the Outlaw. The Outlaw should be pretty unexpected. It's not something we've seen Fnatic do a ton.
They did fire the shots off earlier, so Paper X at least making a mental note, potentially. Smoke fades. Thorns used as a response to it. Fnatic getting a move on around the rest of this map. There's a timing inside the smoke. Forsaken. Who's going to be catching the contact with these players out forward?
The rest of Fnatic were just exploring, looking for that Vice Wall. Vice Wall actually over towards B.
Tegudo Chan, iya cok, menang dia perspeknya Chan.
To the spot here, doesn't want to give up this space out towards
Pokok aing anjing, ngadon ngaben kalea di.
Lihat apa Panita, oh.
And they're doing a good
Di
job
band Panita nih.
disrespecting utility. Something determined to keep this positioning.
He's definitely going to be careful from that spot. Still crashing the jump spot. In through B, out and about Alpha. Claims a life for Jing, something from the side, and he needs to try and put a stop to this now. Losing control of a lot of sections here. The spike's gone walkabout. Can he even get it in time?
Wah, Rafaela Bio.
He's left in a 1v3 to try to get it done. And the plan, it's
Rafaela Bio. Rafaela, ini bisa ngahirupkeun.
Calm in the midst of it, doesn't anticipate it, crashes, sidelines him,
and savors the shot. Just watching
Midna sin buri, Bio.
Walks into the crossfire. And Paper X, just as they were hyped up after the pistol, hopes dashed early. Fnatic, what a response. Some of that to do with the Outlaw purchase, but a lot of these kills just come from being able to tuck people with pistols into unexpected spots.
Finding the right spots for it. Chronicle is happy about that.
Yeah, popping off. Hashtag buy the bundle. Pick it up and see if you can do what Chronicle's doing. Paper X fighting over towards
Lucas is di nerfnya.
Paper X. They've lost a little bit of control over towards Mound, but there is always this flash.
Naon ya? Makin Naruto aja. Apa naon?
Know that Paper X are going to try to get pushed up and take risks.
XP. Yujong, satu Yujong ngeunaheun.
What a read. That is beautiful. Forsaken forced and pushed off, postured away. He's still going to be sticking around though, why not?
I mean, these kind of spots were what was really catching Fnatic when they played against Wolves. Recently lost on this map.
Let's get right back into it. Alpha doesn't want to contest with it. Shots are fired. Forsaken. It's a bullet to the dome.
Caught. And Crashies, his utility cleared out Patman, who was playing at front B. Now, Chronicle could absolutely lose his life here.
There's a crossfire set.
Oh, Pajer ini.
There's a swing from Device. Going to be calling this one out though. Body spotted, and Fnatic want nothing to do with it. Evacuation over towards A.
It's a really nice timing that Alfie has taken. Got it himself in. Beautiful kill as well, but more importantly, offering that opportunity for Boaster to call the spike to go back towards A.
Aduh anjir, nah temoskop cok.
Fnatic are going to be doing so many of them. This time at least 20 seconds to play with.
And Alpha walking all over the Paper X response. Divide.
Buk aing geus kena buk, buk aing kena buk macara.
Especially with no armor. I mean, only with no armor. Alpha, if he can find this kill, Alpha's going to be really close to a lockdown as well. So these are the kind of kills that Fnatic are going to be searching for. Kayak already with a showstopper. Divide, he's not just thinking about keeping the gun, he's also thinking about not feeding away ult orbs.
Stopping that from getting generated. Disgusting work.
Pure
disrespect.
I mean, Alpha's popping off about it. I think he would have preferred to get the kill though in terms of the ults. No matter. A great beginning from Fnatic. The counterpunch strong. Now, getting towards the end of this series. Map 4, Map 5, these are where you get both teams in very strong parts of their map pool. Lotus, pretty excellent for both squads, though Fnatic did lose just recently to Wolves. And one of the ways that happened was by punishing these kind of classic things that Fnatic loves to do, like the A reclear behind the Viper wall.
Just sidestepping most of the util. Odin spam down the one line, Forsaken trying to hold this one back, and we'll respect the horn. Kayak. Natural use because of it.
And I think the more disrespectful Paper X plays, the better their chances. Something here, very disrespectful.
And here's it, there's a scuttling around into the sand, something has to back away. A lot of bullets to be found, and Kayak, his head rolling, Jing! Next up, Crashies, at least there with a trade, but the showstopper's now going to be removed from this round.
Yeah, and you've also lost Alpha as well, who could have potentially played towards a lockdown. So both massive ults gone. Paper X rewarded for their aggression and their willingness to put people in one and dones or re-peak angles. Classic re-clear here for Fnatic, going over towards where Forsaken's jiggling. Takes half of his health though. And Fnatic might well realize that A is open for business.
Doors opened up, they got no choice though. Gotta land here, gotta end it here. Paper X already getting into position to try and flood their way back in. There's 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Taking a peek. Ghost is gone. Up through heaven, who lost control of this one. And Forsaken with that near sight. The paranoia, Odin in hand. Putting the pressure and applying it onto Crashies from every single avenue. You already know where he is. Almost lining up for him. Crashies could have got it done.
The rookie on the other side called upon to shut that
down.
Man, Crashies nearly had a lineup there. And that round
Có nonton nó chứ.
would have been a huge recovery because Fnatic just lost players super early on. These first
Là support bắt đứa chứ gì.
massive ones and a very confident swing out into Mount from Divine. That does, however, mean that this is going to be huge in terms of the ult.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's a bit of the panic. And Crashy thought there was a chance. Here, though, Fnatic waiting to see if Paper X are going to be fighting heavy towards Rubble. Figuring out where they should be sending these ultimates. And Paper X have swapped up the defense. Vice, fully set up on A.
Playing with fire there. Escapes of his life.
Only a Bulldog and light armor, and he's immediately back out onto Mound. He's just pushing it. Yeah, the disrespect is huge in terms of information.
Might be pushing his luck. Alpha, weapon at hand.
Cái này yếu mà chứ.
No pushing around here. Something though. Getting antsy.
And Alpha choosing not to take a super heavy engagement, though might think that he has Mound info.
Drops down as a paranoia. They want to try and play for some kills. Potentially picking off a bit. Odin. Spam is supplementary in nature.
It's very early, but as the clock starts to tick down a little further, remember that they still have to get through a Vixel and the showstopper.
The wall's going to be propped up already, and that's that showstopper. Kayak! He can't get it done. My God, man, Paper X. He slammed that door shut in their face at Boaster.
Ghê chứ. Ghê chứ pisan số. Anh biết cũng non tại em như này á.
A mad scramble, a pivot into B, and something waiting.
Doubled up with the face now and leaves it all down to Crashies. It's on his shoulders. He's going to try and plant this one down. They claim towards it. That's a kill collected. B main cleared up and doubled up from Paper X. They play this together. Crashies under that pressure. Paper X will not let it slip.
They navigate another spot where Crashies felt like he had a chance at a clutch. Something deserves a lot of credit in that round. The confidence to get back onto the angle over towards Mound allowed Forsaken to make the call to stack over towards A. It's a great read, but it's one he's not able to do without his Euro player being supremely confident early on.
He's good, but be more confident, okay?
He's talking about being more confident in the swing towards the end. The actual positioning in the round.
Tiba-tiba one-one di dia anjir.
And it's knocked Fnatic down onto a half buy. They haven't actually had too much of a chance to use these ults either. No. The only one invested early was Kayaks. And responded with Jings.
Split up early here, doubled up onto Mound, Paper X. Dropping their foot down to hit that though.
Here's that confidence again.
trying to take it here with the outlaw in hand. Jing is going to try and stop them. Rifle in hand. He's an absolute menace. And Alpha slinging his way through, but already revealed. And Jing is hunting. He wants it. Denied by Devi.
Devi shuts it down.
Wah man.
Jing, no. He just gives a little wry smile.
Dulu anjing epic boroblok gitu.
I've seen that look on Boaster's face before. Fnatic take attack timeout. They're getting destroyed by this disrespect of utility. The Paper X players peak before the util lands for Fnatic. And Fnatic, they expect them to fight. We've seen it in previous maps. We saw it on Xbox.
Perang kona benang wae
wants a bit
anjing
more
harus.
confidence from his team in terms of going
Apa
for
sih
those
MM
fights.
anjing?
Easy to say when you're the only player positive on the squad.
Yeah.
He's been absolutely tearing people apart today. But Jing up even above him after that round. Paper X with a pretty dominant beginning. I mean, look at the body language here from these Fnatic players too.
Yeah.
Just taking a breather, but also a little lost,
A far
perhaps.
cry away, I think, from some of the body language.
Surena,
This is
Surena,
Fnatic
diri.
earlier, the pressure, the moment
Jelas.
perhaps not playing a part, but Fnatic are feeling it. Force them to take this time out here. Fist bumps across the board. They need answers and they need it
GG cok
now.
main lagi.
I think if you ask somebody who was just
GG pisan mainnya.
which these teams was known to fail in big moments and which team had won back-to-back a big squad, you know, maybe people would be thinking
Tembur tobrutnya tebu anjir, setuju aing kumaha ngayakeun jelema ieu.
they're looking down to take the fights to Fnatic.
Bit of presence shown by Fnatic. That's out towards A and then making a move on now. Power in your face, Patman. Be using some util, season and
Anjir.
around the corner. My God, Kayak barely escapes.
Really nice movement though to get himself out, and Jing tucks in. So if Fnatic continue to try to be clear over towards B, Jing's ready to support.
It's hyper proactive, but they've given up the space already.
Ultimate for information. Something's going looking. Can't spot anyone just yet. Looking to try to work off this paranoia.
Two more players forsaken. He's opened the door and he's trying to step forwards. Deny them their chance.
Terbang
A raining
anjing.
Dell.
Setan aku.
It's a hellish scenario for Fnatic to try and get their way through. Kayak across the wall. And both players going to be stepping forwards. Alpha alongside it.
Divine might not realize that there's two players in here. Ults could come through on either side.
It's a lockdown drop down by Alpha.
Divine can save his for retake. You already know that they're going to be coming back through the Nightfall.
Pushing forwards. Alpha pushing forwards. Has to give up that space with the Prowler in his face.
It's a good plan. Open for Mound, but Forsaken.
Kayak trying to hold on to the back. There's that Nightfall, and here it is. The pressure mounting. Paper X trying to put on that squeeze once more. Coming into this one with a little bit more fire, but off onto the mound against that Odin spam. Nothing to hold them back. Fnatic are in the comfort zone.
They're immaculate in the post plants. They know how to play those situations perfectly, and the one round the Paper X actually allow them a bit of space on site. Fnatic deliver. Once they can get to those comfortable protocols, things are looking fine. When Paper X respect the util, respect the ults, Fnatic look comfy. So the whole game plan for Paper X has got to be to continue this level.
Wesley itu udah ASC kaburna.
Goblok sih nariknya benang wae
Something
anjing.
has a glass cannon up to pull out. No ults though for the defending team.
Watching for it. Alpha holding, slight angle, alarm bot placed. Spotted out.
And it is Alpha's job to try to put pressure, or at least get information over towards Mound, and he's going to ping right into this, right into the ult.
Swings into it. Something's handed a freebie.
Iya.
And look how
Hyper
aggressive
nang
these
nggak
setups
jelas,
are.
MM nang nggak jelas,
Something on this angle.
anjing.
Forsaken deep over towards Rubble as well. Fnatic have no space on the map.
Paper X are eager. Deny them every single inch. Pure proactivity.
Yeah, I mean, look, Forsaken alone holding towards A and doubled up on B and C. A tight forward choke point positions.
I'll be mad at Media's match though, that's Yuto gone forward. That paranoia, hold on, sidestepped. Kayak's hard committed, was near-sided, vulnerable though, he got a step forwards, he just barely dodges. Double TPs to get the hell out of there.
But Jing immediately reinforcing the position, tucks himself into a bit of a one and done. But if Jing does get one, Showstopper is online. Patman meeting Boaster.
Oh my, Boaster! He's cracked the code, I think, perhaps of that.
But look at the clock. Less than 30 seconds and 3 players defending A.
Pivoting back over towards B. It's walled off, something's there, but the operator in hand has to dodge and juke and hide away here. There's a seize. Just keeping him locked into place. Showstopper against the back wall. Jing! That's it.
Gus ulti tuh. One ke Gus ulti ya.
A calm killer for PaperX. That Showstopper, he was positioning himself to try to get value from it over towards A. And instead, a bank shot splashes it off and picks up 2 with the AoE. What a player.
Rocketed Jing to the top of the scoreboard for his team with a play like that.
And a 4K earlier on, Bren. I mean, 2 of these rounds have just come straight from him.
Yeah.
Head in hands for the Fnatic coaching staff. But it's so predictable, these late round pivots from A to B. It's what we've seen day in, day out, and look at that! What are you going for there? On the anti-eco of all rounds.
To be going forward is relentless, it's the PaperX of old.
I mean, it's a mad play.
Don't want to give up any sort of space whatsoever, but they have given up something's life.
And they've also given up the operator to Althea picks that one up. I'm not sure if Divine would be happy about that because Ilya was confident or hoping he did it on a different timing.
Blue room's been opened up as well on top of it. I believe could be some damage done towards it. Up with the operator, attack side round called for. Slow, steady.
But it's this control over towards Mound that's just killing Fnatic right now.
Crashies, just jump spotting. Sees signs of life from Forsaken. Forsaken is overstaying. Finally backs himself away. 40 seconds left.
Yeah, but then Forsaken just jump spots and realizes it's a fake, and you keep the defenders over towards A.
And Patman with the peak.
Tulor na anjing.
Nanti
Down! Raining down with the bullets. No punish in sight. Crashies is isolated on a bloody island. Patman the rookie with Jing by his side.
And they are getting into a rhythm. Patman with a nervous twitch in his seat, but they're up 6-3 on what could be the final map here at Masters Toronto. PaperX have been staring at that trophy all match long, seated between these two teams. A culmination of years of
Juara
dreams.
anjing mau PRX goblok.
And the hunger will be fiercest now as they're closest to their trophy.
3-round lead for them again. Aggression is the name of the game, but it's likewise for Fnatic. They're not slowing down here, all the way up through the gun. TP backing away. Kayak tries to get it done. Rifles in hands, but a spammer on the corner, and Boaster's already up there.
A change of pace for Fnatic, really getting aggressive, putting people in aggressive positions. Divide gets punished.
Misses the peak indeed. Jing's right there though, and that has stopped the plan, but he's revealed his hand, revealed his position. Plant down, pit down. Bit of covering fire. Necessary now, but it's being slowed down. The decay is kicking in.
Very tough situation for Jing and something to get back in with. They need a kill to just come randomly through the smoke.
Hot shots and RNG. What's played for here? Stepping out wide. Alpha wasn't even set up for that one there. Falling in midair, but still managed to just get control of it, get the kill. Looking for Jing. Left in it. 1v3, not doable.
A really nice shift up for Boaster. Calling a quick round, instantly in on B. He knows that they've been trying to post people up. Stacking towards A. The gap should be in this middle side.
Sakit
Great turn on the flash from Alpha as well.
Udah diberi para boy tuh si Layutana tadi mimitinnya.
But Alpha and Chronicle clean that one up. Still a chance for Fnatic to draw this half level, and I think that would be a major win for them. Showstopper, lockdown, big tools to work with. And they're going to try to push back these defenders on C early on. The C information has been a nightmare for Boaster to call against. And it's Divide.
Full speed ahead. The Showstopper already pulled out. Kayak Got to pick and choose your target well here, but already Devi's going to be revealed. Out towards it, still that fuse, waiting for it. Something gone, taken out. Chronicle. Watchful eye towards a flank and a timing, an opportunity missed by Forsaken.
And the faster pace that Boast has called is working wonders. Throwing Kayak in with his showstopper. Divine pinned in place over towards Pillar. And the Horn from Crashy is getting huge value as well. PaperX need to make an adjustment. Their game plan is excellent against the normal pace that Boaster's going to call. But a mid-round adaptation like this is why Boaster is currently the greatest of all time. Can he do enough to get them back into this game?
Pac-Man can feel it. Net's closing round him. Timing just missed there. And his guns.
They're
last-ditch effort. They are critical at that, Josh.
We're heading into round 12. They've got
Ben weer
Valoran, Ben.
Oh, and he does. Not able to keep his armor, though. Not that they had the money to be able to drop for a teammate anyway. Fnatic have set themselves up for a nice final round. Big rifling advantage. But Ult's starting to get on the board for PaperX too. Devi caught out there. Felt like he had to go for the play. Swing in front of the showstopper. And there's the Horn, grabbing value too. Alpha, top of the score for Fnatic as they try to claw back into this map. Elimination on the line.
The pace, it doesn't stop there. Fnatic are trying to take it all the way to them. Put a stop to it. Try and draw it level. Jing is down. He's earned his own. Alpha! What a shot! Plucks him out of the sky. Plucks him out of the picture. And he's not
ditolak. Ternyata bukan bisa dikirim.
It's a mad dash now and a pivot over towards C.
Boaster's got the info on where both of these players are, so he knows it's free, he knows it's safe, and Fnatic's protocols are excellent in post plants. Chronicle, he's looking for the flank. Something and Pac-Man have just got to do this without too much to work with. Horn might come back online, but Chronicle, he's hearing this.
It's knife out for Pac-Man, he doesn't have the gun ready, doesn't have it at all. Chronicle and Boaster play time, play their lives far back. And they're just waiting for something to play into their open arms. Something! Something! Disgusting!
He tears Fnatic's post plant to pieces. And he's made it to the defuse with so much time. He had one way of being able to deal with that 1v2. And he took his timing and delivered. A player that sometimes struggled with nerves in big moments, but a deep breath and a big play. The Red Bull clutch pushes PaperX ahead 7-5 at the half when it looked like Fnatic was about to draw things level.
The pressure is on the shoulders right now. Could be the final round, final map that we're looking at here. PaperX are on the very cusp. It's up to Fnatic.
Si Jing keterbang ditembak mati anjir. Hello, something.
All right, Toronto, the game couldn't get any closer right now, but Fnatic are still
juarai mau
behind
PRX,
by
bro.
one map. So if you want this to go into a map 5, Fnatic fans, let me hear you say stupefy on 3. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. And for PaperX fans, if you want this to finish right now, let me hear you 2, 2 on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Di DC di itu nobar kirain ke nobar gelo
kan nanti kita beli es krim dipanggil Koka.
Gelo juara
jaga makan es krim. Makasih ya dok, maaf.
Assalamualaikum juara. Kamu es bonbon.
Ya udah nggak apa-apa. Udah ke ruang biasanya sih.
Halo sayang.
Udah kelas berapa?
Robi anjing nih.
Halo sayang.
Even though they've been to 2 grand finals and seen the trophy lifted above the heads of their opponents.
Kita mau nggak usah antibiotik. Udah nggak ada apa-apa kan? Gila ada Abiu. Ternyata Rex yang asli. Kapasitas berapa? Masuk ondan lagi aja deh, Tebil. Kasihan Tebil, muntah-muntah terus Tebil. Udah 8 bulan aja dia pertama datang.
Iya. Ada lampunya kah? Coba lihat.
Emang iya, coba lihat ya.
Jol.
Hah? Emang iya gitu.
Sederhana di RRQ nggak bisa. Kenapa? Sederhana tapi RRQ nggak bisa.
Aduh, jangan gitu. Jangan nggak ada kingdom.
Nggak usah.
Jangan ada kingdom.
Kamu beneran bilang 9 tadi? Nggak apa-apa, kasihan udah mulai. Apa? Satuan. Biu, ternyata Rex yang asli ada di sini, Biu. Rex yang palsu udah di Bandara Soekarno Hatta. Ini momen-momen angkat piala nih. Kalau nggak ngecok sih harusnya angkat piala ini.
Oh, tuh kan goblok kan goblok. Ini gameplay rumah sakit ubur-ubur anjing.
Nice. Kiri, nggak dicek. Ya Allah, nggak dicek kirinya. Belum bisa dia cek kiri. Ini emang Paper Rex masalah banget dah. Ngecek Lotus cek kiri itu dia nggak pernah ngecek. Itu mah atuh anak silver juga bakal ngecek.
Wih. Nah udah kepedean lah.
Anggrek.
Weh, lagi kontol.
Nah, dikit lagi.
Ya lah. Juga kasih tahu juga kalau corner tuh tolong dicek gitu Jo.
Iya. Tar gue lagi nunggu timeout.
Terlalu basic kesalahannya. Percaya nggak itu tim-tim lain yang lagi nonton kayak Genji, RRQ pasti bilang ih tolol banget masa nggak dicek itu corner.
Jangan kan gitu, Jer. Itu kalau gue jadi Alex tuh kulkas Red Bull yang di sebelah udah pecah itu mah gue. Tampol aja. Tim goblok.
Nah, apa itu biar sama Tebi lagi tanda tangan aja. Biar sama Tebi lagi. Komandan boleh gak? Masuk aja sini. Nanti nonton dulu aku ngeliat. Udah nggak nonton satu gara-gara ngechat itu nggak keluar lagi chat itu.
Nah, makanya tolong.
Ya something yang wave.
Itu kalau udah kena satu pasti mati Jer, udah susah itu. Yang kadang 4 second duluan lagi.
Iya.
Now in a round where they have the economy advantage and are expected to win. The wall just went up. I think Chronicles revealed his position here. That's a TP4 and Kayak defends. Line is anything.
Keluarga Ibu Nelis.
And not a deep teleport either. Satchel's in your face though. Alpha! It's Clay Pigeon shooting. Clutch Jing out of the skies. Guns down, he's right in front of you. Hold on, a bit of a misstep. Pac-Man. Bullet to the dome there. Alpha's been dropped. Players starting to form a bit of a barrier. They need reinforcements.
Boaster's rotating over with the Odin.
And a bit of spam, my god.
Ya, apa sih ini? Aduh.
Kayak drop through the wall. Bullet just locks down and now a bit of patience to be played.
3v3, what an opening given to Paper X. This round looks disastrous for them.
Aigo.
Flash forwards to Byron Peak. Trying to cut this one up here with the paranoia. Is picture perfect. Not the clear indeed. Boaster. Straight there with the Odin. Trying to trade this one out, but the bullet.
Minta tolong print SPR. Siapa? Bentar.
Boaster's run out of time. He's run out of chances. And that could be a round that Fnatic look back on as a big missed opportunity. They played that with a little patience. I think it should have been a conversion. Pretty disastrous entries from both of the teams.
Minus Chef Odin.
And then when Alpha stepped forward, trying to, I think, pick up a ended up giving the C-site away. Boaster has kept this Odin now, and is looking to do a little bit of chip damage to Paper X as they come through. It's not that tree side right now.
Paranoia horns up and over the top. Something forced to respect it.
Gitu doang ya.
He knows the angles. The back of his hand. The first kill that goes away of Fnatic, and they need more energy.
Smoked off the turret. Chronicles waiting for it.
Fnatic.
Oh, gila sih.
Anjing tuh.
The timing does not favor him. A-side cracked open wide for the taking.
Jing just choosing a timing there through the smoke, catching Boaster very unexpectedly. Despite the aim, Jing on top. One after another.
Lagi.
Nice.
Boy.
Udah dapat, tunggu belakang, tahan. Sulit. Nice. Nggak tahu deh, dia nggak tahu di bawah boy. Setelah boy. Nice. Yeah. Bau nih.
Bawa apa tuh bang?
Bau kemenangan.
Ah, itu dia. Aku pernah ngirim ke kamu belum Ici? Lupa lagi aku. Aku pernah ngirim ke Kiki deh kayaknya.
Oh, ada. Aku mau lihat. Udah lihat.
Ternyata reaction asli Muni ya.
Ini baru T-Rex.
Ini baru T-Rex.
Berapa kilo?
Yes.
Udah Fnatic juara 2 sih udah banyak buat menangnya juga.
Jing able to play once again, and he's got a chance of both a trophy and an MVP bracelet here. What's mad as well is that they're doing this after
Lanjutnya Dr. Muksin dong. Udah di sini. Oh, sangat jadi. Udah dia voice.
But the train does not care about any of that.
It makes no stops. Papex are looking to send it flying over the finish line for Fnatic. They need a lifeline. All the pressure now. Boaster is in hot water. Side and past though, he's got that bucket in hand. He's going to try and take that timing. Forced to reveal it, lining them out. Alfia does deliver, but something is right there. Crashes over onto the sideline again. Something is just plucking these players out of the picture. And Paper X finds the 10th round.
Rob nggak sih Rob duduk di tempat yang tadi Rob nyalain lampu Rob.
Tunggu 11.
Rep Rob 10-7 nih Rob.
Iya dari sini.
Sebelah. Nah,
Betul.
nah kan. Udah Rob, balik ke tempat tadi Rob, nyalain lampu on cam Rob.
Kok aku nggak on cam juga?
Enggak. On cam mah on cam.
Kecewa berat.
Yuh. Aduh, pusing abang. Nah.
Piala nih guys.
Malah kayak ini. On cam kita tuh energi piala buat PaperX di Toronto.
Gitu ya? Iya bener. 1x4.
Lo lihat nih sebelah satu nih. Sebelah satu, sebelah 7. Abang gue lah kau. Duduk lagi bang, aku bang. Bukan bang. Kopi engkok, mati kau. Kopi. Oh dia bro, pede bro. Muter jelek tuh, dapat itu boleh. Nah, eta. Awas, nah kiri boy, flex dulu. Goblok.
Valoran itu jelas
keluar semuanya anjing. Nah, atas. Woi anjing. Sabar Pai, abang gua. Bim. 11-7. Piala depan mata, brother. Piala depan mata, brother. Boom. Bumi Sports. Asal jangan domoin ngentuk di 12 anjing.
Jadi kan jangan ini gimana map ini juga ya?
Iya
kalian saya jam 1 yang sama aja. Anjir dulu lagi. Bentar, aku berpikir dulu ya.
Ibu.
Lihat lagi coba lagi. Mau lihat swap A-nya kamu.
Oh boy, saving doi boy. Dapat masuk udah. Pede.
Alirin lagi aja. Hah? Alirin lagi aja.
Aduh.
Kalau batu berhentiin.
Itu kan ngasih Fai.
Kita harus POV juara masih.
Keluarga Ibu Feby.
Anjay, dokter sunat. Kebiasaan.
Iya ya,
bisa dicuekin.
Gak jadi juara.
Biasanya divisi dicuekin babi.
Every player on Fnatic, with the raw exception of Kayak, has been in a spot like this before. They know what it takes to win.
Ini udah di print. Biar.
Wajib gigi baik.
Sidestep. There's a showstopper. You're blinded right back. Kayak. He's gonna do it all. Patman. Drops him in place and a DTP forward side. Way ahead of the curve.
Emang di sini nggak sih dibawain?
He's going to clear this. All defense hostility in the air. Not precise enough. Right there with it this time. 2v2.
Boom.
Masa nggak dapat 12 sih?
Ini dia masalahnya. Kalau dikata artis tuh Paper X Star Syndrome, Jer.
Ya elah,
Nah, kan dongo kan.
Showcasing exactly the kind of skills that put Chronicle
Ya, apa sih?
Astaga.
Ya Allah.
Jadi something darahnya slow itu ngapain nge-hold angle sendiri ya?
Jul ngaruh.
4 rounds in a row, from round 15 to round 18, Paper X fully in control and always believing. Now, hands on heads, Forsaken.
Ibu Iskopi rencana OP-nya jam berapa dong?
Itu stres lo fanatik lo. Duh, nyampah ya.
Fnatic's greatest asset might be those memories of failure that Paper X have from being in positions like this before. And Fnatic are known as a team that can pull off comebacks. In the back of your head, you've got to be thinking, what do we need to adjust here to make sure that they don't let this getting these retakes working against us? But it is still Paper X closer to the trophy by a long shot. The economy though on a knife's edge.
Harusnya ampulannya kolapsnya objektif ya.
Between aggression and discipline, between greatness and failure.
Ubah aja sih ya. Nggak apa nggak sih kalau diubah aja. Soalnya kan ilus paralitik emang agak nggak nyambung sih. Soalnya kan dia nggak bisa kentut ya. Iya kan? Iya nggak? Bila dia nggak apa ya? Sebenarnya. Hapus ya. Bisa Ansen.
Keluarga Ibu Siti Patona. Keluarga Ibu Siti Patona.
Tapi ampulannya aku bikin collab ya. Terus anime cakramnya aku lihat.
Keluarga Ibu Siti Patona.
Masuknya gampang kayak gitu kan?
Iya betul.
Iya udah.
Set their sights towards it, they force out the pit. Yeah, he's going to be under pressure soon, but they couldn't no better play.
Oh iya.
Spesialis bedah kan? Kayak lagi residen kan?
Radiologi. Tapi kamu baca namanya.
Aduh, kecolong. Aduh, kecolong lagi. Aduh, kecolong. Aduh, nggak jadi juara anjing. Aduh.
There could not be a better player for Fnatic to be under pressure in a moment like that. Follows up on a paranoia perfectly, immediately turns around, ready for a push through B main, and still manages to collect another.
CNTOL, centol.
Moments like that as well as inspiring to the rest of the teammates. Paper X's eco.
Sebenarnya gimana lagi dibanding kamu? Aku masih pikir gini, kan BNS itu udah jelas ilus objektif. Terus si keluhannya juga kan nggak bisa dia nggak bisa kentut. Terus kenapa kita malah ilus paralitik gitu? Saya bingungnya gitu sih. Tapi aku juga takut misalnya ilus objektifnya. Kenapa?
Jadi aku aja dong paralitik.
Get the goods they're looking for. They're expecting Jing to try to
Ampun
capitalize.
ekonomi.
Divine has been detected here in his B lurk.
Ya, kita dulu ya. Nuhun akhir Pak.
Makasih A.
Buster doesn't have the health really to be able to support him. Fnatic with a player advantage. Massive odds to be able to help this retake. It is super possible that PaperX can pull this off. Every fight is going to be in a good range for the Stingers and the judge. Close quarters. Here for PaperX. TP Buster rejoining. Just threatening that he could be trying to apply pressure on the flank.
Ya nggak jadi menang.
And now all the way in Kayak leads the charge. Chronicle to the side. Kayak with safety in numbers. A full stick. Fnatic bring it level.
Aduh, yang nembak Rikwannya ya Tuhan. Masa Rikwan nggak ditembak? Itu Jing udah mikir temennya bakal nembak Rikwan.
Dibiarin.
Nembak Rikwannya pakai judge, ketahuan dia pakai judge nggak akan ada yang ngadep ya.
Nah, digebrak meja aku si Alek.
Malah pelek.
Tutor Alek dulu atau jadi gebrak meja.
Kenapa?
Tutor Alek gebrak meja.
Iya, capek. Bukannya nembak itu Rikwan. Sakit.
Oh, blok 11-11, kok 11-11?
Alek udah gebrak meja, Ju.
Bagus deh. Ah, slow Rob, percaya kata-kata gue Rob. Ini tetap 2-1 Rob. 3-1 Rob.
Nggak dicek nih, lihat nggak dicek nih. Tuh kan?
12-11 comeback.
Ini penyakit.
Gak ada duit lagi last round-nya.
Nah udah gini nanti map 5-nya kalah gampang.
Hari-hari.
Hari-hari jadi orang goblok.
Hari-hari runner up.
Just a narrow margin. And Alpha sending kisses across the stage to his all-time teammate. PaperX taking a timeout. Alex hits the emergency meeting button and tries to be adjusted with only 1 round left in regulation. It's emergency meeting. It was PaperX that managed to run things back on Icebox, denying a bunch of map points, but
itu casan siapa? Oh iya, dia. Ini casan dia. Ya, lighting to lighting nggak jadi. Mau lah. Itu kelas 2 bisa ditutupin kelas 1.
Sabi ini Pak, nah itu kelas mana sih? Kelas 2.
Kelas 2 bisa dititip ke kelas 1. Nggak jadi megang piala,
Play for OT, play for map 5. All on the line for them. Second with the exit, all the way out. Alpha's all the way in. The Chronicle just drops them in their tracks. Alpha cleans up Buster. Left really. But the two huge players from Fnatic, Kron and Alpha. Fnatic are going to have to try to close it.
Nice.
Crashes. Rebounds. PaperX looking to stay alive in this map. Fnatic want to send it that much deeper. TPs all around, sowing chaos into the mix. Crashes with the seas and a horn on top of it. So could not be even better there. But stops to the side. Batman. Double dash again. We are going.
Otak emang. Nice.
And it's the leader Forsaken who leads by example to get 4 on the board and push them through to OT.
Motornya nggak bisa, anjir.
Batman as well though hitting a great flick on the crash.
opportunities. And Krasic knows he should have been good for that. 5 in a row. But 5 is where it stops for Fnatic. 12 to 12.
Merah muka lu anjing.
A true game.
Parah banget Julio.
Testing each other to the very limits.
Parah banget lo Jul.
Alpha yet. On point for almost a 30 bomb.
He's been almost destined to get it in overtime. He's going to step forwards though into a stack.
Cici, kamu bantu aku bentar ya.
Itu mau.
Kamu yang kerjaan habis satunya.
Cici, aku boleh minta tolong nggak Cici?
Kenapa?
Cici boleh minta tolong nggak Cici? Tanda tangan.
Nge-stream.
Kamu ada ini ya? Jiwa, kayak kamu mau buka bisnis fotokopi ya?
Dokter Andri
Minta fotokopi satu Cici.
Memang gitu. Kamu lihat dong.
Hey, watch and learn. Watch and learn. Watch and learn.
Gak banget ya. Oh enggak deh.
Siapa yang bilang gagal angkat piala? Hah? Siapa?
Bisa kok gede.
Oh, oke.
Just like that, HyperX one step away. The Princes of Pacific
Apakah menang adik-adik?
have never been so close.
Siapa yang ngomong gagal angkat piala? Hah?
It's within touching distance.
Kasih tahu gua.
HyperX take front B control. Knocking on the door of Alpha Yes side. A little bit of pressure back towards him over towards C as well. Another passive defensive line in the sand drawn from Fnatic. Not willing to fight with this map control. Getting a bit of that mental game. More confidence coming out from them. But it's all about the execution and the delivery.
Mau casang dulu nggak ada pengalaman. Saya ada yang mau casang ya? Copot dulu dong. Ada yang punya casan, kalau ada kepala casan ya yang ketinggalan.
Aku punya casan full. Punya casan full. Punya casan full dan kepala.
Aku mau dulu. Oh ada. Ada yang pasti ada yang kamu guys. Menang nggak? Ya. 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 Closing gila.
And
these 4 players from Fnatic simply to play spoiler.
Peace. Something he's looking for any sort of kill. Risky business.
Nggak usah ngepik.
Ngepik udah. Ketahuan. Anjing juara, bro. Beres Jul, udah beres Jul. Belum Jul. Udah menang.
Woi, siapa yang bilang gagal angkat piala? Ha? Siapa yang bilang?
Menang.
Woi. PaperX.
Finally.
Anjing 2 lawan 4 kalah anjing.
Dia orangnya. Masuk.
Juara anjing. Mana yang bilang tim nge-wave, ha? Gagal ngangkat piala mana? Bro. Anjay. Ayo, go. Gue bakal nonton ampe preview match.
Boleh
Main
tolong
freak
ini
nangis, main freak.
Nangis semua anjir.
Iya mah,
Sini.
Robusnya gitu.
To clutch greatness from the jaws of this